Internet friends, it's your good pal Andy Gutierrez coming to you from the surface of Mustafar. At least that's how it feels out here in Orlando right now. And today is the fourth and final day of Star Wars Celebration Orlando 2017. Unlike the first 3 days, today's relatively quiet and doesn't have much going on. Just kidding. Today's gonna be jam-packed. Today begins with the These Are the Droids You're Looking For panel, where Anthony Daniels and Alan Tudyk take the main stage to talk about what life is like as a droid in the Star Wars galaxy. If you know Anthony and Alan, you know this panel is bound to go off the rails and fast. At 1 p.m. Eastern, spend an hour with the Jedi Master himself, Mark Hamill, in his always hilarious and heartwarming one-man show, Hamill Himself. We promise he will do more than just stare at you, but even that probably wouldn't be the bad thing. I'm not complaining. Plus, we've got Star Wars tattoo artists coming to our stage who may or may not be giving our crew members some Star Wars ink. I'm looking at you, Frank. Ashley Eckstein will be stopping by our stage for a fashion show later this afternoon, and we will be interviewing so many more of your favorite Star Wars celebrities and special guests. This is all leading up to the annual Star Wars Celebration closing ceremonies, where Warwick Davis and others will look back at the amazing weekend we all had here in Orlando. So get ready, the fourth and final day of Star Wars Celebration 2017 is about to begin. This is the Star Wars Show Live.
Welcome to Star Wars Celebration.
Good morning, Star Wars fans, and welcome to the final day of Star Wars Celebration. I'm Anthony Carboni.
And I'm Andy Gutierrez, and I cannot believe that today is the final day of celebration.
I know, it feels like just 4 days ago we knew what it was like to be well-rested people.
With voices. But the fun is not going to stop on this stage no matter how hard my voice tries to die on me. Can't stop, won't stop, and I'm just going to sound terrible.
I think you sound wonderful. She sounds wonderful. And like Andy said earlier in a pre-taped intro, on account of your voice now being depleted, we are going to be bringing you all sorts of interviews with special guests and panels like the one coming up right now.
The Star Wars galaxy is filled with droids, but none are more memorable than C-3PO and K-2SO.
Anthony Daniels and Alan Tudyk, the actors behind the characters, are about to take the stage to give us an inside look at what it takes to become a droid. These Are the Droids You're Looking For starts right now.
That's it. Hey, everyone. Whoa. Yeehaw. That's it. Hello over here. Hang on, where are we going? We're out of control. Hello, best seats in the house. We've arrived. Thank you very much. My mouse droid. Give him a round of applause. Chew. Go on. Go on. Off you go. Is he a good boy? There he goes. He's off. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Droids, a very special show. Yeah, I'm excited about this one, I really am. Are you having a good celebration? Yeah? I can't believe how fast it's gone, though. We're already here at the last of 4 days, but we've had some great times here on this stage. I'm sure you've had wonderful times out all amongst the convention exhibits, etc. I haven't really had much time to walk around. It's a little bit tricky for me. I've tried various disguises, but none of them seem to work. So, although the most effective one, who was here at Billy D. Williams' show the other day? Who saw that? Yeah. I got myself one of those Lando disguise kits, and yeah, well, like a treat. So, yeah, although people kept asking me for autographs as Billy D. Williams, which was a bit weird. Okay, we got some best seats in the house over here. I'm going to say hello to you good people. How's it going?
Very well, how are you?
What's your name and where are you from?
I'm Danny from Orlando.
Are you really? And
Yes.
how did you manage to get to sit up on stage here? What did you do?
You know, Mark Daniels just a really nice guy.
He is a nice guy, isn't he? He's a very nice guy.
He picked me and Emily because we were C-3PO and R2-D2.
Fabulous. Now, are you cosplaying or is this your usual attire?
It's close to the usual. I've heard this called casual cosplay. Someone told me that this
Is
week.
it? And you accidental?
It's casual. It's cool.
Very
it's casual.
good. I'm loving that. I'm loving that. Welcome to the stage. Hello. What's your name?
I'm Megan.
Megan. Now, you look like you're a fan of R2-D2 and droids.
I am
Got the
a
skirt on
little
the
bit.
T-shirt.
Yeah.
And is this your little
That's
thing?
actually her tauntaun.
Oh, you keep
Hers.
it. Hold on. Good. And you excited to be on stage here?
Very
What are
excited.
you most looking forward to about this show?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I'm just really overwhelmed right now.
You see, to be honest, I don't quite know what's going to happen. I know
Yeah.
I've got a guest, but that's all I know at this point. Okay. Hello, who are you? What's your name?
My name is Ashling. I'm from North Carolina.
Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Now, who amongst all of you thinks they know characters from Star Wars? Who knows characters? You're not sure? You're not so sure? You think you do? Do you know characters? Not sure? Who's the expert here? What about you here? We've got a, yeah?
I think so.
Yeah, you think you want to play a game?
Sure.
A Star Wars game?
Of course.
All right then, follow me over here. Let's do it. Come on. Take a seat on the couch.
Thank you.
Okay, so who are you and what's your name?
My name is Aiden.
And you're playing K2SO at the moment.
Correct.
Excellent. Is this your favorite droid?
Yes, actually.
It is, yes. And can you see very much from within there?
A little bit.
A little bit. Can you see the screen to your left?
Absolutely.
Okay, right. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show you 3 images. They are scenes from Star Wars, and the head of the character will be covered with the R2-D2 dome. You have to identify who the character is. Simple.
Sure.
Slightly more difficult probably through these eyes, but have a look over there and tell me who this first image is. Who's that?
Oh, that's really difficult.
Yeah.
No, it's BB-8.
It's BB-8. Let's have a look. Yes, it's BB-8. Well done. Okay, let's have the next image. Oh. Oh. Who's that one?
Looks a little familiar.
Really?
I think it's Wicket.
It's Wicket. Let's see. Yes, it is Wicket, the Ewok there. Okay, the third and final image. Who's that?
Well, that's the very dashing Poe Dameron.
Let's see if it is. Yes, there he is, the dashing Poe Dameron. Well done, congratulations. You have won a prize. And I don't currently know where that prize is, but it'd be nice to have it. Here it is, look. My beautiful assistant has brought this on, and it's an R2-D2 hat. There it is for you. And a little BB-8, which is fun, yeah. But they've made a round character into like a hexagonal bag, which is interesting. Is this a hacky sack that they call it a hacky sack? You do that, and you're supposed to catch it again, I think. You go, boom, oh, again. Sorry. Just indulge me one more time. I want to get it right. We're streaming live. Yes! Okay. Thanks very much for playing R2-D2. There we go. Right. What's up next? Okay. Let's get this show started, shall we? Everyone excited? Yes. Whoop-de-woo. Here we go. Now, when you think of Star Wars, and I know you often do, there are a few things that immediately come to mind. We've polled thousands, and we think we have the top 5 answers, the things you think of when you think of Star Wars. But I'll ask you as well, when you think of Star Wars, right, what is the first thing that comes to mind? Shout it out now. Is that good? Yes, that's right. The number 1 answer is Ewoks. Always Ewoks. Exactly what you said. So, good. So that's the number 1 thing. That's exactly what our poll responded. And after Ewoks, when you guys think of Star Wars, right, what comes to mind? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's right. More Ewoks. Good. It's a good chart so far. Now, I tell you, if Disney and Lucasfilm are listening, there's your next movie right there. It's the standalone film called Revenge of the Ewoks. Okay. What else? Shout it out. What do you think of? Think of Star Wars. What's coming to mind? Yes, of course, lightsabers. Yeah, it was lightsabers. Wow, I've just thought that standalone film just got a lot better. Ewoks with lightsabers. It's going to be fantastic. Hang on a minute, that's just a stick. That's better. That's better. Oh, yeah. Although, you have to watch out for singeing. Yeah. Ewoks are highly flammable. Be careful. Oh. Hey, Wicked, are you just pleased to sit? No, I'm not going there. I'm not going there. Sorry. Okay. Great family entertainment. Good. Now, what else do we associate with Star Wars? Okay, shout something else out. We got more stuff. What? That's right, the Force. Of course, the Force is a very important part of Star Wars. The Force, we have it there. And finally, what else is in this top 5? One more thing missing. What else have we got? That's right, it's droids. Yes, Star Wars is full of them. They come in all shapes and sizes and attitudes. Some are good, some are bad. In Rogue One, a bad one became a good one because it was reprogrammed. And regardless, if you love Star Wars, you love droids. Am I right? Well, then you're in the right show. So please show me some droids.
There are a lot of explosions for two people blending in.
Freeze, right.
You're right. I should just wait on the ship.
No more adventures. I'm not going that way.
You know, that little droid is going to cause me a lot of trouble.
Oh, he excels at that. Ow! Hey, what?
This R2 unit has a bad motivator, look!
What message?
Don't follow me. Town is that way.
Maybe we should leave target practice behind.
Navigating an asteroid field is approximately 3,720 to 1.
Never tell me the odds.
It's high. It's very high.
Without a doubt, it saved the ship as well as our lives.
Congratulations. You are being rescued.
You did it!
You're a feisty little one.
I say, over there. Were you looking for me?
Roger, Roger.
What? Listen to them. They're dying, R2. Are you sure this thing is safe?
Then they shut the gate, and we're all annihilated in the cold, dark vacuum of space.
Not me. I can survive in space.
Now, we really can't talk about droids today without acknowledging the loss of a man who helped to bring one of the most iconic and beloved droids to life in our hearts forever, our dear friend Kenny Baker. Absolutely. Now, Kenny was not only a close and dear friend of mine since the age of 11, he was an inspiration to me. And through Kenny's misfortune during the filming, it became my good fortune. But Kenny was such a brilliant person in heart and spirit. He took it very well. I'll tell you the story if you haven't heard it already. While we were filming, fortunately, I was one of 6 Ewoks selected to go to Northern California to complete the filming for the Battle of Endor section of Return of the Jedi. And Kenny was also one of those Ewoks. He played the character of Paploo. But originally, he was Wicket on all of the call sheets. And it came to the morning of the filming of the scene with Wicket and Princess Leia, where Wicket discovers Princess Leia after she's crashed the speeder bike. And poor old Kenny was taken down with food poisoning. And the producers obviously were in a bit of a quandary. And they called on me from the hotel. They said, we want to bring Warwick in early today for a scene. And from that point on, I became the character of Wicket. I played out that scene. And Kenny became the Ewok Paploo, also, as well as doing R2-D2. But Kenny never resented that at all, and he was always so encouraging and so supportive of me at that time, and also throughout my career. And we always got on tremendously, and I've got some wonderful, wonderful fond memories of Kenny. He's was such a gentleman, but at the same time had such humor and such life, and such a big heart for a small man. And I was so sad when I heard the news. On August 13th, 2016, we all said goodbye to our dear friend Kenny Baker, but he will remain in our hearts forever. And for me, he'll always be R2-D2.
think more than anything else with Star Wars is the characters have always been a surprise and a delight as they've come to life. Because eventually you actually take a real person and stick them into that character. And that real person brings with him or her an enormous reality. And when it goes onto the screen, it's magic. Hi, Kenny. How you doing?
I was working in the West End of London in Carey, and my agent, he said, there's a guy in London looking for someone to be inside a robot. So I was sort of sent down for sort of an audition, really, and walked in, and they were all in the offices, and all they did was say, he'll do. Yeah, that he'll do because I was the right size, really. When there's dialogue going on, and I'm reacting to the dialogue, or being spoken to by somebody, but I have to sort of move and look left, look right, shake, say yes, say no. I have to kind of get into a rhythm with it.
R2. R2-D2, it is you, it is you.
I did other films as well. I did Time Bandits and Elephant Man and Hunchback of Notre Dame and Amadeus. And quite a few good films, actually. I was very lucky to be involved with some good films. I go to America and they all know me as Kenny Baker. You know, it always surprises me how many people do know me. It's great, yeah.
Kenny Baker there, someone whom I'll always look up to. Not literally, obviously. So part of the Star Wars kind of fandom is all about building droids as well. It's as much about celebrating them on screen as creating your own. And there's a huge kind of army of people around the world who love to build droids. And what I thought I'd like to do in this show is actually challenge some members of the audience to build their own droid during the course of this show. So I'm going to need 5 volunteers for this, although do remember, if you come and accept this challenge, you won't see the show. You'll be backstage building a droid, okay? So if you're prepared to miss the show but take part in this droid building challenge, then raise your hand now. Mark will come and select you and bring you up onto my stage. So let's get your hands up if you want to take part in this. Right. If you think you're handy, if you're good with DIY, electronics, that sort of thing, you want to help build a droid, then make your way up here now. And while Mark's doing that, we've got some items here. This is what you're going to be using. I'm going to gather together a few odds and ends here, we're going to, that's your kit there. And I've got some things under here, actually, I've collected. A few bits and pieces in here as well. We've got some gaffer tape, some saran wrap, don't know what that is, and some cables. So all this stuff's going to be useful, so we'll put that with it. How are we getting on, Mark? We got our people yet? Our droid builders. Come on, make your way down here. That's it. Good. That's it. Come on then, quickly now.
One more.
There's a droid to build here.
One more.
Does anyone, does anyone here build their own droids at the moment?
Yes.
Yeah, quite a few builders in the house already. Fantastic. It's a great hobby, isn't it? I mean, it's kind of, it's a challenging one, though, because you have to have skills in electronics, in kind of construction, fabrication, all of that sort of thing.
I've got them all.
And I've got a great story as well. You know, when Kathleen Kennedy, she came to her first celebration in Essen, Germany, a few years ago, just before they started production on the new films. And she was so taken by the skills of the droid builders that she actually employs those guys now to make the droids that we see in The Force Awakens, Last Jedi, Rogue One, etc. So it's fantastic they have that opportunity, but they bring all of those skills they've honed over years of doing this. Right, we've got our droid builders. Welcome. I'll say hello to you briefly now. There you go. Thanks for accepting this challenge. Nice to meet you. Cool. Right, so there's your stuff. Grab hold of that. make your way into the wings and get building, and we look forward to seeing the results at the end, and we'll check in with you every so often to see your progress. We've got a camera back there that we can keep an eye on you with. Okay, our droid builders, everyone, fabulous. Right, so what's next on the agenda for this show? So much to pack into this hour. So, hang on a minute, what's that? Oh, hello. Oh, he's got a message for me. Oh, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. What do we have here? We've got a card here. Very good. Didn't you have another one of these for me? No? You were supposed to have another one of these for me, but anyway, I'll let you scurry away. Go on, Shu. Thank you very much. Thank you. They're very useful, these are. Excellent. I've got one with a vacuum attachment as well, and it sort of hoovers up the carpet. So it says on here, my first guest is Mr. Matthew Wood. Now, for those of you who don't know Matthew works at Skywalker Sound, and he's an absolute genius. He's not only provided many of the sounds that we hear and was mentored by the great Ben Burt, but Matthew has also provided voices for many of the characters and droids that we hear in the films. But before we bring him out here for a chat, let's see some of his work. Oh. We're not going to see some of his work right now. We are going to get him right on stage. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the one and only Mr. Matthew Wood. There he is.
Hey.
Welcome, Matthew.
How you doing? Good to see you.
Very good indeed. Thank you. Take a seat there, sir. Welcome to the show, Matthew.
Thank you very much.
So how's your celebration experience been so far?
Absolutely insane. I've loved it, every minute of it. You know, I can't tell you how amazing it is to have a role that's normally behind the scenes and to be able to have some connection to the fans this direct. So I love coming to these shows and then taking this energy back to the Skywalker Ranch, to our crew. We're deep into making episode 8 right now.
Yeah.
And it's so fun, and it brings so much life to us to have to come here and bring this back with us back home to Skywalker Ranch. So I just want to thank everybody for all the well wishes they've given us, and it's been fantastic.
Well, we also admire what you do as well. You know, I think, especially fans at events like Celebration, they really appreciate every aspect of what brings Star Wars to the screen. And, you know, the sound is a very important part of that, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, George Lucas has always talked about sound. As I've said this quote a few times here, it's 50% of our experience in the theater. You know, you have all the amazing visuals that are created, and then sound is that sort of emotional underpinning that's got to have a subconscious link to the story and basically guide you through the filmmaking process. And sound has that ability, that unique ability to do it from a very emotional standpoint.
Absolutely. Now, tell us how you got started in sound. Is it something you were doing from an early age?
Yeah, you know, my father had gone, he had a lot of business in Japan, so he would always come back with some amazing electronics. And we had a computer really early on in life, and I really got into sound through the Macintosh computer in the late 80s, and then was able to take some of my, I was also doing acting at the time. I was doing a lot of theater, and I was a kid, and I figured this blend of sound work, which I got hired at Skywalker Sound for when I was like 17 years old, my blend of sound work and my love of acting kind of came together. George Lucas gave me a lot of opportunities to use my voice in the film. In a lot of the movies, and normally taking the technology of what you're doing, processing voices in the computer, and then also using my own voice as an instrument is how that kind of came together.
Fantastic. Now tell us about working with the legendary Ben Burt.
Oh, fantastic, man. I mean, I worked with him for 20 plus years, and he's a legend in Star Wars. He's made the lightsaber sounds, the Wookiees, the TIE Fighters, the Millennium Falcon, lasers. He cuts picture, he cuts music, he's a storyteller, he's an actor, he's Wall-E, he's R2-D2. I mean, he's a fantastic person to work with, and really guided me in my early career on how to be one, a good person. We never really did a lot of overtime, and he was never a bad boss, and he always was encouraging in what to do. So I've really tried to maintain that with my crew as well.
So do you have a good Ben Burt story you can tell us now?
You know, I just think it's fun sitting with him. Actually, one of the characters that I've sort of taken the mantle over from him on is the battle droids. and how those came together. He was doing some early mocap tests with the battle droids for Phantom Menace. And I remember he had done this. It was very early on where the suits weren't as elaborate as they were now. Obviously, for Rogue One and all that, it's far more advanced. But basically, back then it was just a bunch of ping pong balls, literally, that he had on a little leotard. And he set one of the points of the ping pong ball up too high, and did all this mocap work for the battle droid. And it ended up that the battle droids ended up looking like they were walking around like this after they came out of the computer, and so their butts were up really high like that. And it was an error, really, but then it ended up working. It gave this kind of uneasy feel to them, that was purely out of an accident.
That's brilliant. That's brilliant. And do you, as a sound designer and creator, have a favorite sound? It could be a natural sound in the world, or something you've created, or Ben has created, perhaps.
My fondest memory of Star Wars, working on it, which I still am now, but my fondest memory was on Phantom Menace, actually, the pod race. That was just such a fun thing. George Lucas gave us a huge amount of latitude there.
So what are we hearing when we watch the pod race?
All kinds of things. I mean, I went out and recorded like a jet boat, helicopters, unmuffled Ferraris, custom-made cars on this one racetrack, rocket ships. I mean, I had months to go and pull in all these sounds. And, World War I biplanes, which are really rare. We brought these all into the studio, and Ben would do his work on them to give each pod a very distinct sound. George wanted each pod to have, Sebulba's pod to be really
they all had their own engine sounds, didn't they?
Yeah. And when you watch that, you hear those sounds that you can very much identify them with the pod race, and it's not something that you hear every day. Star Wars is always has a weirdness to it, it's kind of messy, it's kind of lived in and used, and that's kind of what we want to do with the sound as well.
It's fantastic what you do. We all enjoy it. Before we carry on chatting, I just want to check in with our droid builders, see how things are going. So can we have a look at what's going on backstage? Look at that. There is the semblance of something beginning, although the tape, it looks a little confusing there for them. Yeah. Okay. I don't hold much hope that we're going to see anything good by the end of the show. But anyway, we'll check in with them a bit later on. Fantastic. Now, when did you start, instead of just mixing sound and creating them, actually giving them voices yourself? How did that happen?
Was probably around, I worked on the Young Indiana Jones Chronicles. There wasn't a lot of droids in that show, but I did a lot of background voice work in there. George let me play a lot of background, villains and whatnot. But
was that because you were quite good at it, or just cheap?
Probably, but I'd say probably more so cheap than good. You can't have, the three things: cheap, good, and fast. You can only pick two. George gave me a lot of opportunity there, and then he had me play Bib Fortuna in the pod race. I got to do that. That's the only time my face is in the movie, but I don't actually speak. So all the other roles I've played have been speaking but no face. So there hasn't been one to synergistically get those together yet, but I'm waiting. So I'll have to hit Rian Johnson up for that. But I just started experimenting with my voice on various characters in Phantom Menace, and then went forward from there. I played, I can't even remember. There's a lot of little creatures and stuff that I played, but the real opening of that was General Grievous, who's slightly a droid. He's kind of cybernetic. He's got some biological components to him, which we tried to illustrate with a cough. There he is. That was a funny story how I got that. I basically submitted my name anonymously because I didn't want George Lucas to kind of laugh it off that I even was going to audition, but it ended up that my name amongst 20 other actors got in, and George actually liked it, so I had to sort of Jedi mind trick George Lucas to get the role.
Wow. So you submitted your audition under a false name, and then he chose that one.
Yes.
That's fantastic. So you were obviously the best.
I guess.
There was no
for whatever he wanted. Yeah, it was. I think I had the advantage of knowing what he wanted, and it was partially out of frustration because the producer was like, Matt, Industrial Light and Magic needs the final voice to animate this. They had all the body movement because it was a purely 100% digital performance, so the voice was the last thing to sort of put that together. So that opened a lot of doors. Doing the Grievous voice was really fun for me.
Yeah.
And then after that, Dave Filoni coming on to the Clone Wars series, he came in really utilizing me. So he had me do all kinds of droids and different things for his show. I did, you know, I was probably in 80 different episodes of acting on that one. And the heartfelt one that I really love are the battle droids. That's been really fun to play those guys.
They're a lot of fun. So you're all over Star Wars. Well, it's fantastic to have you do what you do. And I'm actually just looking here. I'm missing my last question. I did have a really good question, but I can't remember what it was. Oh, hang on. Hang on.
Here we come.
To save the day once again. Oh, hang on. He's got more than a question on here. What else have we got here? So we've got my last question. And, play a cookie as well.
Wow,
hang on a minute.
very nice.
Hang on a minute. Just going to sort him out before he leaves. Okay. Off you go. Have that a little bit later on. Thank you very much. Oh. They are no longer the best seats in the house.
Yes. Very nice. Look at the reflexes.
Yeah. That
Amazing.
was good. My word. Is that?
You know, keep the change.
Well, are you all right? Are you all right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry about that. It's embarrassing. Right, so this is the final question.
I'm ready, yes. Final question.
Which hopefully was worth waiting for.
How do I top that?
Why are droids so loved, in your opinion? Why do we all love these guys?
You know, droids, they have a lot of heart. You know, also for an actor, you get to really, you know, when your face isn't shown, there's a certain other quality that you really are, as I said, working out of sound, you're working out of your emotion. All the different droids that you see in Star Wars, I think, have that same heart. And it really gives the actor freedom to really just purely do it out of emotion. And, you know, when we're talking about emotion and heart, I'm sorry to say this, Warwick, but I think, you know, the fact that we don't have Anthony Daniels here is a little strange to me.
Well,
I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, don't...
But the thing is...
I mean, C-3PO...
I know, I mean, I acknowledge he was...
the iconic droid of the Star Wars series.
He is.
I'm not sure. Don't you think?
No, he's iconic, but I will say he did have an hour on my stage, more than an hour yesterday, and we heard plenty of stuff. If you were here, you'll remember. I mean, there's no more to say.
C-3PO, do you think you could ever hear too much C-3PO?
No.
I think...
Listen,
I think we need to have C-3PO here, and I don't want... no offense to the show. I'm happy to be here too. I mean, I love Star Wars too, but that's Anthony Daniels, C-3PO.
Listen, right? He's probably busy. He's in the autograph hall. There's probably a couple of fans waiting to have his autograph.
Yeah.
So he'll be busy, but I'll give him a call just to set your mind at rest. But I mean, he's probably
have him
busy.
On speed
I think
dial?
I've got... No, I don't have him on speed dial, no.
Okay.
I'll just dig through my contacts and find him.
Okay.
There we are. Golden boy, there he is.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
That's all right. So, anyway. Roger, Roger. Sorry, that was just like...
Warwick? Who's... Warwick, Warwick, is that you? It's very noisy. Can you speak? What are you doing?
Can you be?
What do you want?
Anthony, it's Warwick, and I'm sure you're probably busy and all that, but...
Yes. Where are you? There's a lot of noise. Where are you?
Oh, well, I'm in a show right now.
Oh, what kind of show?
Well, it's a show all about droids.
Droids?
Yes.
Why wasn't I asked?
Well, you had your full hour yesterday on stage. You've done your show.
How rude!
Oh dear. So there's your answer, Matthew.
I guess he's not into it. All right. Well, I tried.
Well,
I don't know what else I can talk about. My career is pretty limited. I've only been at Skywalker for 26 years. I don't have really much to talk about.
Right. Well, let's just take another look in at our droid builders, see how they're getting on. See if there's been any progress since we last checked. Oh, look at that. The saran wrap has been used with the polystyrene now.
Yeah, I think
I'm not sure saran wrap is a usual ingredient in building a droid, but they've got the cable that I gave.
Is this Disney approved?
It's going pretty well. Well done, guys. Keep going. Keep going. Well, Matthew, I will say it's been a pleasure to have you here, and thanks for all you're doing. Good luck with The Last Jedi. We're all very much looking forward to that.
Wish us luck.
Matthew Wood, everyone. Thank you, man.
Thank you, Warwick. Cheers.
Thanks so much. Fantastic. Fascinating stuff. Right, so as we move on to the next section of the oh no, it's Anthony. What do I do? Sorry. Hello?
Hello. Warwick?
Ah, yes?
Could I have a word with you?
Yeah, well, Anthony, of course you can, but I'm in the middle of a show right now. When do you want to have a word? When would be a good time for you? When would be a good time? Hello? Hello?
Can I have a word with you, Warwick?
Ooh. Bye. Anthony Daniels, everyone. Take a seat, sir. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Very good.
I guess my invitation just got lost in the post.
Yes, but there is one for you. There is an invitation for you. It's somewhere. Not quite sure where it is now.
We just have to sit and wait then. Anyway,
but
I'm here.
Anthony, I'm delighted that you're here, actually.
You say
because
that. Why?
You do play the most famous protocol... Hang on. Oh, he's back again. He's back again.
Oh, what?
Yes. Self-healing droid. She's put her legs up. Look. Very good. Oh, look.
What's this for?
It's for you.
It's for me?
Yes, it's your invitation to the show that you didn't get.
At last.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Drive carefully. Mind your legs, everyone. Come. I think I need to get my lawyer on speed dial just in case, but there we go. Anthony, welcome to this show.
Thank you, Warwick.
You are, of course, the most famous protocol droid in existence. Yes. Now, when you were first asked to play this role, I hear you weren't very interested, but something inspired you to do it. What was all that about?
Yes, I think the older fans will have heard me talk before about my kind of reluctance to be in a funny little low-budget sci-fi movie in a costume. Because I think I was a very serious actor.
Were you a proper actor?
I was a proper actor.
Doing stage work?
Stage, yes. And then my agent actually pushed me into a meeting with George, and who I'd never heard of, frankly. I'd not seen American Graffiti. I didn't know anything about him. And because this was in London. And I was on stage, but in a theatre very close to 20th Century Fox in Soho Square. So I did, just to please her, go. And I met George. And he, first of all, the first thing I noticed is he was quite short. And I like short people. He said the other day he likes short people. Well, you know.
Most of them.
Not including you. Okay, you're a special thing. But we had quite a flat talk because I actually wasn't really very interested. And then I realized I sort of changed my vision, and behind him on the wall was what I've now learned is called a concept painting, something they get an artist to sort of describe what a scene might look like. And I said, is this the character? And he said, you know, sure. And we kind of walked up to it, and we looked. And I will tell you that looking into Ralph McQuarrie's painting, it moved my spirit. There was, this character just stood so bereft, looking out lonely, like he seemed to be saying, help me, come into the picture with me. You know, has anybody here seen the Mona Lisa in Paris? One of the most famous pictures ever.
Yeah.
In contrast to Ralph McQuarrie's painting, it's nothing. I don't care for that face. I don't care if she's smiling or whatever. Give me 3PO every time.
Tell us about the first time you ever tried on the costume. What was it like?
It was awful.
It
was absolutely, it was frightening.
For what reason? Because it was so tight? Or?
Because they had spent 6 months making the costume.
Are these your very first steps in the costume? You hadn't quite created the walk there, had you, you see? It's
You're
interesting.
kidding. I'm amazed.
Look at that. Look how shiny you were back then.
Including a shiny middle. That's really terrifying footage. Because no, literally, that was in a garage at Elstree Studios where we made the original film. And they put all this stuff on me for the first time. We'd done tests of this and whatever, but never the whole thing together. And they'd agreed, the studio had agreed that I would have the costume some weeks ahead of shooting. So I could be in a studio maybe with mirrors and a camera so I could really work out what I was doing. And it came down to that. And I said, well, now can we take the costume? And they said, no, it's got to be packaged up to go to Tunisia. And that was it. That was the only time I had it on until we arrived on Tatooine, and there's a tent with all those pieces laid out in one sort of table. And gradually, over 2 hours, they stuck it on me. And then I walked out and you know, had a great sort of reaction. But then I will admit, can I admit this? I was kind of making it up as I went along. Because I didn't know what to do. I hadn't been able to rehearse in it. And fortunately, the first scene was pretty much, you know, talking about programming binary load lifters, very similar to evaporators in many respects. But, oh, yeah, but I couldn't even get those words out because I was so confused by, you know, I'm standing there and going, and you know, there's Uncle Owen talking about whatever, Giabachi and all that kind of thing. It was terrifying. And gradually, over the days that followed, I did as much practicing as I could by myself and so on. And gradually, I've never admitted this before, but 3PO sort of evolved as we went along because the schedule just moved and moved and moved. So a lot of it was on the fly, as it were.
So it's kind of like you were creating a beautiful painting for us, but kind of improvised at first, and then once you saw the shape coming, you honed in on what was good.
Yeah, and my instinct as an actor and as somebody could do mime was to work out what worked and what I needed to position to make it. I mean, for instance, if I needed to look over there in a shot, there was only this number of degrees of movement of the head, so relative to the shoulders. So if you look carefully, I've already positioned in one way, so I can actually use the full system over there. Do you see? The ways of cheating, frankly. But on the first day, it's coming back to me. I'm kind of in there, and I said to the continuity girl, Liz, could you take a Polaroid picture of me because I don't know what I look like? And she did. She went, and she held it up in front of me so I could really study 3PO's face on my head and kind of understand where I was going with this. It actually was a really confusing moment. Sorry. But it worked out in the end.
It did, absolutely. Absolutely. And then more recently, we're being introduced to more droids into the Star Wars
You can
films.
never have too many droids.
There's some new droids on the block, yeah.
New droids on the block.
I'm sure there's many fans in the room of Chopper. We've got some Chopper fans here. And another new droid. What about BB-8 as well? How do 3PO and BB-8 get along?
They get along absolutely gloriously because, first of all, BB-8 is really, really very polite and sort of courteous to 3PO. And, you know, he's very young, and I think 3PO has a slightly paternal feeling towards him, yeah.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah.
That's lovely to know. I mean, he's a terrific character, isn't he? I mean, he really is. His little roundness, and he's so sweet, isn't he?
Yeah, and...
Oh, it's BB-8, everyone.
BB-8.
Well, actually, Anthony, you might be quite useful here. Since you speak droid, maybe you could help interpret for us. So, BB-8, come over here, fella.
Yeah.
Or is BB-8 a girl?
Oh, hands up who thinks it's a boy. BB-8, we've done that. We've done that.
I think I've upset BB-8.
Yeah.
I've upset BB-8 there.
No, BB-8.
Can we have a chat, BB-8?
Yeah.
Right, so Anthony, you speak droid, so I'm going to ask BB-8 a couple of questions. If you could give us the translation, that'd be great. So, so BB-8, hello. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, he says how wonderful it is to be with Anthony Daniels again.
Does he? Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, BB-8.
So, BB-8, how do you enjoy all this recognition and love you receive from the fans?
Oh, he says when he was at droid school, he was picked on because he was rather small.
Oh.
Yeah, but now with all the love and affection and just wonderful attention from the fans, his self-confidence has really made him happy.
Oh, that's lovely. Isn't that lovely?
Yeah.
I'm very pleased to hear that, BB-8. That's fantastic. And now, BB-8, can you tell us about your latest adventure?
BB-8, spoiler alert, you have to be careful. Okay, yes, yeah, no, be very careful. Walls have ears.
Oh.
Yes, Mickey Mouse ears.
And finally, BB-8, I've been asking all my guests on the show today, why do you think droids are so loved?
Oh.
What do you say?
LPDA.
LPDA, what's that mean?
Loyalty, dependability, personality, and just the right amount of attitude.
Brilliant
Very
answer.
nicely said.
Ladies and gentlemen, BB-8.
Oh, excellent.
Bye-bye.
Oh, very nice. Why don't you walk over here? Look, Warwick.
Yes?
I'm going to go off with my new friend, if that's all right, because I have fans. You know, and they're waiting for me in another place.
What, you mean you've got to leave?
Yes, I've got to leave, because you've got to learn to do a show on your own, Warwick. I can't keep rescuing you. It's time you learn, so I'm going to say goodbye.
Oh, Anthony. Anthony Daniels, everyone. Terrific. Okay. Right. Well, that was unexpected. Great stuff. Okay, let's check in with the droid builders. How are things going back there? Oh. All right. Oh, look, they've got their head going on there. They don't want us to see. They don't want us to see what's happening. It's looking good. Shh. It's secret, yes. There's only a few thousand people watching. Okay. And they're getting the tape ready. Okay, well, we may have something to see for the end of the show. Excellent stuff. Good work. Right. So, let me just check something. Is he gone? I mean, is he really gone this time? Yeah, good, we're all clear. Good. Because he'd flip his golden lid if he knew who was coming out next. Chopper, R2, and 3PO all had cameos in Rogue One, but this droid stole the show. Take a look at the screen.
Congratulations. You are being rescued. Please do not resist.
Where Alan ends and K2 begins is sometimes a blur for me.
He kept us laughing and enjoying the process.
Alan would always be throwing in completely random lines that would always make us laugh.
You're right. I should just wait on the ship.
C-3PO and R2-D2, the way they played against one another. I'm glad to be one of those elements in this.
Fresh one if you mouth off again.
Okay, Cat.
Wake up.
Please welcome actor and accomplished voiceover artist, Alan Tudyk. Welcome, Alan. Nice to see you. Good to see you there.
Here. Cheers. Hello. Very nice.
Welcome, Alan. Make yourself comfortable.
Yeah, no doubt.
So what do you make of all this craziness here at Celebration?
This is mental. I love it. I love it. It's brilliant.
So coming into this world of Star Wars, did you know what you were getting yourself into?
No, no, not at all. I mean, I had experienced sci-fi fans in the sci-fi world by doing a show called Firefly back in 2003, where there are a lot of fans, a lot of crossover happening. Wash lives. Through about 3/4 of the movie, and then So I did know the sci-fi world and going to conventions, but really until I saw the movie put together. Well, no, even when we were shooting the movie, you were there when we were in Jeddah. Just looking around that set, it was amazing how many creatures were there that I don't think all of them ended up in the movie. Just the most beautiful creatures and the art that was put into it and the different characters, their religions are being practiced and all of this life happening. And that's just, it seemed very alive. And we were walking through telling our story and it seems like there's just nothing but stories going on and on and on. And just the level of production value, the artistry and everybody's commitment to it, it was just a whole
Absolutely.
different level.
I mean, it was a very real experience, you know, for a film that, you know, consists of a lot of CG and effects that are put on afterwards. Actually filming it, though, a lot of the things that we see on screen did actually exist, didn't they, for real?
Absolutely. Remember that big, there was like this big droid that was being dragged by, or I think he was being dragged by this smaller creature who had the little elephant nose, and I mean, I don't even think I saw that in the movie. And he was like a 2-story droid.
Yeah, it was
enormous.
huge.
Yeah.
Absolutely unbelievable. Now, obviously you're an actor, but did you audition for this role in a conventional way, or how did it come about?
I was called by Gareth. I was asked to do a Skype conversation with him. And I assumed, and I just found this out last night, so I assumed that they called me because I did Sonny and iRobot. So I had been a different motion capture droid before. And they would be, you know, we need a motion capture droid. Give me the motion capture droid guy, that guy, that Sonny guy. And it was that kind of, but then also John Schwartz, the producer, was a huge fan of Firefly, which is so cool. And so he knew me from that. And then also Frank Oz, who played Yoda, is also a great accomplished director, and he had directed a movie called Death at a Funeral that I did, where I'm on drugs in this, like actually the character's on drugs.
Yes.
I should say.
Thanks for clearing that up.
Yep. So the character's on drugs and he's going through a lot of mood swings, and there was a scene, the audition scene that they sent me involved a lot of mood swings. It was a scene that didn't make it into the movie where we were landing on a planet. I think it was the planet that Saw Gerrera lived on. Or a moon that had a weird magnetic field around it that scrambled K2.
Oh no.
Going in. So the audition scene was that kind of like, well, we're going, everyone is going to be fine, you know. In 3 seconds, we will be destroyed. And so like, this whole craziness. And I did it in an American accent, and I did it in sort of what I did Sonny in, which was just very pronounced, sort of stuffy American, and then a British accent, which he became. And they said, do that one. And
Wow.
gave me the job at Star Wars Celebration in Anaheim. I went and met with him, and we just talked. And he goes, you want to do it?
Well, we're absolutely thrilled you got the part. I mean,
thank you.
and it's down to you that character has become so loved by the fans. What do you think the secret is? I mean, obviously you and your performance, but I mean, he's endearing in so many ways, isn't he, to watch?
Yeah, he was so much fun to play. There was a scene. It's in the movie where he says, "Why does she get a gun but I don't?" And that line, that sort of petulance, that childlike quality, I really latched onto. And then there was another scene that didn't end up in the movie, but I redid it in that scene where we're looking down on Jeddah. I'm stacking some crates, and Cassian and Jen are walking past, and Cassian goes, "Come on, K2, we're going." And I'm in the middle with the box and just go and throw the box and walk away. And that's when Jen handed me her thing that I just let it drop. That I love that he doesn't follow rules, he does what he wants to. And that kind of carried through, and Gareth was very much into us improvising and finding things. And
tell us a little bit about the filming process. I mean, how were you transformed from Alan to K2SO?
Well, when I go to work, I would take off the spandex unitard I wore to work, which I tend to wear. And I put on a different spandex unitard that they provided me. it had a lot of little triangles and numbers on it. It was a really cool one. Having worn a couple before. And then I put on stilts, which were ski boots. It was ILM made these stilts, so they were really easy to walk on. They were the lightest weight ski boots that had then a prosthetic leg and foot off the bottom. And it was an athletic foot that had a lot of bounce in it. So it was pretty easy to get used to. And that's how I looked. That was it. And that was K2, walking around on set.
Fantastic. Well, we got some behind-the-scenes footage now of you at work. Let's take a look.
Cheers.
Doesn't sound so bad to me.
I haven't seen this scene. What happens here? Little Planet of the Apes. Oh, yeah.
Big black.
I wore those every once in a while. A little con man sticker on there. There we go.
Now, this was filmed at a tube station in London, wasn't it?
Yeah. Tube station at night. Oh my God, it was so crazy. We had to get it all done in the night, and so we were running around. That was our first day of shooting. That's in Jordan, and that's my silly backpack that I couldn't stand. That Diego made fun of me the entire time when I wore it. No one respects you anymore on this film that you wear this. He's so much fun.
Oh, sorry, that was the fuel. Shit.
Did using that become second nature in the end, though? Once
These things?
Yeah.
Never.
Oh.
I did get better shoulder muscles, though. That was cool. Whoops.
I could hear the wild. It's still the end of the world. 19 minutes later.
Fabulous. Fabulous.
Cheers. Cool.
That's such a candid and unique look behind the scenes at the making of a film. It's fabulous. And, you know, I certainly know it's true, but I mean, it's such a great experience, such a rewarding and a fun experience as well, isn't it?
Yes. I got to live in London for 6 months, which for you, I'm sure, that's where you live, right?
Yeah.
But God, living in London for 6 months was great. We went to Jordan, we went to the Maldives, which didn't end up in the movie, but it was so great because, my stuff in the Maldives didn't end up there.
So you had a holiday, basically.
Exactly.
Lovely.
We lived on boats, and so it was kind of like camping. Everybody would eat at the same table and get up and eat breakfast. And I went home one night, and there was a whale shark swimming outside of our boat, and I got to swim with the whale shark one night.
Wow.
It's a pretty good perk, an on-job perk.
Fabulous.
Go back to your hotel and swim with a whale shark.
Now, Alan, why do you think it is droids are so loved?
I don't know. I love them. I love them, so what is it? Is it that they're kind of like pets? Kind of. They own them. People own them a lot of times. So like, I'm Cassian's, sort of, right? Like Cassian reprogrammed me from an Imperial droid, and I think of him as like a father, or like a youth counselor, but one of the good ones, I think it's because they do support you. He's not friendly to everybody, but he is definitely committed to Cassian. And they do provide a lot of the heart. Definitely in Rogue One for K2SO. There's a lot of, I don't know, there's some darkness in that movie.
Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed. It gets pretty dark. And to have a droid there who just can be very pragmatic and speak his honesty, and sometimes it's the honesty of the moment, you know, that if it's, you know, Cassian said, I had to. You know, everybody's like, we're all going to be heroes. He's like, I'm coming too. Cassian said, I had to. You know, it's not, you know, he's a droid. He can kind of, he has his own logic. And
I think we really empathize with the character, and you know, it was interesting that you know, unusually for a droid, you had a death scene, didn't you see? But I remember watching the film and being, oh no, and I felt emotion for what is essentially some bits of metal and servos and things.
Well, there was a lot more in there than just metal.
No offense,
like you know.
Oh, hang on a minute. Hold on. My God, it's Anthony again. Hello? Anthony? Yeah, I'm still in my show.
Yeah, Warwick.
Yes?
It's very disturbing. I hear you've got a fake droid on stage. Yeah. Look, there's a lot of fakery around. You know how worried I am about autographs and so on. And suddenly you have the nerve to put in front of this delightful audience. You just have any old rubbish on stage, people who pretend to be robots and all that kind of thing. It just worries me very, very much. So I think I have to go
Anthony, sorry to interrupt.
Well,
somebody who looks a lot like you is walking through my auditorium.
Yeah, Warwick. That rather handsome chap. Yes, yeah. Oh, is this the fake droid they're talking about?
Fake?
Yeah. Okay.
Alan, I'm so sorry about this.
Have this man arrested. Okay.
Anthony Daniels.
He's back again.
Oh, what a cheap trick.
Wow. Welcome back again.
I told you, you can't do it without me, Warwick.
Well, since you're here, I have got a good question for
What's
you.
that?
What did you think of Alan's portrayal of K2SO?
Well, now, how long have we got? I met you, didn't I, at, where was that place, the big shed thing in the middle of nowhere, where they used to house blimps. Anyway.
Yeah. When we were shooting Rogue One.
That's right.
It was, big hangar.
A big hangar. And you came and interviewed me because you just needed to know, you told me I was the inspiration for your art and that you wanted to know how to be a robot.
Did you say that?
Not really.
I asked for a cup of tea and you're like, that's not me.
That's right. We met backstage and it was great fun. You kind of outlined that you were going to have more attitude than 3PO, and I was already jealous. And then, of course, I asked you the question, and then I was really jealous.
About whether or not I was going to be wearing a practical costume or evidently a fake costume.
Mm-hmm.
You know, fake is a four-letter word that starts with F.
Okay. There are children present. But you know, watching that footage now, I was amazed just how much clutter you did have to have on. It wasn't easy, was it?
No. The stilts would hurt about hour 10. That's nothing for you.
Although Anthony did tell me that he was jealous of your spandex.
You don't know what I've got underneath 3PO. Oh, yes.
What is going on underneath there?
It'll be on eBay very, very shortly. Lots of little itchy wires and so on. But I loved your character because you did have, you know, he's slightly ambivalent about humans because are they better or not quite so talented or whatever. But you have no hesitation in like dissing anything that pisses you off, right?
Yeah, he's great like that.
Yeah.
There was a scene that was cut. There was also somebody tells K2 to carry some things, and he just says, no.
Whereas 3PO would say, that's not going to be possible, sir. I'm afraid. 3PO's always apologizing. I don't think your character would ever apologize.
He apologizes. He apologizes to Cassian after he slaps him.
If 3PO and K2SO had a battle of wits, who would win? You might want to, you could act out this conversation if you want now.
That's a terrible thing to say. How dare you?
I don't know how long the wits would go on with K2.
Well, they never appear. What did you say? I'm sorry. Can you speak? Was that your English?
He would just poke you.
Yes, he would, because he's a man of he's a droid of few words. Am I right? Yeah.
Yes, he'd say,
You
"I'm
didn't
tired
have
of you."
many lines to learn, did you? You didn't.
I was a lot of just this.
Really?
There were some, but
Oh, hang on. Hang on. Uh-oh, look out. Mind your legs, everyone. Oh, what's this?
Is this a
It's
check?
a note here and also mints here. Anybody want a mint?
Oh, yeah, thank you.
At the end of the show here.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes,
Yes,
you
it's
gonna eat
saying-
that cookie?
No, do you want it?
Yep.
Oh.
No. I won't have the cookie, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Would you like some cookie?
No. Some of us have to keep slim to get back in our suit.
Good work. Well, that note, I'm afraid, says we're out of time. But before we finish, let's just check in one last time on the droid builders. Maybe they could present their creation. Do we have have you finished? You got something you can bring on? Oh, looking good. Looking good. Frankendroid. Yes. Marvelous creation there. An Ewok merged with a droid. Yes. Wonderful. What do you think of that? Huh?
I love it. Do you want to put the hairdress on again?
No, I don't. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for my very special guests, Mr. Alan Tudyk and Anthony Daniels. This has been the most marvelous Droid Fest. And to finish it off, let's welcome some droids onto the stage.
Thank you, sir.
BB-8.
Oh,
there's Chopper.
From everywhere.
Ow. Come on, Chopper. R2-D2. Look at this. They're all here. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here. I hope you enjoyed the show. There's loads more to come at Celebration. Mark Hamill coming on with this stage very soon. But in the meantime, farewell and may the Force be with you. Bye-bye. Look at this. What a picture.
What's going on, Star Wars friends? Frank Knight here for the Star Wars Show. Yes, that Frank Knight.
Frank, don't do it. Frank, do it. So you're welcome, Frank. You did fine, Frank.
And to atone for all those cringe-worthy edits, Anthony and Andy are having me get a tattoo at the amazing Star Wars Tattoo Pavilion here at Star Wars Celebration Orlando, where about 50 tattoo artists licensed by Lucasfilm have gathered to do some amazing artwork. My tattoo artist is going to be Mike Bianco. Hey, how you doing, Mike? Is this gonna hurt?
No, it's not gonna hurt. It's not gonna be any worse than getting your hand cut off by a lightsaber.
I have selected my tattoo, which is going to be the father symbol from Clone Wars' Mortis trilogy. So what are we going to do next?
Well, I have your stencil ready, so let's shave that back.
Why did I agree to this? Wanted to end.
I probably would not do this again. So, Mike, this hurts you more than it hurts me, right? That's what they say?
Mike, thanks again, man. This looks amazing.
My pleasure.
But it looks like you are swamped all day. You have a ton of people waiting for you, so I'll let you go, and it's time for me to go to the editing room to actually edit this video.
The captain says you are a friend. I will not kill you.
Guest is not only incredibly fashionable, but he's responsible for so much amazing new Star Wars content coming out over the past couple of years. He's one of my very good friends. I love him dearly, and he's coming through the Millennium Falcon. Please welcome Dave Filoni.
Hey guys.
Wow, look at that.
I know.
They gave me cards, but I mean.
It's just like being at work. When I arrive in the morning, it's the same thing.
I know, it's just
the
people.
team's so
people
excited.
just cheer like while he walks down the hallway. It's really weird. It's
never,
really weird.
Never.
So Dave, it's always good to have you up here, and they gave me question cards, but I feel like we won't even use
You
them.
say whatever you want.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. So when's Goody Tara's getting her own spinoff? Because everyone loves her and she's really cool.
I don't know. Well, is that right? Everybody thinks she's really cool?
Yeah, everybody does.
Is that right? This is your doing.
No.
You're brainwashing.
No. People really like her.
I'm impressed.
So you had the season 4 panel yesterday, and
We
it
did.
went over amazingly well. We had a full house out here, and the trailer was incredible. People have really, really grown to love the Rebels crew and what you guys are doing. So what was it like being in the room for that, and you know, the announcement?
Well, it was really awesome and a great, exciting mood until I had to make a certain announcement, and then everyone got kind of sad. I'm sorry. But at the same time, it's like, I think everybody understands where I'm coming from and wanting this to be a complete story, wanting to tell the whole adventure of Ezra Bridger, not having it just end abruptly, let's say, like another show I worked on. Yeah.
So this was the intended.
Yeah, and this is what I want. I mean, I think it's important, and there's a lot of stuff going on, and I want to make sure that I can have my focus on this season to make sure everything happens the way that Simon Kinberg and I would like it to happen. So I'm pretty excited about what you guys are going to get to see.
Are there going to be a lot of filler episodes? Because let's talk about filler episodes.
The filler
for a minute.
episodes.
Let's talk about filler episodes.
I would say there's very few filler episodes. No, there's no real droid singing
There's
this
no
season.
such thing as filler in this
There's
show.
no, AP5's, he's on Broadway now, so we can't even get him anymore.
He's really good.
But yeah, no, I mean, you'll even see that. I know it's exciting because we do like a Jedi episode where we're revealing a lot of stuff.
Right.
And then you're wondering, well, no, now here's Chopper and AP5, and while that's fascinating, it doesn't get to some of your questions like.
Right. But some of my
you
favorite
know,
episodes
so
were ones that people
I know.
like,
I think you like them.
The
I know.
Forgotten
But
Droid is the best. I
know,
love that
but
episode.
all the filler episodes have a purpose.
But
so there's
exactly,
that.
so that's
yeah.
something that we've talked about quite a bit
Yes.
on Rebels Recon is that, you know, now that we're getting further into the series,
Mhm.
these things that seemed like filler at the time are coming back and being important in a really big way.
It's true. It's true. There's no such thing really as filler. I understand that people would like lightsaber battles and Darth Vader all the time and Thrawn blowing up stuff all the time, but you know, we pace it out and it's all purposeful and it's all planned. So a lot of that, even some bizarre episodes, come to have a big purpose in season 4. So you'll see. You'll see.
So, you finally get your wolf. You get Space Wolves.
Space Wolves, yeah.
Hey.
That took
are you,
a while.
Are you so proud now? Can you be like, I'm good. I got my wolf.
No, well, I mean, the story team, they know, obviously, like everyone here does, that I like wolves a lot. They're a great animal. But when you think of a wolf, you have to remember that, like, in our culture itself, there's something that's seen as a terrifying thing, an aggressive thing, and also, though, a spirit guide thing, and something that is almost like a totem leader of spirituality. So it's interesting to have an animal that depicts both this kind of dark and light sensibility, and I think that actually plays very well into Star Wars.
Yeah, when you say it like that, it makes a lot of sense.
Obviously, so you separate from thinking of whatever you think of the animal is, and then it's a different thing how we use it. And we have, you know, like Bendu. Bendu was like that. Bendu's like a weird creature. Oh, R2. Are you all right? He's very upset about the wolves.
R2's struggling.
Poor R2's struggling, but, you know, so that's the way to think about it. And you'll see as this goes on how this unravels. And it was a group effort to use them because I've never done it before because I feel like I don't like to be self-serving. Like, that's not the point of this at all. Just because I like something, you know, I put little tiny things in, like color something a certain color because I like it, but the wolf had to be a group effort of decision with everybody working on the show and story. And I was like, okay, well, let's do it. And Kiri Hart believes, she's a firm believer that when I like something, I'm passionate about it, it really will turn out really well.
Yeah.
So here we go with wolves. So let's
Cool.
hope that works out.
Cool, I'm looking forward to it. So now that Rogue One's come out and people have seen that there were actually a lot of, you know, little Easter eggs and little details that tied in really closely, you know, without giving too much away, without spoilers, you know, as much as you can say, is there anything that you have hidden in this next season that might hint at things to come?
Well, I mean, really my focus on season 4 is the characters in Rebels. We have some connection. Now that Rogue One is done, it's a lot easier to say, okay, now I see Mon Mothma's whole role in that movie, and now I can connect to that much easier. Now, you know, I knew what was going to happen to Saw, but now that I see, you know, how it's taken shape, I can match that, and Forrest, you know, could come in and match his performance to accurately make this arc of a character. So all of that becomes a lot easier. We get U-Wings because now it's not like I ruin it by giving it away. So now I can put them in the show. And when we go to Yavin, I follow like what they did, what A New Hope did, and blend that. So there's a lot of color palette things, a lot of interesting design things that we can do. But mainly, you know, the interesting thing about this season is that it kind of has an ending of sorts for what the Mandalorian arc is. It has an ending of sorts for what Saw Gerrera means to the group. And then we really just go on a run of episodes that involve the Rebels and how they ultimately deal with the Empire and Ezra's role in that, which I think is ultimately really important. And unlike any season, it's pretty consecutive. So we have a clapper. That's fun. Look at that.
Yeah.
Motivational clapper.
Yeah,
Thank you. That was good.
Cam's been a big help
good.
this weekend. No one else would clap if
Does
he
that
wasn't
happen
here.
anywhere you go in public and you're like, you start clapping? Look at that. That's amazing. That's
So,
amazing.
How does season...
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
We've got to focus here.
The long limbs.
Sorry about my voice. So how does season 4 differ from past seasons? Is it more tonally mature now that the stakes are higher? I mean, it's grown a lot.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, if you saw the first episode, then I don't know how many of you got in to see the first episode that we screened, but
I have not seen it.
You have not seen it?
No, I wasn't there. We
come
couldn't
by
show it.
A2. I'll show it to you.
Yeah,
but
I'm gonna harass you on Monday. Don't worry.
please, yeah. Well, I won't be there on Monday,
No,
but
next
it's
Monday.
next Monday. But things get to an important point with the character arcs, and it's like when Luke confronts the Emperor. Luke is doing something that we've never seen him do before, as far as like, this is a big deal, this is high stakes, this is important. And I think in that vein, Ezra's destiny and Ezra's path take him to more critical junctures with evil and how he's going to possibly win this battle or not. Same thing with Kanan, same thing with Hera, same Sabine and Zeb. So yeah, the stakes are just higher, which means the tension's higher. It means that hopefully your investment in the characters is a lot higher. And it is kind of one continuous story where you almost feel like you're seeing this day-to-day adventure of how they ultimately deal with this, where in past seasons it's more like maybe one day a week or every other month. Like, it's not like that. We drive to the finish, which I think is really exciting.
Now, the whole team has done just such an amazing job on this show, from design and lighting, and like, you have the best people working on this show. What is it like? What's the dynamic like now that you guys are wrapping this up?
Oh, I think everybody was, excited for the same reason I was, to do this complete story. A lot of these people I've worked with a long time. Killian Plunkett, for example, in my design department, has been with me the entire run of Clone Wars and Rebels, which is pretty exceptional, working together. Athena Portilla's been with me forever. Joel Aaron, Keith Kellogg, Paul Zinnes. I can go down the list. So, some of my directors like Stuart Lee and Bosco, they've been with me forever. So I think we all feel really good about this, that we've got to make this whole story. But the funny thing is that many of them do not know how it ends at all, because
I know you always do that to people.
I withhold. They don't know.
That's great, though.
They don't know what happens. There's certain amounts of footage that they've never seen. There's parts that I shot that were never written in the script. Some shots are being animated one place, another, so nobody really knows how this goes.
Yeah, you're very
Nobody
good at
knows
that.
if Ahsoka lives. Like, it's this really, not even on the crew, so you can't ask them, you can't corner them. Yeah, there she is.
That's why I wasn't
There's,
going there, because I knew, I mean,
yeah,
no one
that's
knows. That's a Dave thing. That is a Dave thing.
Seriously, why bother? But you'll see as the story will play out. So much better after to spend all this time making a show that you watch it, and that I don't just sit here and tell you the outcome. That would be so boring.
Right.
So I'm not going to do that.
No, I know. So you've got a lot going on in Lucasfilm Animation. You've got Forces of Destiny coming. There's more to expect from you, and that's really exciting. What are you most excited about?
The future?
Yeah.
I can't even talk about it.
See, you see what happens?
I can't even talk about it.
I try.
Believe me,
guys.
would I love to.
Because Dave loves
I
to
would
talk.
so love to tell you what I've got working out in the future, but I can't. But I mean, I guess hopefully, if you like the things that I've been a part of storytelling wise, I think it's all in that vein. It just takes it to a new level. That's what it always has to be, a new exciting level where we push things. And I mean, yeah, after 12 years, I couldn't be more excited about making more Star Wars. So that's what I'm excited about most. So thank you.
Thank you so much for everything you do. Yeah, you want to keep going?
We can keep going. I never see you. You're here on stage now. I mean, big time. It's really fun for me to see you here. I'm so proud.
All right, cool. Now we're going to wrap this up
so
now.
So proud. How about Andy? Isn't she great? She did such a great job. She did such a great job.
Thank you, Dave. That
Love having her here.
Really, really means a lot to me coming from you.
A great representative. A great representative.
All right, cool. We're going to wrap this up now. Thanks, Dave. Thanks for
right.
coming by. Everybody, Dave
All right,
Filoni.
guys. Thank you.
Don't go
Thank you so
anywhere. There will
much.
be so much more from the Star Wars Show Live.
Max Maliga here with the Star Wars Show. We're on the Star Wars Celebration floor at the Hot Wheels booth, and I'm here with Brian of Hot Wheels. Brian, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Good, good. Tell me about Hot Wheels presence here on the floor.
Yeah, Hot Wheels is here at Star Wars Celebration this year. We're celebrating the 40th anniversary. We've got some exciting new 40th anniversary packaging that we're selling here at the show. And we've also got this amazing X-Wing fighter car ship here on display.
Yes! Okay, Brian, this X-Wing looks incredible. Tell me a little bit more about the X-Wing here. Does this thing actually drive?
It absolutely does, yes. So this X-Wing you're seeing here is a full-size representation of our 1/64th scale Hot Wheels car ship. We have a whole line of car ships that you can buy at any retailer. We're not selling these here today, but we actually are giving them out. We can talk a little bit more about that later. But anyway, this car was actually built to promote our line last year at Comic-Con when we launched the car ships line. So we built this full-size, fully functioning, high-performance car for display at Comic-Con.
Oh, that sounds good. That sounds really good. So literally, take me through. This is like an official X-Wing, right? Take me through some of the features on here.
Yeah. So I should say this car was the vision of Dmitry Shakhmatov. He's one of our designers. He designed this as basically like inspired by a dragster. As we all know, Luke Skywalker, grew up racing Beggar's Canyon. So he's kind of a drag.
As many of us did, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So he started out as a dragster, basically, drag racer.
Yeah.
And that's what made him such a good X-Wing pilot, right? So we wanted to kind of get that backstory into the build of the car and everything. But basically, it's representing the X-Wing in car form, right? So you've got the side jets, we've got the jets on top, we've got the laser cannons there for battling the Empire, and the cockpit is meant to represent the X-Wing fighter cockpit.
Fully functioning laser cannons?
Fully functioning car.
Fully functioning car. Fully functioning car, okay.
And it's got a 175 horsepower Ford Z-Tech race engine. So it's a high-performance car. And, we've taken it out on the track. We've gotten it up pretty. We haven't taken it up to its top speed, but theoretically, top speed is around 180 miles per hour. So it can actually, get out there and perform.
That's basically light speed.
Yeah, pretty close.
Yeah,
pretty close.
Pretty
yeah,
close.
By my calculations. Yeah.
Okay, so can I or anyone else here on the floor actually get into this vehicle?
Absolutely. Let's open it up.
Oh, let's open it up right now. Okay, Brian, I'm gonna hop in here. Is that okay? Thank you very much. Okay, safety first. Always safety first. Good to go. Let's do this. All right, and I'm in. Oh, this feels right. Okay. Pew 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 pew. I would clearly be one of the ones who died. I wouldn't be a good X-Wing pilot like these guys. Okay. This is phenomenal, and you can actually get your own Hot Wheels if you participate in the Hot Wheels diorama race and come back over to the Hot Wheels booth afterwards. You will get a free Hot Wheels X-Wing vehicle to take home with you. That's it. I'll see you guys later. I'm just going to take a little drive.
Oh, what good is a pilot without a great co-pilot? And joining me now is the man behind one of the greatest pilots in the galaxy, Mike Quinn, though you might know him as Nino!
Hey, thank you.
Mike, welcome to the show.
Oh, this is exciting. Thank you so much.
It
what
is
a great
so good
thing.
to have you. Man, so take us back to the 80s.
80s,
You're
yes.
working as a puppeteer.
Yes.
And you hear that there is a job for a puppeteer on this movie.
Yes,
that's coming out.
Well, that kind
this
of
little movie that's coming out.
This little movie that we're all such fans of. I mean, I was already a big fan of the first two movies, and Yoda in particular as well. So the Return of the Jedi was the next picture into the studios right after The Dark Crystal. So they basically commandeered a lot of us puppeteers that were ripe and ready for using for all these creatures. So it just kind of happened. I happened to be in the right place at the right time, I think.
That's awesome.
So yeah, it was really exciting. Walking on the set and it's like, here are all these guys in their costumes from the other movies. I mean, I was already a fan, so can you imagine? I was 17 years old,
Wow.
which was crazy. So,
Wow.
But that's the thing, you know, one part of your brain is saying, well, I'm a fan, and look at these guys, there's Han Solo, and there's 3PO, and then the other part is saying, I have to be a professional, I have to work, you know, I have to be
Unfamiliar
serious.
with the screaming internally as you meet your heroes,
Yeah, exactly.
believe me.
So, and you know, things don't change much, you know, over 37 years later or whatever, you know, so I'm still a fan.
Yeah, well, speaking of which, I would actually feel guilty conducting this interview on my own, Mike,
should.
because a member of the Star Wars show team is actually the biggest Neen Nub fan in the world. Everybody, please welcome Dana Jennings, the biggest Neen Nub fan in the world!
There she is!
There she is!
Hi! Thanks, Anthony.
Of course. How are you?
That was nice of you.
I didn't know you were a fan.
I'm the biggest fan in the world. I think it's been documented.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of people up on this stage, but when we told Dana that you were coming, Mike,
Yes.
she freaked out.
I threw off my producer headset and ran over.
Oh, wow. Well, congratulations.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks
so
for being here.
You've been waiting your whole life for this, Dana.
Yes.
What do you have to ask Mike?
What was it like being Neednum? Like how strenuous was it to be the puppeteer for the greatest character in Return of the Jedi?
Well, at the time, he
Yes.
wasn't. He was just a background alien.
That's
you see.
right.
That's the thing. He
Yeah.
didn't exist. Nobody knew who he was or
Yes.
what he was. So we kind of had to make things up a little bit.
Right.
It took Mike Quinn to make him the greatest character in Return
Yeah.
of the Jedi.
Yeah. That's what. Yeah. It's
Thank you. Yeah. No. Well, you know, he did. We knew he spoke an alien language, but that's all we were given. So I wrote all my lines out in English. I thought, well, they're going to post dub it anyway, loop it. So I actually wrote my lines in pencil on the script on the morning of the shoot. And George Lucas was directing the Falcon scenes because Richard Marquand was directing the Rancor pit. They were getting a little bit behind, so they did double duty. So I just went up to George and said, "Hey, can I say these lines?" You know, I wrote them to what they would make sense. You know, we're not getting a reading on the shield and stuff like that. And he just looked it over and said, "Sure." I think that was about the only direction I got throughout the whole scene.
Yeah.
And so I just made my stuff up there, and you know, then Billy D would know what I was saying.
Yes.
And I just added things like the nod and the laugh, you know, which became a thing.
Which is the best part of Neednum.
It just
The laugh.
happened, you know. What do you do? I'd better do something here. So I think I'll nod and laugh.
Dana,
Hey!
do you have a practice Neen Nub laugh?
Yeah, there you go. Like that.
Yeah.
Good.
That's it.
So when you were
Like that.
actually puppeteering,
Yes.
you were crammed into a pretty tiny space, weren't you?
Yes,
that was
yes.
uncomfortable.
Nine Num was actually like a large Muppet in the cockpit of the Falcon. So, so I was lying flat underneath. They had to cut the part of the seat away from the Falcon, which they were very nervous about
That's
because they
crazy.
were 1973 car seats, race car seats, I think.
Oh, wow.
And they were afraid they would not be able to put it back together again afterwards. But I had to lay flat on my back with a monitor so I could look at the camera.
Right.
And I couldn't see out. It was like being in the hull of a boat because the thing was being rocked around a lot.
yeah.
So
It's
I'd
crazy
get-
that they were so worried about that because now they just let Ryan Johnson write whatever he wants all over it.
As they should.
As they-
As they should. Yes.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
great. And then, okay, so then The Force Awakens is coming up, and they reach out to you again to bring back this character. What was that like? What was
It
that
was-
feeling?
It was very surreal.
Yeah.
I thought, is this true? Is this a joke? You know, is this really happening? Because I always wanted to get back and return to Nine Num at some point.
Right.
Before I'm too old, and I really desperately wanted to do him again. It didn't happen for the prequels,
Right.
which was a shame. But this has been wonderful. So it was just an amazing experience, and it just keeps on giving. That's the thing. Star Wars is like a genie in a bottle, except you don't get 3 wishes. He just keeps on granting you wishes all the time, and that's what Star Wars is to many of us, I think.
Yeah,
Right?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And by the way, speaking of Neen Nub and the prequels, like I would love just like a baby Neen Nub Saturday morning
Aw.
cartoon. And if anybody's Dave Filoni's
Baby
listening,
Neen Nub, yes.
I've got like a lot of ideas. You can just give me a call. You know where to find me. I'm like 3 doors down.
It's brilliant.
Yeah.
I'll consult.
Yeah, you'll consult. You'll come back, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Great.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, so how was it different in The Force Awakens than it was being Neednum in
Yeah,
in
on
The Return
one
of the
level,
Jedi?
everything was the same because the sets were beautiful, they were all practical, rubber creatures, real film again. We were shooting on film, which I haven't seen in years.
Right.
So in some ways, it was just the same. But in other ways, it was totally different for me because for The Force Awakens, I now got to wear an animatronic mask where I could look through the eyes. And so it was me inside. I
Lot
could
easier.
actually run around, walk around, fall over things like BB-8. I broke his antenna, and I had to glue them back on again. So, but I could help myself for real this time.
As
I could
a
be-
puppeteer, making that jump into something that's more physical acting and miming and stuff, like, was that comfortable for you?
Definitely, yeah. I mean, you have to perform an act anyway with puppet characters, and I've done some stage work as well. So it was actually really nice just to be actually physically on set. We would do rehearsals. I'd keep the head off for rehearsals with all the actors, and I have a face guy that works my face on radio control, and so I'd make sure he watches me when I'm rehearsing, and we'd go through the scene, and he'll see what my intent is, what I'm thinking, and when I'm going to have a beat change or whatever. And so we'll rehearse that, and we'll keep it the same for each take, so that whatever angles the cameras are shooting at, they'll be able to edit together. So we'll put the head on, and we communicate through an earpiece, and it goes pretty smoothly, actually. It's very simple. So, but it's a very different process. But yet, it's still the same soul inside him.
Same soul. That's
So
what matters.
he's, 9 has aged.
You're freaking out right now.
He's,
I can't
You're
sit
freaking
still.
out right now. I love it.
It's a pretty big deal.
Well, again, we talked about Return of the Jedi, but here I was on the set of The Force Awakens. We were standing around the base there with all the main characters, and not only me, but all the other actors were having the same surreal situation.
Right.
They're all thinking, "Oh my goodness, there's Chewie, and there's Leia," and so I think all the actors, all the experienced professional ones, were having the same surreal moments.
Yeah.
Here I am, I can't believe it. But of course, they won't tell you that. They won't let on.
No, externally they're acting like Dana's acting right now.
I'm
Like
keeping
very
it so
straight
cool.
posture,
we
super
do this
cool.
all the time.
You're doing a great job.
Thanks.
Yeah, and I think even JJ was geeking out a little bit.
I
too.
feel yeah,
So-
maybe the most.
Yeah.
Maybe the most.
There's nothing wrong with that. It's okay, JJ. Yeah.
Well, Mike, thank you so much for stopping by. It's been wonderful
Thank
to have you.
Such a treat. Thanks
Thank
very
you.
much.
I
Dana, do you
appreciate
want to
it.
close out the segment?
Yeah, go ahead. Star Wars Show Live in Celebration Orlando 2017. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming by. There is so much Star Wars in the world right now. Movies, books, TV, video games. And there has to be a group of people that make sure that everything is being kept straight. And so we have the Lucasfilm Story Group here with us. Welcome, guys. It's got to be wonderful for you. You're working all year, heads down, trying to keep all of these projects together, keep the stories cohesive, and then you come to Celebration and you see the payoff. How does that feel for you guys?
It's pretty amazing, actually, right? To come, this is the event, I think, for all of us and for everybody that gets to work on all of these different materials across all of the mediums, to come together and go, oh man, we finally get to talk about some of this stuff. We get to see the reactions from fans. We get to see all of the hard work paid off, and it's incredible for all of us, I would say, to get to experience that.
And we like to always talk
amazing.
about how we get several hits of adrenaline when there's new Star Wars content.
Yeah.
So we get to enjoy when the concept is created and when we get the first images and when we see the first scripts. So this is just another one of those hits, long to when you see the final product.
Like a really weird addiction.
Yeah, it totally is.
I feel like it's one everybody here understands, though. A strange and deep Star Wars addiction. Yeah. You must have so many alternate timelines in your heads of things that nearly were. Is it hard to keep all this stuff straight?
Of things that nearly were?
Nearly were?
Yeah. Sometimes it's, sometimes you have to let go of certain things, but it's the best stuff is the stuff that comes out.
Absolutely.
Because you all get so excited by everything that we're doing, and so we're like, we will figure out a way to make it work, and that's always Pablo and Leland and Matt. I'm like, how can this work? You can figure this out for me. Because I am a fan, and there's a way the story's going to happen.
Well, that's what I love about the attitude that you guys have. It's, I think when people first hear about a story group that's kind of keeping track of everything, they imagine this like shadowy triumvirate that's like, no, you cannot do this with a Star War. But you guys really, after meeting you and talking to you, your job is to figure out if there is any possible way to say yes to all this stuff. You guys want to say yes to everything, and that's what I love. Sure. Is there any time where like something has come across your desk and you've just been so excited and you're just like, this is gonna happen, this is gonna happen, this is gonna happen, and then just Does it happen regularly? Does it happen like 10% of the time?
Well, I feel like when it kind of depends on the enthusiasm that surrounds the idea, because when we all get really excited about it, usually we'll find a way to make it happen. And sometimes someone's really excited about something and they can't get the chorus to kind of sing along with them, and it kind of dies in the room. But when we all get really excited in the room about something changes in the room, and usually we'll go off and do that.
Yeah. That's so like somebody runs into the room with like the weirdest idea and they're like, this is gonna make the best thing, and you guys are like,
Just quiet.
So I have to say that it's really cool to have Matt up here, because he's actually the reason that the Star Wars show exists. So thank you, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, he's also like my best friend in the whole world, but
Yeah.
like also thank you so much for like, making all of this, happen.
Yeah, it's absolutely
and then
wonderful.
you left us. It's terrible. It's so mean. And people are nice. And also, happy birthday.
Yeah. So
Happy birthday, Matt.
So you have a choice here, Matt. I'm going to give you a choice. You can either tell everybody here right now who Ray's parents are, or you can let us sing happy birthday to you in front of everyone.
Wow, that's a real Sophie's choice there.
But it's your choice, and you're going to make it right now.
Okay, you guys can sing, I guess.
Yeah! Everybody, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Matt. Happy birthday to you. Birthday boy Matt Martin and the Lucasfilm Story Group. We'll have more from the Star Wars Show live stage in just a moment.
The captain says you are a friend. I will not kill you.
We're here at the droid races. We're gonna see real, authentic droids like R2-D2 and Chopper go against each other in competition to see who is the fastest, most agile droid. Now, these droids are hand-built by droid builders to be exactly like the ones from the film, and they are fully functional. Let's go check it out. Okay, we're here at the droid races. Now, tell me your name here.
I am Lord Hotwing of the Droid Builders Ring.
And he is racing today in the droid races. Tell us, what goes into building one of these droids?
A lot of time, learning a lot of things, and a lot of fun.
Okay, and how fast can these droids go?
Well, so mine's powered by scooter motors, so as fast as an electric scooter can go. I go a little faster because I got 2 motors.
I'm here with Siggy, and Siggy, what's your role at the droid races?
I'm the catcher, and that means I'm sacrificed so the droids don't smash into people when they come to the finish line.
I am here with Brian Herring, who actually runs behind BB-8 in the films. Brian, tell me about that experience.
It's amazing, and it's hot, and it's huge amounts of fun. And it's a green nylon onesie, which isn't very much fun.
Where is BB-8 at these droid races?
Well, he doesn't like to exert himself these days very much. He's driven around, in a limo these days. But if he would here, he would probably win.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, Mr. Jala. What's going on? How does it feel to be on the racetrack? Okay. Okay, break it up. Hey, stop. That was a good race. Okay, stop. Don't fight. No fighting. They're getting kind of intense here at the droid races. R2, how did it go at the race? What was it like to win? Oh, okay. Tell me, you are super excited about the droid that just won the race. Tell me why.
Well, he's from my home state, and he had a really close race yesterday, lost by this much, and he redeemed himself this morning.
An incredible race for Chopper. Let's go talk to Chopper. Chopper, how does it feel? Oh, you are so strong. Look at those muscles. Chopper works out. I think you're going to take it, Chopper. My money's on Chopper. You can see the energy. You can feel the excitement here at the droid races. It all comes down to this. Everything's on the line. I think Chopper's got this one in the bag. Chippity choppy. Chippity chop chop true! Chippity chop true! Chippity chip chop! Chippity chopper! Win! Unbelievable chopper! How does it feel? You are the champion! Amazing! Will, what are you going to do now that you've won the droid races?
I'm going to Disney World.
I think we're all going to Disney World. Thank you very much from the droid races.
Gonna lie to you, I have been waiting all weekend long for this moment. In Anaheim, we met Oki, the vegetable carver, and could not stop thinking about him since. And thank goodness he is back at Star Wars Celebration to grace our live stream with the one thing we know everyone at home has been refreshing their feeds to see. Live Star Wars vegetable carving. Yeah! Welcome to the show, Oki.
Thank you very much.
So, Oki, you are going to work on a Rancor for us.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Yes.
Get started, man. I can't wait to see this.
All right.
So, Oki, as you can see, doesn't just make Rancors. He makes ships. He makes creatures. We've got this beautiful 3PO here.
Yes. Carrot red hand.
Sorry?
With a carrot red hand.
With a carrot red hand. We want to make sure he's updated with canon. And then we got R2. We've got our TIE Fighter here.
TIE Fighter and yes.
TIE Fighter looks like maybe it's got some superfoods there. That's good for you.
And this is a new type of, Episode 8, Luke.
Oh,
Master.
Episode 8, Luke.
Yes.
And what is he carved out of?
It's a yucca root.
Yucca root?
Yes, I found in here at the supermarket.
Oh, sure. That would be where. I love that. So when you're making one of these, about how long does it take?
This is about like 1.5 hours.
Okay.
And the BB-8 for 40 minutes.
If I just took a bite out of all of them right now, what would you do?
Boil it first. You have to.
Thank you. That's health and safety code. I appreciate that. So, Oki.
Okay. Yes.
What do you got going on here?
I got Rancor, but I took the pictures of this one.
Okay.
From last night, but I couldn't take the shot from here, so I'm doing right now from here.
Oh. You're carving Roxy over here by sight.
Looking at the real one. Thank you.
I can't. This is crazy, the amount of detail in this. Look at this little Yoda.
Yes.
Look at him. That's amazing. And it's nutritious. If you eat like 5 to 7 of these Yodas and like a good serving of healthy grains and some protein, I mean, you're good. That's it.
This is a version of a Star Wars show, you know.
This is the Star Wars show,
so
Yoda?
I'm going to have to...
Oh my God, look at his screaming face. It is the Star Wars show, Yoda. This week!
I'm going to put some teeth from now.
You're going to what?
Yes, I'm going to put some teeth from now.
Oh, put some teeth in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a real toothy grin, that Yoda.
Yes. Just like...
Yeah.
This is about Japanese vegetable carving knife.
Okay.
We've been having this for a long time ago. Like this.
That's so... Wow. That's crazy.
Sorry.
I don't even put sandwich ingredients together to make a sandwich. I just I get like the meats and the cheeses and the bread out of the fridge and just eat them in the bags. how do I,
Yes.
if I wanted to save this forever?
Forever.
Forever.
It's not so takes so long. Still in the keep shaping on. Maybe this is for just like same thinking of ice sculpture.
Yeah.
So when you having fun, that's okay. So we don't keep so long.
Oh, okay. Look at, oh my gosh. He's just straight up screaming now. Have you ever seen such a screaming little Yoda in your life?
Thank you very much.
That's amazing.
Thank you so much.
So, Oki,
yes,
I hear you went to Star Wars University.
Yes.
Tell me about Star Wars University.
Oh, thank you for asking.
Yeah. You're very welcome.
That was my third time over Star Wars University.
Yeah.
I went to last Orlando and Anaheim, and this time too. So that was great experience all the time.
Yeah.
Yes, the Star Wars fan was so great, and it's for best place for unite the fans. For me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. Celebration is wonderful at uniting, bringing us all together, letting us carve vegetables together, make healthy snacks together.
That's right.
You know? What we're going to do is we're going to carve some of these healthy snacks, and then we're all going to get our 10,000 steps for the day around the convention center. We're going to get 8 hours of sleep. This is going to be the healthiest Star Wars celebration ever. Okay, did you get to go to Star Wars Celebration Japan a few years ago?
Of course.
Yeah?
Yes. It was 2008.
Yeah.
Actually, we'll be having a 10th anniversary in coming years. So we hope, all of Japanese fans are waiting for the Celebration Japan too.
Yeah. I'll go to Japan. I'm ready.
Oh, please.
Can I stay with you?
Sure,
Will you
sure.
teach me how to carve a Yoda?
Okay, that sounds great.
So, Oki, let's show everybody what we got here with our Rancor. Just flip him around where he is.
This is it.
Look at that! Unbelievable. Oki, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
What an amazing talent that I'm sure is useful in everyday life. We will be back with more Star Wars Celebration goodness in just a few minutes here on the Star Wars Show Live, presented by Verizon. Just
Hey guys, Andy Gutierrez. I am out here on my first official outing as a true Mandalorian merc. Every year at Star Wars Celebration, they gather for a massive group photo, and they have an amazing booth set up here. Here we have Misha. Misha, what clan are you with?
I'm in the BVC, which is Burner Verda, which is the Florida clan. So we're the home host clan for Celebration. We have these awesome little dart guns, and we have kids and adults alike are hanging out, and they come up and they shoot for either the Ewok target or the Jar Jar target.
For the past, let's say 7 or 8 years, I've been handling a lot of the artwork for the Mandalorian mercs, and we end up doing a print that we give away. All this to help promote the mercs and our children's charity, Little Warrior International.
One of our favorite ways to raise money for charities is our jail and bail. We make a big show of going out and capturing the bounty, throwing them into prison, make a big deal of it, and we have a lot of fun.
I managed to snag a moment with the big man himself, the Mandalorian Mercs founder and chief officer, Tom Hutchins. How are you doing?
Pretty good. How you doing, Andy?
I'm doing well. This whole thing has been such a trip. For people at home who haven't been familiar with my Mandalorian story, I said that I don't like Boba Fett. And Tom took the time to reach out to me and arrange to have me corrected, essentially. And I worked with the local chapter of the Mandalorian Mercs, and they built me this beautiful suit of armor, and this was all Tom's doing.
Well, I wouldn't call it all my doing. Wolves of Mandalore really did the bulk of the work.
Yeah.
They did an outstanding job, obviously, and we're just happy to be able to do things like this for you all, because you help keep it alive for us as well as, for the fans.
The fans are what keep it alive.
The captain says you are a friend. I will not kill you.
Memorable characters in Star Wars, but our next guest is not only one of the most memorable, he is quite possibly the most huggable person
lovely to be here. It
Oh
really
my
is.
goodness.
Yep.
Oh, listen to this. Celebration crowds, am I right?
Wonderful. Love it, love it, love it.
Oh. Is Celebration not just the best time?
Yeah.
It's so wonderful.
This is wonderful. You know, we've done a lot.
Yeah.
And this is just needed. It needs something, but it's got it here.
Yeah, yeah.
It really has.
Just a beautiful place for everybody to get together and celebrate this thing. You know, over the last 40 years, you have done so much in the Star Wars universe. Are there any scenes or any moments that still stick out to you, still seem fresh to you today?
Yep, there's two. One is the chess game.
Yes.
In Star Wars, where little did they know that I had never played chess before, and there was nothing on the chessboard. So it's a quick Wookiee acting school. Do it, leave it to the technicians, and they will do it for us. The other one was putting 3PO back together again.
Yes, so good.
In the prison cell.
Yes.
Yeah.
As a kid, I was just obsessed with that moment. It was so funny. I remember it cracking me up.
I enjoyed it because I used to put engines back together again and stuff before we even started.
Oh, right on.
Yep, so I knew where his head went. Trouble was I put it on the wrong end. So, yeah, it's there, and those are the two things that I feel.
Both
pretty
amazing
good.
scenes,
Yeah,
yeah.
they're wonderful.
Absolutely. And I've always wondered, you know, when you're playing Chewbacca, you are completely covered, except for your eyes. Except for your eyes. And you are so good at acting with your eyes. Can you show us how to emote Chewbacca style with only your eyes? So amazing. Have you noticed any difference in the fans back in the 70s and the fans now?
Most of the fans in the 70s now are drawing pensions.
Sure, that's one difference.
There is still such a wonderful camaraderie between, think about it, you've got 4 generations.
It's amazing. There's nothing like
Fabulous.
it.
Literal little ones, medium-sized ones, and big ones.
It's so hard because it's so hard to name off the top of my head anything else where 4 generations of family can get together and they are equally obsessed with it.
Even Star Trek doesn't do it.
Wow! Ooh. Wow! Shots fired by Peter Mayhew! Shots fired! Unbelievable! Peter, thank you so much for dropping by. It is always wonderful to see you.
Pleasure.
Lovely spending time. Peter Mayhew, everybody! We have so much more coming up soon, so stay tuned. The Star Wars Show will be right back.
Okay. Yes! Welcome back to the Star Wars Show live from Celebration Orlando 2017. I am now joined on stage by Chris Helfrich, the CEO of the Starlight Children's Foundation. Thank you so much for joining us.
I am so happy to be here. Thank
It's
you very
really
much.
hard not to be when you have that sort of energy going on behind you. So the Starlight Children's Foundation has been working with Star Wars for a while. Steven Stanton does a lot of work with you guys, but now you're demoing a brand new VR experience with BB-8 that you worked with ILM X Lab on. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, for sure. For people who haven't been to our Force for Change booth, we have debuted today a brand new piece of VR content where anyone can go play with BB-8 in an amazing new program brought to you by ILM X Labs. It's out of this world.
I gave it a test run last week. It's a lot of fun. I mean, you can pet BB-8. It's so wild. Can you tell us a little bit more about the campaign that you're doing with Force for Change?
Sure. So Force for Change in Star Wars, Lucasfilm, Disney has been fantastic. The work that they do to help us, we're helping hospitalized kids, seriously ill kids, bringing joy and comfort to them, and nobody does that better than Star Wars and its fans. So there's two big ways that they're getting involved. Yeah. First, they got behind this crazy idea we had 6 months ago, which is to say, for kids who are stuck in hospitals for long periods of time, what if we used VR to take them anywhere in the world they want to go, even to galaxies far, far away? So they've gotten behind this. And so in late 2017 and early 2018, we're going to bring VR experiences, including Star Wars experiences, to hospitalized kids all over the US. So it's totally awesome.
That's incredible. I mean,
Yeah.
It's so beautiful to see, and I was talking to Ashley about this earlier, but to see the Force being used for good and making kids happy. I mean, you would never think a child's eyes would light up so much as if Darth Vader walked into their room, you know? So that's absolutely incredible. How can people help? How can they get involved with what you guys do?
So the easiest and probably most fun way to get involved is through our new Omaze campaign that we're doing with Star Wars. It benefits Starlight and UNICEF. But when you make a donation, you get entered in to win any number of amazing prizes, even the chance to appear in the upcoming Han Solo movie for supporting Starlight and UNICEF.
I'm in. That would be amazing. And you get to feel good anyway because you're doing good.
Yeah, and there's so many great prizes as a part of it. It's omaze.com/Star Wars. It's so easy to remember. It's a cool campaign, and it's already sort of off and running.
That's amazing. Can you tell me a little bit about these little gowns you brought with us?
Yeah, sure. So the second thing we're doing is revolutionizing kids' hospital gowns, because hospital gowns now, as everybody knows, they're old, ugly, uncomfortable. They tie in the middle and the back, so your rear end can fly out. And so we've made a better gown, and our friends at Lucasfilm have designed Star Wars-themed Starlight Brave gowns, which cost $25 to donate to a kid who needs them, and they're awesome. You can see we've got R2-D2
cool.
and Darth Vader and Chewbacca. These gowns put smiles on the faces of kids who really need them, and it's an easy, tangible way for people to get involved.
So for a $25 donation to the Omaze campaign, a child will get one of these gowns.
Yeah, for a donation to the Omaze campaign, that supports Starlight Brave gowns. People can also go to our website at starlight.org and give a gown right there. But it's totally simple, and the work that you're doing and the money that you're donating is going to help kids.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much for coming by and all you do. It's really making a big difference in kids' lives. Thank you guys. And thank you all, guys. We will be back with more Star Wars Show in a minute. But if you are here, you can meet BB-8 at the Force for Change booth all weekend long. But you can only get tickets to the experience here at the Star Wars Show live stage. Stick around. There'll be more from Star Wars Celebration coming up.
He may be losing his voice from talking to fans all weekend, but that is not going to stop Mark Hamill from taking the Celebration stage to give the people what they want to see. An hour-long chat with the Jedi Master, Hamill himself, begins right now.
Wow. Thank you for that lovely, warm response. Look at that, we got a full house for the show this afternoon. How cool is that? Welcome, one and all. Thank you for that lovely response as I came out there. Welcome to the Mark Hamill Show. I love you too. Thank you. It's exciting. This is an exciting show. We filled the theater here in Orlando, and welcome to those of you watching via the live stream as well. Hope you're enjoying the show. And we've got our best seats in the house over here as well. Look at you lot. You're going to terrify Mark Hamill when he comes out here. You really are. That's fantastic. We've got an empty seat here as well. What's going on? Did you upset someone? What happened? Force Ghost. I think we need to fill this seat, don't you? How are we going to choose this person? Who wants to sit up here with Mark Hamill? Who's Mark Hamill's biggest fan? I've got one seat. I've got one seat to fill. Oh, my word. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? It's you. Yeah. Come on down. There you go. There she is. She's making her way through there. That's it. Join your fellow best seats in the house people. There we go. Anyway, before we bring Mark out here this afternoon, because I know you're all anxious to hear what he has to say. He's the most brilliant guest, and he's somebody who tells stories in such a wonderful way, and you're in for a real treat this afternoon. I first met Mark when I was 11 years old, and my first experience was that of a fan. I walked onto the set, and I saw Mark standing there, and he wasn't Mark Hamill, he was Luke Skywalker. I couldn't see the actor there, I could see Luke Skywalker. I think most of the first conversations that I had with Mark were me talking to him as Luke Skywalker, But he took it very well. He kind of humored me, and we got along great. And once I got to know him a little bit, I became a little bit cheeky. And he started talking to me about toys one day, Star Wars toys and stuff. And I said, I've got a few figures and stuff. And he said, well, are there any toys that you particularly want? Is there stuff that you're missing? And I said, oh yeah, I'd love like the Millennium Falcon or one of the AT-AT walkers or something like that. And because to me the Millennium Falcon it's almost like a scale replica. I mean, it's like to me at 11 I could almost walk and get inside that thing. So I so wanted this toy, and he said, well, I tell you what, write down what you want, and I'll see what I can do. And rather embarrassingly, I filled 2 letter-sized pieces of paper with a list, and I gave it to him, and he went, oh, there's more. Yeah. And a few days later, he came good and produced a huge box with all of these toys and figures in just for me. And so, yeah, it was really a lovely gesture. I mean, I don't think he paid for them. He got them from Kenner, but anyway. So when you think of Star Wars, there are iconic images and individuals that immediately come to mind. And we're about to meet one of those individuals, a true Star Wars icon. Sure, he's had a long and diverse career in TV, film, and voiceover work for over 40 years. But we all know and love him as the Tatooine farm boy made good. Let's take a look at him in action.
Good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, our hero, Mark Hamill. pleasure. Stage is yours, sir. Mark Hamill, everyone.
All right. Welcome. Thank you. Love you back. Well, welcome to the Mark Hamill Salute to Harvey Fierstein panel. I just want to be loved. Is that so wrong? You know, I was watching the clips, and one of the great things about coming back was there's a long period where you'd meet young children who have no concept of time. There's nothing in our movies that really date us, like the wardrobe or the cars we're driving. So they think we made Star Wars 3 weeks ago. And their parents, who were young children when the movies came out, would get very excited and push them towards me in airports, grocery stores, you name it. Look who it is. It's Luke Skywalker. And you look at these 5 and 6-year-old kids, just horror-stricken. Oh my God, what happened to this guy? He really let himself go. Well, the point is to come back and show us the way we are now, show that the aging process is natural. It makes me feel less self-conscious. Because, you know, the 5-year-olds thinking of us back in the old days, they didn't recognize Luke and me. They just saw this grizzled old man, the kind of guy that usually was telling them to get off their lawn, you know. But, oh, I hope you mean it. You know, there's a couple of stories that, like I say, the clips reminded me of. When we went to get our medals, Harrison and I came down the steps, walked all along the galleyway, and then up steps to where the princess was. And of course, all the guys lined up. They didn't give them a script. They didn't know what the movie was about. So during rehearsal, under their breath, they're saying things like, "Fucking wankers." I'm sorry, this is supposed to be a family show. And I don't want to, it's really not a show. I hope it's just a conversation. Because a show involves, first of all, preparation. A sketch, maybe a song. And believe me, at the end of this hour, I hope you'll be pleased, but you'll be definitely convinced that was not a show. People will ask you about it and say, what was it like? I don't know, but it wasn't a show. So anyway, it was bothering me. Harris was all like, who cares? I said, I care. So I went over to the guys, and I said, do you know what this scene is? And they said, no one tells us anything. And I said, well, this is the end of the movie where we've defeated the evil galactic empire, destroyed their super weapon, and you guys are all the heroes that helped us succeed. Well, the minute they heard that, all of that teasing and razzing went away. It taught me something. If you include the background artists, as they call them in England, here they're called extras, which I think is so dismissive. It sounds like, something that you can have but don't need, like bucket seats or air conditioning. In England, they call them background artistes. But in any case, we rehearsed the scene. And I'm in that yellow jacket, and I'm, Luke is so proud, and action. Step, 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 step. And they said, okay, good, but we got to do it again. Some camera problems. This is rehearsal. So on the second rehearsal, I went step, 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 step. Harrison said, come here a minute. I said, what? Is that the way you're going to do it? And I said, what? He goes, that little extra. Because he was doing the same. We were syncopated. And I said, yeah. He said, And I said, what? He goes, I said, it's justified because Luke's anxious. He really wants to get there. Solo's, blasé, he doesn't care. But it was probably stealing what they call center of interest. And Harrison's a very generous guy, but he will not abide stealing center of interest. And I thought, it's justified. I really think I should do it, but pick your battles, don't sweat the small stuff. So I didn't do it, and Harrison and I have remained friends ever since. Now, there's a couple of stories that have taken hold over the years that I need to correct. One is that I held my breath so long when the Dianoga pulled me under that I burst a blood vessel. And it's partially true. I did burst a blood vessel, but I think it was in the clip that we were on a platform and there was a cutout area where it dropped down lower where the scuba guy and the scuba gear was with his hand around my ankle. So I think there's something in here. And when it came time for me to cue him, I just do this with my foot, tap, tap, and then he'd yank me down. And for some reason, I thought it would be a really great idea when I was underwater. I don't want to do it now, but you know how you can make your face go really red by just doing and forcing blood to your face? I thought it'd be so cool because once I went underwater, they wrapped the Dianoga tentacle around my neck. If I came up and I was just scarlet red, like I was being choked. And I did it so hard, I did burst a blood vessel. And George later said, why did you do that? It was really stupid. I said, but I wanted it to look like I was really being choked. He said, well, there's a red filter on the camera to make it look like, the red lights, the red light sources. So you're not going to see it anyway. And the problem was, for the next few days, they had to shoot me from the other side because I had a burst blood vessel. If I just asked him, but I thought, here's a little clue. And Harrison told me the same thing, because I say, hey, George, instead of saying this, can I say that? And he goes, no, I like the way it is. Just do it the way it is in the script. And then Harrison would do an ad lib, and he'd get away with it. And I said, how come you get to? He said, look, don't ask. Just do it. He's got so many things on his mind. A, he might not notice. And B, he might like it better if he sees it in performance. So that's another little tip, not to be too forthcoming. I've used it ever since on Flash. Andrew Kreisberg and Greg Berlanti are very generous in letting me embellish the script. The scripts are great, but I'll put in a few things and save them for the first take. I don't think they've ever said, no, we don't want that. The first one was when Jesse and Grant came to me in the prison and asked me if I knew where the new trickster was, who he was or where he was. And the line was, "If I knew, I would tell you so you could capture him." And we rehearsed that and everything. Then we got to the take. I said, "If I knew, I would tell you so you could cut off his head and throw it right in his face." I had been saving that line because my high school history teacher said it. And I love absurdity. I love those sort of mental gymnastics. The imagery is surreal. You can't cut off somebody's head and throw it right in their face. So it took me a long time to find a place to use it, but I never forgot. So that's what's fun about doing The Flash, the fact that they're very generous with allowing me to let my inner crazy person come out. Now, obviously, I'd love to do the Joker for you. Yeah? Sorry to disappoint you. I mean, I don't know. Listen to this. I could probably do. That's about it. I should bring you up to date. Here's a little announcement. Anybody watch Pop Culture Quest? Well, I want to call it Pop Culture Quest, and Howard Kazanjian, who's my producing partner, he produced Return of the Jedi and the first Raiders of the Lost Ark and so forth. He said, let's call it Mark Hamill's Pop Culture Quest. I said, well, that sounds too, it doesn't sound right. It's just Pop Culture Quest. It's not about me, it's about the toys and the items. He said, no, but I think it'd really be better to brand it that way. And I started thinking about it, and I said, wait a second, a possessive in the title? Just like Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho? And he said, yeah, so that's what it is. And I can announce the second season has been greenlit. And it's expanding, because originally I think it was anywhere between 10 and 18 minutes. We're going to do 8 22-minute episodes. So I'm also narrating a show called Dimension 404, which is sort of in that Twilight Zone, Outer Limits, Amazing Stories realm. What I love about it is I don't have to do any of the heavy lifting. I just narrate it. I went in and did all 6 episodes in one day. So it's like John Forsythe on Charlie's Angels. He didn't have to be out at 4 a.m. shooting in downtown LA in the rain. He would go in and just do all of it, Morning Angels, and do the whole thing in one morning, the whole season. So that's good. I also have a small part in a movie I think you're going to like called Brigsby Bear. That stars Kyle Mooney from Saturday Night Live. And I'm telling you, this is a breakout performance. He's absolutely wonderful. I play his father. Jane Addams, this wonderful actress, plays my wife. It's a very small role, but it's pivotal. And one of the reasons I wanted to do it is because it's about a boy or a young man who was so obsessed with this TV show. And I got to voice Brigsby Bear and the villain. So it appealed to my voiceover side. Yeah, it was at Sundance. It was at Sundance. So, and you know what? One of the reasons I think that we all get along so well is, I'm one of you. I used to go to cons before I ever met George Lucas. When I was on a soap opera, Kerwin Matthews, Sinbad from the Seventh Voyage of Sinbad came in for a story arc, and I freaked out. I asked him so many questions about Ray Harryhausen and the skeleton fights and everything. And he said, look, I have to really work on this. Let's get together over the weekend and I'll talk to you. I said, can I bring a tape recorder? He said, sure. So I brought a tape recorder, and tape recorded the whole thing. And I don't know how this happened, but eventually the transcripts got printed in a fanzine called FXRH, Film Effects by Ray Harryhausen. This would have been like 72. So there's a collector's item. I don't even know if I have a copy because it was a very limited kind of thing. But that's my bona fides as a fanboy. So I want you to think of me as a friend and not an internationally beloved BAFTA-winning actor and pop culture icon, you know. And I mean that in a humble way, not in a sort of a horrible, egocentric way. Maybe a little bit. Listen, I'm going to do this as long as my voice holds out. I was thinking, I wonder if we could have a question and answer period, but confine the questions to yes or no answers. Nah, you wouldn't want that. Well. Oh, I know what I could tell you about. Also, too, I wasn't going to announce this, but the internet, they're always leaking stuff. I did a cameo on the new Mystery Science Theater 3000. Yeah. And the way it happened was I just donated to the Kickstarter thing, right? So a lot of times I meet these people over the internet, and they contact me, and Joel Hodgson said, "Is this the Mark Hamill donating?" And I said, "As far as I know. I mean, there might be other Mark Hamills." But that led to him saying, "Will you come on the show?" So maybe I should start emailing or tweeting Steven Spielberg or somebody that could really help me. Oh, look, my biggest fan. Don't wake her up. What else have we got? Oh, here's some quotes. Anybody recognize any of these quotes? Every time I come here, you're buying a frap. You are so freaking weird. They got a gift shop. They got a sick blouse on sale. That's another example. The bad lip reading people. Yeah. Well, I love them, and I showed Carrie the Yoda one, whatever it's called, and we were dying. You know, I showed it to her in her trailer. She loved it, and I retweeted it and so forth. And again, they contacted me and said, "Do you want to do bad lip reading?" I said, "I'd love to," mostly because I want to see. You know, when I saw those, I said, "I'll bet I know this person." Because I've been in voiceover long enough, and you can tell it's done by a real pro. I mean, it's really beautifully done. And I wanted to, and this person is anonymous, doesn't want the name out there. So I got in touch by phone, and the pitch was, "Will you do Harrison in The Force Awakens?" Because I would have much rather done something separate, you know. I'm not sure how fond Harrison is of my impression. He's never brought it up, and he didn't this weekend, but he could be just being nice. One time he said to me, "I don't sound anything like that." I said, I know, it's just a caricature, don't be silly. But I would have rather, a lot of times I say, well, if the only reason they want me is because of Star Wars, I probably shouldn't do it. Yeah, I want to be on Third Rock from the Sun, but I don't want to play myself. Who am I? I don't even know. I mean, that's why I like characters. You hide behind another personality. I don't really know who Mark Hamill really is. Well, on The Simpsons, I got very self-conscious. They did let me do one other character. Anybody know who it was? There you go. Yeah. You are the worst bunch of recruits I've ever seen, that guy. But what I got self-conscious about was about a week before I was going in to do it, I thought, how do I sound? Does this sound like me? Does this sound like me? Does this sound? I mean, because you never really think of yourself. You think of whatever character you're playing. But boy, I had such, I mean, I nerded out big time watching the Simpsons cast, because all these familiar voices are coming out of people that look like certified public accountants. Dan Castellan had a genius, and yet, you know, he did that back and forth between Homer and the mayor, and it switched voices. You know, a lot of times you'll read just Homer, and then you go back and do just Mayor Quimby, but he was back and forth. If I didn't have this horrible voice, I would have done it for you. But, you know, sometimes I start telling stories and I get sidetracked. At Carrie's tribute, I was talking about how she had a way of making me do things I never would think of doing myself, because you wanted to make her happy. You wanted to please her. You wanted to make her laugh. So that's how I wound up in that floral robe that shows up. Well, I didn't know it'd show up on the internet 30 years later. But she said, put this on, you know. I said, well, I don't know. Put this on. I went, okay. So I put it on. I walked around, and she enjoyed it. One of the times, right after we got back from filming the original Star Wars, we were hanging out a lot. And I met her for lunch in Westwood. And we walked by the theater where she said, you know, the trailer for Star Wars is playing in there. I said, oh, cool. I said, are there any movies we want to see? She goes, no, I don't want to see the movie. I just want to see the trailer. And I said, well, how are we going to do that? She says, you're going to go ask the manager to let us in to just watch the trailer. I said, why don't you do it? She said, well, you've been on television for 7 years. You've been in all these TV movies and you've had a TV series and a soap opera. I said, you were in Shampoo. She says, well, nobody saw Shampoo. Go. So against my better judgment, I went up and it was really like this. Excuse me, to the box office girl, can we speak to the manager? Because we're two of the actors that are in the movie that you're showing the trailer for, and we want to, she, you know, looked at us like we were crazy. But she said, I'll get the manager if you want. And once we explained to the manager, to my surprise, I said, well, just watch the trailer and leave. He said, fine. So we went in and we watched it. And it was so early, they didn't have John Williams' score. They didn't have very many special effects finished at all. A couple of shots of TIE fighters, I think. And it made a real impression on me because we hadn't seen any of the footage. And it started out, there was like a pulse. Boom, 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 boom. 20th Century Fox and George Lucas, the man who brought you American Graffiti, bring you an adventure beyond your imagination. And then there were all these quick cuts. They're coming in too fast. Then there was a close-up of the Wookiee with headphones, which puzzled everyone. Because, you know, at that time, science fiction, you know, usually didn't have humor. I mean, let's face it. 2001 is a masterpiece, but A Barrel of Laughs, it ain't. And so what they were doing was creating excitement with quick cuts and this drone-like calm voice. So they would cut from his narration, very calm narration, to, you know, all that stuff. And all I remember was at the end of the trailer, it said, 1 billion light years in the making, and it's coming to your galaxy this summer. Big explosion. And somebody in the balcony yelled out, yeah, and it's coming to the Late Show about 2 weeks after that. Nobody enjoys a well-placed, snarky remark more than I do. So we both laughed, but after we laughed, we kind of went, uh-oh. And I think it was the Wookiee, because, I mean, if you took him out of it, they showed the Tusken Raider. They were talking about all the different creatures. They showed C-3PO. He had a line, human-cyborg relations. They showed R2 falling over the desert. They showed a variety of shots. But I think the bridge too far was the 8-foot dog with headphones flying a spaceship. But once again, I never would have done that. She made me do it. And I'm not going to repeat myself, but I told you at her tribute, she made me put on her space jumpsuit and a ridiculous clown mask. I had no shame. I was devoted to her, and I was for her amusement only. And I didn't care. I know I looked foolish. We walked all around. She walked me around like a puppy to show me off all around the back lot of Elstree Studios. And I said to Carrie, I said, she's 5'2". I said, I'm never going to fit into that thing. Well, I managed to do it. You haven't seen a suit that skin tight this side of David Bowie. But, I told you about the burst blood vessel, the trailer story. There's an apocryphal story about, and it's in movie flubs of all time, when I return from blowing up the Death Star and get out of the X-Wing and I look around, people say that I look and go, Carrie! Well, first of all, I'll tell you why it's provably false. That entire scene was looped, meaning it was ADR, additional dialogue recording, because the sound stage was at Shepperton, because we needed the big stage that they didn't have at EMI. They eventually built one for Dagobah when we did Empire, but if we wanted a really big stage, we had to go to the Bond set at Shepperton at that time. Now it's at Pinewood. But my point is, everything had to be looped. You don't believe me. Star Wars is more than 65, maybe 70% looped. Because if 3PO's in the scene, his movements are making fiberglass sounds. They're not making metal sounds. If there are explosions, the squibs go off, that ruins dialogue because that's not the sound they want. So they wipe out the soundtrack and you just dub it. And George said to me, your lips flap right there. What are you saying? And it was one of those things where I got down, I was looking around for Princess Leia, and I looked around and went, oh, there she is. So that's the only way I can assume they jumped to the conclusion that I said Carrie, that I said, there she is. And the only reason it's insulting to me is that, look, I'm not the greatest actor in the world. I'll be the first to admit it. But I never accidentally forget what character you're playing and accidentally call you by your name, you know. I never called Obi-Wan Sir Alec. And so anyway, but it gets printed in the books. And by the way, just me protesting will confirm it for a lot of people. It's the old methinks thou dost protest too much. Are there questions? I mean, I can take questions.
Yes, right. Mark,
yeah.
If you look to the right.
My right?
Yes, your right.
Yeah.
I'm waving at you. Yeah. Your left, sorry. Left.
All right.
Your left. I'm waving at you right now.
Okay.
In the middle.
Yeah.
And there's a guy next to me.
Okay.
He has a question. And then after the next question, we might go up top with Elliot is up top in the upper level.
It's really not important where you are or what you look like. I will answer the questions.
Okay, perfect.
All right, yes or no question only, right?
No, I'm kidding. Hi, Bruce. We have a big star, Bruce Hall from Mario Speedwagon, right there. I've known him for 40 years, and he still looks younger than me. Yes.
So my question is, you've spent so many years playing so many different icons. Obviously, you're here for Luke Skywalker, but the Joker, the Trickster, your character from Jay and Silent Bob, whose name I can't say in front of children.
I tell kids I misread that. I thought I was playing Clock Knocker. And I didn't know, when I did my part, I didn't know that Kevin was going to cast Carrie as a nun. And by the way, I know, what an actress. And not the first time she played a nun. She played a nun in Agnes of God on Broadway. And her mom played the singing nun. So what's going on in that family? But what's your question?
So my question is, you are maybe one of the most iconic actors of all time, but if you could add one more iconic character to your resume, what would that character be?
I'd like to play George in the George Lucas story. I've certainly observed him enough over the years. Hey, kid, faster, with more intensity. He said that so often. We had T-shirts made that said, faster, more intensity. Next question.
Mark, I'm up here in the balcony here with Danny, if you see me. Other left.
Okay.
There you go. Here we go, Danny.
Hi, Mark. So you've talked before quite a bit about your experience with that rope swing and the stunts that you did in New Hope across the chasm in the Death Star. I was wondering, I noticed recently that you actually do another rope swing in both Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. So my question is, first off, if you actually got to do either of those, or if it was stunt work, and if it was stunt people that did those, what your favorite stunt elsewhere in your career has been?
Well, Colin Skeeping was my stunt double on Empire and Return of the Jedi. He could do a flip without a springboard. If you could do a flip of a diving board, you can do one flip, but Colin could he goes out the window. The stunt guy said, you could do that one because it's just one flip and you land on like these big, like Beacons moving boxes with mattresses and then a ring of stunt people around to catch you on the first bounce. But insurance said, no way. I told you about how disappointed I was that they got the swing across in one take because we were linked together, Carrie and I, in harnesses like they fly Peter Pan. Same guy, the flying foils. And normally you do it 4, 5, 6, 10 times. Maybe you come back and you still have to get the same shot. They had 4 cameras running. They got it in one take. And I went, boy, what a chip. I was really looking forward to flying. And the flying guy goes, you want to fly? I said, I'd love it. They said, well, unhook Carrie. So they unhooked Carrie, and she got down, and they proceeded to fly me all around the soundstage. I'm like, I'm flying. Look at me way up high. Yeah, I was singing the score to the Mary Martin Peter Pan. You should have seen how I looked down and there was George, aghast, grasping his heart, because to him, I'm not an actor, I'm an investment. And a huge insurance risk, because all he could see was me hitting the wall like Wile E. Coyote and sliding down. I can tell you about, go ahead, another question.
I have Megan.
Yeah.
Hello, Mr. Hamill. It's a pleasure to be able to talk to you.
Thank you.
At Celebration Europe, you had given us an assignment to memorize the line that you gave during your audition. And my sister Jessica and I memorized it, and we're hoping you would be willing to grade it.
Please. And what a brave young woman you are to tackle George Lucas dialogue. Because as Harrison famously said, I'll clean this up for family audiences. Hey, George, you can write this stuff. You just can't say it. Fill in your own S word for stuff. But go ahead. Aren't you going to do it? Or she wants me to do it?
They're both going to do it.
Okay.
We can't turn back. Fear is their greatest defense. I doubt if the actual security there is any greater than it was on Aquilai or Celis, and what is there is most likely directed towards a large-scale assault.
And I can tell you're all applauding the fact that that was cut from the final print. Because you could make sense out of it. I mean, I read it and you could diagram it like a sentence. But we can't turn back. Fear is their greatest defense in the fact that it's such an intimidating, massive thing. I doubt if the actual security there at the Death Star is any greater than it is on Aquilai or Celis, two made-up names of planets. And what there is most likely directed towards a large-scale assault, like an armada coming in. We could slip in this little hamburger-shaped Millennium Falcon, which would look like a poker chip from the Death Star. It made sense. The only thing was trying to make it sound like it was something that was coming to you spontaneously and making it sound natural. Oh, it was rough. It was arch dialogue because it was such a stylized fairy tale. And then on top of that, we had to dub it all, which is even worse. Because if you can get the original track, that's the closest you're going to get to the way it was delivered on set. And have to go back and redub it all. Oh, it was a nightmare. Thanks for reminding me. Hey, I know a question I can ask you. I know there's got to be some really, passionate hamsters out there. Let me ask you, can anybody name, well, first of all, how many brothers and sisters do I have? Okay, and what's the breakdown gender-wise? Close. Oh, no, that's right. I forgot me. Because I'm so used to saying I have 4 sisters and 2 brothers that when you said 3 brothers, I said, I have another brother? Oh. Now, can anybody name their names? Oh. You did? I have a feeling there's someone in the audience. This young man is my baby brother, Patrick Stephen. Stand up, Pat. Stand up. And now, I've given him the gift of all-day selfies. And that's an early Christmas present. Enjoy. All right. Next question.
I'm upstairs in the balcony with Veronica.
I don't care. Whatever question comes to me, I don't care if you're in the mezzanine, the loge, or the... No, you listen. It's not like you paid less to sit up there than here, right? It's all the same.
What was the most embarrassing moment in the making of Star Wars?
Gosh, there's so many to choose from. Well, you just have to believe that they're going to cut it and make it work, because sometimes while you're playing the scene, you forget too. I've seen some of these clips online when we're running to the Millennium Falcon and Ben gets cut down. I'd forgotten how much we laughed, because it's a serious scene. Luke sees his idol and his mentor, cut down. It's a dramatic thing. And Sir Alec wasn't there that day. Usually there's like a piece of tape for, this is where Guinness is going to be. The same with Yoda. Yoda was a sophisticated puppet, but it kept breaking down. So when it started going haywire and the ears wouldn't move, or the eyes wouldn't open, they'd rush it up to Stuart Freeborn's workshop and they say, okay, turn around, we'll get close-ups of Mark. So every time you see me talking and you can't see Yoda, it's a stick with a piece of tape on it. So I'm saying to that piece of tape on the stick, but I can become a Jedi. I know I can. And then when you see over the shoulder onto Luke, it's usually the dead-faced Yoda that, wasn't articulated. So that was embarrassing. And going into his house was a joy for me. It finally made me feel tall. Yes?
Alberto.
I was wondering, which lightsaber did you prefer, the blue or the green?
I love cherry lifesavers. That's my favorite. Oh, lightsabers. Okay. A funny story. Kevin sent me the script to Jay and Silent Bob, and I'm reading this thing, and there were so many F-bombs, like 3 or 4 a page. There was lesbian jokes and drug humor, and it was just riddled with R-rated material. So I said, I'll tell you what, Kevin, because I love Kevin. I'd love to work with him. But I said, because you're using bong sabers, you're probably going to have to get clearance from Lucasfilm, okay? So send it to them. If they say it's okay, I'll do it. And I thought, they're never going to say it's okay. Never! And you know what? This what shows you what gigantic nerds they are at Lucasfilm. And I don't say that in a pejorative way, because look, you're looking at the king of the nerds. You know what their only notes were? Remember in the bong saber scene that red bong sabers are evil and green bong sabers are good. I went, are you kidding me? So I said, well, I've been drafted. I got to do it. I'd never said the F word on camera, I don't think. Maybe in Sushi Girl, but that was years later. So I'm not in charge of choosing. Am I?
Oh, this is Kay.
Hi there, over here. Hi. Sorry, my heart is beating so fast. As an actor, you were successful before Star Wars happened, but as an actor, you get so many no's before you get that one glorious yes that just makes everything better. And as an actor, how did you work through those no's to get to that one wonderful yes before you give up, like so many actors do?
Well, I tell people that want to go into this business, if there's anything you like remotely close to being in show business, do that. Because this is a brutal business. It's constant rejection. And a lot of times it doesn't have to do with your talent. You're too tall, you're too short, you're too this, you're too that. But it is like spinning the roulette wheel. You spin that wheel 1,000 times, it's bound to come up your number at least once. And I was lucky because after Star Wars, I wasn't getting, I always thought of myself as a character actor. I'm not a leading man. But going to Broadway really solved that for me. And they weren't saying, oh, please come to Broadway. I auditioned for Elephant Man. And that's how I got Amadeus, because the same producers. And then Sir Peter Hall auditioned me for Amadeus. I did the first national tour, and then I did it on Broadway. And then I started getting other parts based on the fact that I was committed, because a lot of movie stars come in and they go, oh, I don't want to do 8 a week. They start skipping shows and whatnot. All you have to do is show people you're committed, and they accept you with open arms. Even when I got into voiceover, it's a really closed community. And they thought, here's another celebrity slumming and just doing cartoons because he wants to score points with his kids. I was totally into it. When I was directing Comic Book the Movie, I was telling the cast, I said, what's great? What's great about me? I'm like Robert Redford. Nobody can imitate me because I don't have any distinctive qualities in my voice. Nobody imitates Robert Redford, right? And all the voiceover people doing the. I go, what? Why are you all looking at each other? Everybody did me. Rob Paulson did me, Jeff Bennett did me, Maurice LaMarche did me, Kevin Michael Richardson did me. But what was funny to me when they did them for me was, because really you got to get the feeling for the character, but you also have to get words that you think represent the person you're doing. And the people, we have oh my gosh, come on. All right. By the way, I asked George the other day, are there dogs in space? And he said no. There are, in the Star Wars universe, there are no dogs. Hey guys, you want to look what I have? Come here. Millie, Mabel. Hey, Chelsea. You're giving away the blue sweater, hide it. Here we go. Oh, forget him. I'll have him myself. Listen, we're getting kind of close. I do want to, I have besides those two mutts. Come on up. Good girl. Here you go. Dance. All right. I have an old friend who has been with me for nearly 40 years. Early 80s, I think we first met. He's retiring, so I thought for one final appearance, please welcome the Ugly Blue Sweater. Now, here's what happened. I wore this, I don't know where, Good Morning America or something, like in '82. And then years later, probably for, I don't know how much later, but at least 20, 30 years, I wore it again. And thanks to the internet, they do a screenshot with me in my early 30s and me in my 50s in the same sweater. I immediately put it on my reasons to admire list. Is as faithful to friends, family, and fans as he is to the Ugly Blue Sweater. And by the way, I don't think it's ugly. I've accepted it because that's what you call it, and give the people what they want, right? We're down to 3.5 minutes. I could tell you one story before I go. We, in Tunisia, in North Africa, we had one day off. And Tony Daniels and I decided to go just walk around this little village that we were staying in. And this big procession came down the main street. They were firing off blunderbusses, those pilgrim-like guns, with the barrels that go out. Oh, see, that's considered a trick in my house. There you go. My wife's all, don't reward them for getting up on the furniture. She's been spoiled. I'm guilty. I slip her like cheeseburger under the table. She now. All right. So anyway, we go out. Now, Tunisia's a weird place. Who's the real ham in the family, huh? This one. Center of interest. Marsha Lucas would be walking down the street, and this is far more entertaining. In that culture, women are meant to walk 10 feet behind the man. So if I was walking with Marsha, men would bump her like into the street. It was like, really? Totally different culture. But what this procession was a Tunisian wedding. Should we just stop and watch her? But we wanted to be a part of the culture. All right. Oh, I'll save the wedding story for another day. Here, well, very quickly, they wanted us to join in, so we did and went to the bride's father's house in this little hut. And he was smoking a hookah. We were like nervous. But he gestured with the mouthpiece, long string of brown saliva. And I didn't want to insult him, so I kind of got it off and did a stage toke, which was, didn't touch it at all. The hard part was when they served us stew. Well, I think it was stew. It was brown and hot. And Tony's very similar in many ways, including being very persnickety about everything. And he leaned over to me and he said, what kind of meat do you think is this? This isn't camel, is it? And I didn't speak French or Arabic, but I gestured to the bowl and I said, what's in this? What is it? I honestly, the guy laughed and went, and pointed to the dog. Hopefully, he didn't understand what I was saying. Hopefully, he was saying, who else is going to have this for dinner? I hope. But the culture shock. Okay, listen, we're coming to the golden ticket portion of my show. As I say goodbye, both here and in the Galaxy stage, look under your seats, and if there's a special celebration ticket, meet me with the sticker at the Jabba the Hutt at the StarWars.com stage to collect an autograph. I'm only there, there you go, I'm only there from 2:30 to 3, so come quickly. I love you all. I wish I could take you all home with me. You're such a lovely audience. I'd love to take you home. Thanks, everybody.
Well, they say Star Wars is forever, and I am sitting here with a very, very special gentleman whose legacy will be forever, at least in my mind. This is Mark Boudreau. He has the distinct honor of working at Hasbro for 40 years coming up now, right?
Yep. Started out with Kenner. I started as a co-op. They were looking for a co-op position for a new design department that they were going to initiate, prelim design. So I came for an interview. They said, "Yeah, sure, why not? We'll let him come on board." That was January of 1977.
77. Okay, I was 7 years old, and I just saw Star Wars. So you were still in college?
I was 21. I was in college. And actually, in 1978, or 77 in February, Dave Okada, who was the vice president of Prelim Design, was looking for a TV with a VHS player. He had a VHS in his hand and said, "Hey," myself and Jack Farah, who was the production designer at the time, and he was the one responsible for all the great detail for the production product. We were both in the conference room, and he said, "Hey, you guys want to watch this tape?" We said, "Sure." He pops it in, it was Star Wars. We just went nuts.
You had a VHS of Star Wars.
Of the trailer of Star Wars.
At Kenner.
At Kenner. And Dave Okada said, "Oh, we're thinking of maybe doing this." And we're going like, "Oh yeah, you got to do it, you got to do it. This is like the best thing." Our jaws dropped. I mean, it was just incredible.
So even then, at 21 years old, seeing Star Wars, the trailer for the first time, you were hooked. You were a fan.
I was hooked. Because as a kid, I grew up watching Saturday afternoon space movies, all that fun stuff. I loved the space program. I always built models. So I was kind of in tune with that to start with. And then all of a sudden Star Wars hits. It's like, wow, I was in love with 2001. This is just incredible.
It's funny. I hear, especially when you talk about designers, and I talk to a lot of creative people, we talk about the passion. We talk about, they are emotionally invested in what they're doing as well. How important is that? I mean, I know you are a consummate professional at anything you do, but talk to me particularly about Star Wars and what Star Wars and the designing of the toys really means to you.
Well, it is incredible to have the opportunity to be a small part of bringing that Star Wars universe to life is incredible. I mean, that's not lost on me. It's something that I take great pride in, and it is a work of passion. It's a lot of long hours, short deadlines, but the end result is something to be really proud of. When we see the movie on screen, and we know we were a small part to be able to now bring this big screen to the hands of kids and fans of all ages everywhere, and for them to be able to relive that movie time and time again is just awesome. And it really jazzes me too. It's really great.
So to an extent, would you say that the toys are actually, they are a direct extension of the movie because they allow children to bring the movie into their house?
The nice thing about Star Wars, they can relive what they see on screen, but the story is so rich that it allows the kids to actually kind of go beyond what they might see on screen. The way I always look at it, we do a lot of off-camera product. The camera sees a certain slice of the pie of the Star Wars universe. Well, there's still 340 degrees of Star Wars that's happening beyond what you see on the screen. So we've always really tried to take advantage of that. And I think kids and fans do that as well. Kind of let their own imagination fuse with what they see, in the main story.
Yeah, and being a collector as well, I remember back in the 1980s, there was a line of vintage Kenner Star Wars toys called the Mini Rigs.
Yeah, those were awesome.
And the Mini Rigs were actually billed as the toys that were in the Star Wars universe, just off of camera range.
Absolutely. That's exactly what we did. At the time, we needed something to bridge the gap between the figures and the more expensive vehicles. And we thought, what better way to take elements from the film, distill those down into a smaller vehicle that had their own special features that were very interactive with the figures. And Lucasfilm was very receptive of us doing that, and it was totally awesome. I mean, as much as I love Millennium Falcons and Slave Ones and Boba Fett's, deep down, to have the opportunity to actually put designs, not in the movie, but in the lore, in Kenner Hasbro packaging, that actually have a real Star Wars logo, made by Kenner, and it's a part of Star Wars. That's always been what's really driven me, is to have that opportunity from time to time to influence, or not influence, but to contribute to Star Wars. And so I really take that to heart, and I very much appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah. You know, what's interesting is you were talking earlier about vehicles and ships and everything. You mentioned the Millennium Falcon. Now, I heard a rumor, you can tell me if this is true or not. You actually have the distinct honor of building and designing every Millennium Falcon ever created by Kenner and Hasbro?
In 3 3/4 inch scale.
Sure.
Yes. Yes. Also micro. We did the Millennium Falcon in micro, and we did a large Millennium Falcon in die-cast.
And you've done the ones all the 3 3/4 inch scale?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so when you're there and you're in the co-op and you're in your 20s and you're building the Falcon for the first time, did you ever think in your wildest dreams it would be so iconic?
The truthful answer, no. Of course not. But I will tell you that we're also very excited in the Star Wars team to be able to do this. We all knew that at its heart it was something really special. Jim Swearingen, who was my boss at the time, was really the key driving force behind Star Wars. And his enthusiasm and the rest of the team, we go like, we didn't know what it was going to do, but it was totally awesome. Now, we also had the advantage, by the time the Millennium Falcon came out, the movie had already hit, everybody was in love, and they asked me, Mark, you want to work on the Millennium Falcon? It's like, yes.
You sure?
Of course, and so for me being, a co-op at the time and just starting as a new designer, for them to entrust me to do the preliminary version of the Falcon was just truly awesome.
That's fantastic. Okay, now let me just talk about this wall for a second, okay? I'm looking at all these incredible photos of you through the years, and this is incredible. This is the Mark Boudreau timeline. Why don't you just take me through a few of these photos? Let me know when they were and exactly. Do you remember what you were doing?
I don't know, designing great toys, right? So the first two are 80s photos, early 80s, middle 80s, This was a Kroger building. It was in Cincinnati.
Sure.
Outside the window are the hills right outside of the city. And at the time, for both of those pictures, we didn't have computers. It was all drafting boards. And you can see how large the drafting board was. It was like half our office. And so we developed everything that we designed had to be drawn by hand, one off. There was no computers that press a button to repeat something. If you needed to draw something over again, you drew it over. And it was really awesome. And you can see that I had a lot of fun.
I was going to say, look how happy you are. Look, you are having a good time.
I am. Back in the day, we even wore ties every day to work.
Who does that anymore?
Right, exactly. But it's kind of fun. In the back here is the black X-Wing that I had designed. And we even pitched it as hey, Lucasfilm, let's do this Night Fighter X-Wing. And they go like, wow, that's really awesome, but maybe not.
Yeah.
That's like, okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
But,
and as I'm talking to you, I'm starting to see all these other little designs and everything, little styrene cardboard models to ships and playsets that may have been and never really got approved.
Well, that's something that we did a lot because we didn't have computers, we didn't have rapid prototyping. When we wanted to make something to show, because everybody really loved to be able to see three-dimensional items, I would get out cardboard, draw on the cardboard, X-Acto knives, cut them with tape and Elmer's glue, and build full-size models that we would then present and use as a starting point to have models built in our shop. We had our own dedicated model shop, so we were able to make all of our own preliminary models.
That's fantastic. Okay, now I'm watching you here, and you are most definitely in. It looks like you're in a full-size spaceship here. Tell me about this.
That is true. We had the opportunity back in 2003 to go to Australia to see the filming of Episode 3. We had a tour of a lot of the sets. This happens to be the bridge of the Grievous's invisible hand.
Right, yeah.
And you can notice that R2 was there. So we all took a photo opportunity to sit on the bridge and kind of just imagine ourselves actually in a Star Wars film.
I think that's fantastic.
Awesome.
And You know what's interesting is you mentioned about you guys going to the movie set. So here you have a toy company manufacturing toys and role-playing products, going to an actual movie set, watching it filmed.
Yes.
Talk to me a little bit about that relationship, that synergy that happens today between the actual movie companies and the manufacturers. Has it increased, do you think?
Well, I would say we have awesome partners with Lucasfilm. We work with them very closely each and every day. You know, we put a business plan together. We then fill that business plan with appropriate toys. And Lucasfilm is, like I said, an instrumental partner. We couldn't do this without them, of course. They really help guide us into what types of product we should do. You know, it's a real synergistic thing. We communicate back and forth, we brainstorm, we talk about stuff. We go like, well, when would be the perfect timing for this particular element? Should we hold this back? Should this go forward? So it's a really well-crafted relationship between Hasbro, our design team, and the team at Lucasfilm.
That's fantastic. Okay, last question I got to ask you. What's in store for you in the future? I mean, how much longer do you want to keep doing this?
Well, I tell you what, I hope to be able to do it until forever.
Forever. I'll tell you what, that's a great answer. And you know what? I make you a promise. You keep making them, I'll keep collecting them,
There
okay?
you go.
Okay, thanks so
We really
much.
appreciate your support, too.
I appreciate you. That's Mark Boudreau. This is Hasbro. This is Star Wars Celebration, and we'll see you again.
Thanks, man. Have a good weekend. Bye-bye.
My next guest is the smoothest character in the galaxy. And the original owner of the Millennium Falcon. Please welcome, Mr. Billy D. Williams! Oh, how do you do it, man? How do you do it? How are you still this cool after this long? What am I doing wrong, Billy D? What am I doing wrong? How do you do it?
You still have a lot of time left. I don't have that much time left.
Oh,
No.
But you've been cool from the go, man. You've been cool from the go, man. Since Jump, you've been smooth.
Since I came out of the womb, I've been cool.
That's true. That doesn't happen for everybody.
No, not everybody.
No,
that's
you're very
true.
blessed.
Very much so.
So tell me, I gotta know, what was it like the first time to put on a cape? How did it feel? You're putting on the rest of your costume, and you're like, cool, normal guy. Oh, cape.
Well, you know, it's not just the cape. The cape was the key, but the name, Calrissian, is Armenian.
Right.
So put those two together, and you've got something far beyond anything that we can call a galaxy.
Nice. Absolutely. Let me ask you.
I don't know what that meant, but anyway.
It sounded good. Everything he says sounds good. It's insane. You've been to a few Star Wars celebrations over the years. I think the last time I saw you was in Anaheim a couple years ago. How does this convention feel in comparison to the others? How does this event feel?
Well, enormous.
Yeah, they're getting bigger, right?
Yeah, this is really very special, I must say, and very exhausting.
Well,
but I'm having a good time.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a crowd, such an amazing fan base, huh?
And there's a whole sea of beautiful, wonderful, glorious faces. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
So I gotta say, I mean, like you said, huge crowd, so many of them here to see Lando. How many people here to see Lando? What is it about Lando? What is it about Lando that has people loving him this much 40 years later?
Well, he's cute.
Yeah, he's definitely cute.
And he's, well, you know, he's a rogue. He's a wonderful classic rogue who's dubious. And dubious characters are always very interesting characters.
Sure.
Yeah. He's charming. You know?
Yeah, they agree.
He has all of the aspects and all of the elements of a really interesting kind of hero. Or maybe even in many ways anti-hero, but certainly hero.
But that's what I love, you know.
But I always love playing heroes.
Yeah. He and Han, obviously long and complicated friendship and relationship. And what I loved is the first time you see Lando and Han together, you see the similarities between them, but you immediately see the difference in Lando, the charm, the ability to work people as opposed to pull back.
Right, and then I ended up wearing one of his outfits.
Yeah.
And I said to somebody, well, we got a little routine going about that one.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, he and I are lovers.
Whoa! That's some Billy D. Williams headcanon right there.
We're an item.
I like. Okay. Into it.
No, that's ridiculous. That's totally ridiculous. That's absurd.
Is it? Okay. Okay. They are cool though. They are tight. They are good friends, and they are two of the most favorite and loved characters in the Star Wars universe. Absolutely, without a doubt.
You know, it's very interesting about the early characters. I think there's something for each one of them. They're very distinct. And I'm curious to see if that's going to happen for the rest of the, the whole saga.
Yeah. They had this, George is always talking about how he loved the old Republic serials and radio dramas and things like that. And then in those, you definitely had these like strong character archetypes. And you all definitely represented some of those archetypes very well, you're right. And it was always one of the most interesting things about the original trilogy.
You're going to remember these characters for another 40 years.
Yeah. It's been 40 already.
Yeah, it's amazing.
And it's still going strong.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Billy D. Williams, for coming and joining me on the Millennium Falcon today.
Thank you so much.
Oh, my goodness. Oh! I got the Lando kiss on the forehead. I got the Billy D. Williams blessing. We have lots more from Star Wars Show live from Celebration Orlando coming at you in mere seconds. You will not want to miss it. Thank you, sir. As a dad is having your son stab you with a lightsaber or stepping on their Legos when they leave them out on the floor. Here to talk more about Lego are Rob Johnson, Eric Varzigi, and Mark Rowe. So you guys obviously have traditionally had a big presence here at Celebration. You guys are building some impressive stuff over at your booth. What have you been building so far?
We've been spending all week, all show long, building a 16-foot long model of the Millennium Falcon.
Amazing. So cool. How many pieces are going to be in this Falcon by the time it's done?
We're estimating about
200,000.
200,000 bricks.
200,000.
Yeah.
That's insane. That's so crazy. So you guys have been master builders for a while. You've been a master builder since 1995, is that correct?
Yep. 23 years next month.
Yeah. But you actually weren't into Lego as a kid, is that correct?
I had some, but not a lot. I had other interests like comic books, drawing, and painting. Both Mark and I were kind of into that, but I really didn't get into Lego until I landed the job.
How about you guys? Were you big into it all through your life?
Same with Eric. I just started when I got the job at Lego.
Yeah.
I've been collecting my whole life. Big Lego fan, big Star Wars fan. So,
how long does it take to design and build one of these full-size Lego models?
It really depends on the character. I worked on BB-8 and Poe Dameron, which you see on the show floor. BB's small, but he's very complicated. Trying to get that totally spherical shape.
Yeah, you've got to get a round shape out of all these Lego
out
bricks.
Of square bricks. Yeah, it was pretty tough.
Yeah, that's intense. So how long did it take to design?
That was maybe about an 80-hour design just to figure out the intricacies of it.
Wow.
Probably about 100 hours to build it.
I would get frustrated as a kid within 5 minutes and just throw the instructions away, and everything turned into a car. Everything was just like, there, it's a car now. I'm done. You have designed Lego models for a while, but you got your start as a model gluer.
Yeah, that is
correct. What is a
correct.
model gluer?
Well, we don't recommend gluing your models, but sometimes you need to display them in different stores and things. So you have to glue each little element together. And so I spent one summer building about 3 sets over and over again, probably about 2,000 times.
So you have to build the entire, you have to visualize and build the entire thing and then take it apart to glue it?
No, it's usually just a set you can purchase in the store, so it's just a display. So it's kind of like a training.
A lot of copy work,
it's a training ground to become a model designer and builder.
I get you. So how does somebody become a master builder or a master gluer?
Yeah. Well, I guess it just takes a lot of time. You got to put your 1,000 hours in or whatever. And eventually you get pretty good at it and you become a master builder.
Is there like a certification for this? Are you a certified master builder? Is that how it works?
We kind of did have an apprenticeship kind of program early on. Yeah, we would study under another master builder for a number of months before they granted
there are
us
always
the title.
two.
Yeah.
The master and the apprentice.
Exactly.
That is
true.
Yeah, we won't mention
so there
what
are
happened
only
to the last one.
Yeah,
no.
there are only ever 2 master builders in the world, and you're looking at them right now. So, new Lego sets. Obviously, a ton of amazing Star Wars Lego sets already. What's on the horizon? What are we going to see?
well, we're actually previewing some of the sets at our booth today. We have our June 2017 launch products there. We have some really exciting new sets, including a Biker Scout and Speeder Bike buildable figure set.
Nice.
And a new Stormtrooper Commander buildable figure set, along with a really, really cool Snow Speeder that's coming out on May the 4th. It'll be available through our direct-to-consumer channels as well as our brand retail stores, so look for that on May 4th.
That's cool. And I have seen such a line for your exclusives this weekend. Can you tell us a little bit about those?
They're very long, but if you saw the exclusive, you'd know why. It's a really, really great set. This guy right here actually designed it.
Yeah? Tell me about it. What is the exclusive this year?
The exclusive this year is the scene that Han and Luke trying to get Leia out of the detention
block
Oh, wow.
A23 rescue.
It was recommended by this man right here. He told me to build it.
Amazing. Well, thank you, because I want to see that and I want to build it. I don't know if I want to take it apart again and then glue it to build it again.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Well, guys, thank you so much for coming by. Always a pleasure to see you. The folks from Lego, everybody.
Thank you.
Stick around. We got more Star Wars Show live in just a moment.
Just breathe. Now, reach out. What do you see?
Light. Darkness. A balance. It's so much bigger.
I only know one truth. It's time for the Jedi to end.
With our next guest family. His sister had it.
And now we have it.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Mark Hamill.
And Millie Hamill.
And Millie. And Millie too. Welcome, sir. So good to see you. I know you have.
I feel you with the voice.
You have 3% of a voice left.
Yes.
You've been talking to fans all weekend.
Yes.
But we just wanted to know if there's anything that you wanted to say real quickly to the crowd here.
Thank you.
Celebration.
Well, first of all, if it weren't for you guys, I wouldn't be here. That's why we love the fans. And no, I'm not doing a Harvey Fierstein impression. I just want to be loved. Is that so wrong? There's my dog, Millie. And I asked George this weekend, are there dogs in the Star Wars universe? He definitively said no. So she's out of a job. I do want to thank you because when I meet you and sign or take pictures, you give me these gifts, shirts and books and drawings, and I keep them all. I think I'm going to spread them all out, take a picture and post it on Twitter because you're so generous, not only with your affection, but with your support. It's something I've never taken for granted. And like I say, it's just overwhelming to encounter it face to face. Tomorrow, I'll be back at my house with my wife complaining to take out the trash and go clean up after Millie and Mabel in the backyard.
That's not how the Force
I wish
works.
that were true.
Well, thank you so much for coming and being here.
That's it?
Well, we know that you're running low on voice, but we have something that we'd love for you to do. We have got this T-shirt cannon.
Oh, yeah.
Billy D had some fun with it.
Did he?
Oh,
Boyega
yeah.
had some fun with it.
We would love it if you had some fun with it as well. Hayden shot it a couple times.
Very good. I just hope I'm a better shot than a stormtrooper.
This is locked and loaded, so I'll show you how to do it, and then I'll hand it over. I'm going to put this down.
Mark Hamill's going to shoot a T-shirt cannon for us. time for Mark Hamill, everybody. Thank you so much, Mark. Wow. Woo! I mean, and then... is one of the meanest men in the Star Wars universe, but in reality is one of the sweetest men on the planet Earth. Please welcome the Emperor himself, Ian McDiarmid. Slide over for you.
Hiding behind me, eh?
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. And a very happy Easter to you all. Sorry, a little throaty this morning, but it'll go away. I must say it's very nice coming back up a tunnel as opposed to disappearing down one.
Ian, let me ask you something. Did you ever hear the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise?
Funny you should say that. Yes, it's etched on my brain.
I loved hearing your panel, hearing you talk about it, and hearing that scene was one of your favorite scenes
Sure.
in the entire saga. Because what I love about Palpatine is he can be so sickeningly, sweetly, such a father figure when he needs to be.
That's right. But underneath all that, yes, there lurks other motives. Yeah.
It's interesting to me because it would be so easy to just play Palpatine as this straight up dark, over the top villain, but you really do have this way of bringing moments of feeling and sweetness to these lines.
Yes. And it's all his technique, of course. He's very good, you know. If you want people to do things for you, you are initially quite nice to them. And you offer them the best while really giving them the worst. And I was very fortunate because, you know, I didn't know anything about the prequels, nor did George, when I did the first film I was involved in, Return of the Jedi. But then I suddenly discovered that Palpatine, rather than just being a solid block of evil, had a past life. And George said, when we met for the second time round, he said, well, this guy you're going to play is a little bit like you. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. He'll just look a little bit like you, but he'll be easily identifiable as a hypocritical politician, you know. I wonder who he meant. Anyway, that was a good start off. So as a hypocritical politician and a hypocritical human being, he had to be nice to everybody. And he had to have a smile on his face every now and again. But one of the best things that George said to me when we were doing the prequels, he said, just imagine that your face, Ian's face, is a mask over the monster's face. And that was fantastically helpful. Not that I did anything particular, but every time there was, you know, a smile or a glint or a pleasant remark, underneath was this monster motivating nothing but bad.
So you've played Palpatine at different times in his life, as you were just talking about. We've seen him as a senator, we've seen him as the chancellor, we've seen him as the emperor. Mm-hmm. Who's your favorite Palpatine?
That's a difficult question. Yes, I suppose it has to be the Emperor, once he's all-powerful and has...
Because you get a throne.
I won't do it in the full voice, otherwise I'll never speak again. Once he has unlimited power, which of course is... Unlimited power!
There it is!
And I hear that phrase every other day. From other politicians who've worked their way up to the center of the universe.
What is the biggest, you know, talking about, I obviously am quoting the Emperor to you. Everybody here is quoting the Emperor to you.
Yeah.
What is the request that you get the most often?
Do it! And if you're not inviting someone to kill another person, it's fairly good advice, you know. Don't just sit there. Get on with it, you know.
40th anniversary.
Yeah.
Probably the biggest celebration ever. How is it feeling for you to be walking around this year?
Well, it's great. I mean, it's a big thing, and some of you will have seen the panel we did on the first day, and it's full of great surprises for everybody, really. I knew that Harrison was likely to show up, and I knew that George was going to make an appearance, thank goodness. I mean, how could he stay away? 40th anniversary of his genius, really, is what it is.
Absolutely.
And then I knew, of course, that we'd be talking about Carrie. But it was wonderful the way that was staged. It was great to see her daughter, who's a wonderful actress in her own right, paying tribute to her mother in sort of a mother's way, you know, serious and also funny. And then a surprise to all of us, except the great musical composer himself. The curtain swished back and there was a huge orchestra, which I understand is the Orlando Philharmonic.
Yeah.
Which is fantastic. Conducted by the great John Williams himself. And I said to everybody backstage, who thought up that idea? And they said, no, John contacted us and said he wanted to do it for Carrie and for the 40th anniversary.
Absolutely. Well, Ian, thank you so much for coming by.
It's
Thank
great.
you for coming to another celebration, hanging out with the fans. We absolutely love it.
Good to see you.
Ian
Thank
McDermott,
you.
everybody.
Thank you. Have
Stick
a good
around.
afternoon.
More Star Wars Show Live coming up in just a minute.
Great.
The captain says you are a friend. I will not kill you.
We're here inside the Hot Wheels Darth Vader car, and I'm here with Brian of Hot Wheels. Brian, tell us about this vehicle.
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, this is actually a fully functioning, high-performance car embodying Darth Vader in automotive form.
Oh man, this is Darth Vader's mask. I'm inside Darth Vader's head right now, feeling his thoughts. I'm feeling a little bit scary right now. I'm feeling a little bit evil.
Choked up, are you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just don't turn to the dark side here.
I'm having a hard time breathing. I don't know why.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
So you helped design this vehicle, is that right?
Absolutely. I'm the designer on this car and designed this car to really kick off our partnership with Lucasfilm when we launched our Hot Wheels Star Wars character car line back in 2014 at Comic-Con. We made a big splash with this car there on the floor at Comic-Con.
And this baby, like you said, fully functional. It drives in the street, so we could see this out driving. Though it has no back window.
Yeah, I've actually ridden around town with Jay Leno behind the wheel, so yeah, it was pretty cool.
Oh man, how good would it be to see Darth just getting out of this car? Oh, that would be so fantastic. Okay, so let's get out for a second. Let's go through some of the features of the vehicle on the outside.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Let me help you out here.
Oh, perfect. Oh, this just goes up. And now that we're out, I can breathe a little easier. I'm feeling a little. I was really choking there. I don't know why. So, Brian, tell us about take us through some of the specs of this Darth Vader Hot Wheels car.
Yeah, so like I mentioned, this is a fully functioning high-performance car. And so this is built on a Corvette chassis, has an LS3 motor in it, 526 horsepower. So, this car can really go. And we've got some custom rims here with Imperial logos, as you can see. And one of the really cool things is the side pipes on the side of the car are actually Darth's lightsaber, and they actually glow red from behind. So it's kind of cool when you got the full vehicle lighting going. You get the red glow around the car with the lightsaber effect.
Oh, that's fantastic. You got a little Hot Wheels symbol right on there.
Got to represent Hot Wheels, of course.
And then we've got these kind of side mirrors, the only way to see out the back, right?
Yeah, we got some race-style mirrors there, carbon fiber mirrors. There's actually carbon fiber throughout the car. It's primarily fiberglass, but there's some carbon fiber elements throughout the car. And the front grille, we've got the real shaker hood, is carbon fiber, and some the rear valance panel as well.
So you were telling me this is a Corvette body, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so Corvette chassis.
Okay.
The body is 100% built from the ground up by us here at Hot Wheels, and Action Vehicle Engineering is the team that built the car for us. Billy Hammond and his team over there, Action Vehicle Engineering, great, talented group of guys that built an amazing car for us. And so as you can see, I mean, you look at the car and you clearly get the iconic Darth references, but we didn't want this thing to just be a head on wheels, right?
Yeah.
So our whole formula at Hot Wheels is every character car we do has to be first and foremost a cool, awesome, authentic car, right? It's got to read as a real car going down the street. But then you get that immediate read of the character as well, right? And so we took those elements of Darth's helmet, of his cowl and everything, and we integrated that in a vehicular form.
And you did a fantastic job. This thing looks really incredible. I would love to be in this racing down the street. Honestly, just maybe a little drag race. I could just totally picture taking that down the road.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And if you check out up front here.
Yeah, show us.
So you can see we've got the carbon fiber grille, but subtle little detail hidden in there within the grille are the Hot Wheels logo. So again, really denoting the heritage, where this comes from. This is not just a cool car, but it's a cool Hot Wheels car, right?
I love what you did here with the lights as well.
Yeah, he's got the lights are actually integrated as the screw tips on the tip of Darth's helmet, and then the nostril there is a central light, so it's actually a 3 headlight.
So, Brian, these buttons on the top of the car, as well as buttons inside the car, activate the hood and the lights and everything like that?
Yeah, actually, you can raise and lower the helmet to get in the car, and turn the lights on, and the sound effects and all that with the buttons. Yeah.
And this guy actually does a little bit of Vader breathing, is that right?
Yeah, he actually does, yes. It's pretty cool when you hear him breathing down the road. Yeah.
That would be incredible. Okay, let's take a look around back of the vehicle real quick.
See the helmet? He's got that center spine down his helmet, the iconic helmet there. But we really wanted to squish that helmet down to really give this like a really low, sinister, sort of foreboding feel, because like I said, when we design these cars, we really want them to be authentic and cool, not just I like to say, not a dopey head on wheels, right?
Yeah.
And so I had a whole list of words on my computer screen as I was drawing this out, and I'm, menacing, foreboding, dark, strong, evil. And so I wanted to try to capture all those things as I was designing the car. And so, when you see it coming behind you in the rearview mirror, it's kind of scary, and that was the effect I wanted.
Yeah, having been inside, I can confirm it is a little bit frightening being inside Vader's head. So thank you so much, Brian. Appreciate that. You have a good one.
Yeah, you too.
There's been kind of a theme on stage here this weekend, and the theme is that Star Wars has a lot of collectibles out there. You can put Star Wars on anything, apparently, because Jonathan and Tom here have hosted a panel on food collectibles for the past couple celebrations, and they have brought some stuff to show off for us. Now, sorry, Tom, I'm sorry. It's been a long week. So why collect food promotions?
For me, it started when I was a kid. Both of my parents were collectors, a lot of radio stuff, and a lot of it was tied to food products, Ovaltine and such. And so,
did you get your decoder ring?
My dad did.
Oh, that's cool.
So
that's real cool. So it started young.
Yes.
Kind of the same thing for me, and the Kenner toys, the Marvel comics, and food promotions. Collecting those early cards and stickers. Some of my earliest memories of being a Star Wars fan.
Now, what were some of the early promotions like? What do you remember from your childhood?
Well, I have a book here, a booklet of cards that you got cards in the packs of cereal. This Crazy Cow box is one of those boxes. And so as a kid, you tried to collect all these things, and that had a promotion where you could mail in and complete the set and get the little booklet. But of course, we didn't save the packaging, so it's really tough to find the packaging.
So do you, have quite a collection of packaging now, vintage Star Wars packaging?
Yeah, so it's really cool.
Now, what's more difficult to find now? The packaging is definitely more difficult than the premiums.
The packaging's definitely more difficult. So even when I came into the show today and got screened by security, I set my box of these things aside, and they said, "Is this trash?" And I had to think about it, because technically it is trash. It was meant to be thrown away, but no, it's important to me.
Oh, Star Wars collectors, man, there's no end to what we do. So why don't you tell us a little bit about some of the things that you brought, because there's definitely some older products and some newer ones.
Tom, you want to talk?
So some of the newer ones that I brought, the BB-8 grape container.
Yeah,
logical. Exactly, and it's actually healthy.
Yeah.
So they're turning more towards that.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier too, like there's the waters.
Right.
Yeah.
And one of the bottles is European water bottle, and it's actually better than the U.S. ones because they put a character on it, made the bottle look like that character.
Yeah, that's super cool. All we have here is just the wrapping, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And then the other one is candy from Peru that came with little toys.
Oh, yeah.
And this is one of the exceptions where the packaging is easy to get, but the toys are harder.
Because they're so small.
And there's 60 different.
Oh, wow.
So.
Do you have them all?
Yes. Actually,
of course you do. Why would I ask that? That's the worst. I'm sorry, that's the worst interview question. Of course you have them all. How about this Wonder Bread bag here?
The booklet?
The Wonder Bread.
Oh, the Wonder Bread. Yeah, so that was one of the early promotions, and you would buy a bag of Wonder Bread in the store, and you got, again, a card inside the bag. And there were 16 cards to collect, so you had to eat a lot of Wonder Bread.
That's a lot of bread.
To get it.
That's a lot of carbs. Is that these cards here?
Yeah, that's that set of cards there. And then I've been able to find 16 different bags. And so one of the things collectors do is they get into variation. So we try to hunt down all those niche little
And
variations.
just really hope that people are as crazy as you and held on to
Yeah,
it.
it's amazing what things have survived.
So like, how do you go about searching for stuff like Star Wars Wonder Bread bags?
You know, resources, auctions, eBay, those sort of things, but making connections with other collectors.
Right. Facebook has helped a lot
Okay.
with that. You know, getting specific groups that post where they find things and what they have for trade.
And now you just hold on to anything you find that's coming out?
Yes.
What's the weirdest new promotion you've seen?
The weirdest new promotion.
The grapes are kind of weird.
Yeah,
The grapes are kind of weird.
And there's apples and oranges as well.
Oh, okay.
And then the Mexican food that came out that had you could get movie money for Star Wars on it. And I just don't think of Mexican food and Star Wars necessarily going together.
Why not? I like both. Mexican food, good. Star Wars, good.
And that included a can of refried beans with Chewbacca on the label.
Of course. Of course, why not? It's so logical. Tell me a little bit about these bottle caps here, because this is pretty impressive. I don't know if you can see it at home, but they have little pictures of, all classic characters inside it.
Yeah, so that Star Wars came out in Japan a little later than it came out here in the U.S. It came out in 1978. So these bottle caps are from that time period, and there were 50 bottle caps that you would collect. So you'd have to pry these caps off the top of the soda lids, and then this plastic thing is a in-store premium meant to collect the set. So we were encouraged from the very beginning to collect these things.
Beautiful. Marketing at its finest. Thank you guys for bringing this by. This is so much fun. It's so crazy. You can Star Wars anything. I love it. And you guys, stick around. We'll be back with more Celebration here in Orlando on the Star Wars Show Live presented by Verizon. Stay tuned.
Collectibles, and some of my favorites are coming from Gentle Giant. Here now from Gentle Giant, we have Daniel Pickett and Ashley Powell. Welcome.
Hey, how's
so
it going?
good to see you.
Thanks for having us.
We are hidden behind a pile of wonderful here, but I want to start with this Ralph McQuarrie Solo bust. This is amazing.
Yes.
So good. Tell me about this.
So we wanted to work on bringing another one of the Ralph McQuarrie concept mini busts. This is the 8th in the line. And so this year we decided for a Celebration exclusive, it would be fitting for us to continue on and make Han Solo.
Yeah, and he looks good. I just love, my favorite thing about the early McQuarrie Solo is just like, this is not Han Solo at all. It's so amazing. It's so wonderful. What made you want to do this one? Have you had your eye on this one for a while?
Well, we've done so many other characters. We've done Boba Fett, we've done a snowtrooper, we did Luke, we did Vader, and so it was time for Han.
It's time. It was just time for Han. I
40th
love it.
anniversary. You want a big bearded lightsaber wielding sort of concept-y guy.
Beards are
Yeah, that's the traditional 40th anniversary gift.
That's right, yes.
So, I absolutely love this. This is out and available now, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
This is one of our Celebration exclusives.
Okay. You have another Celebration exclusive here.
We do.
This is the silliest thing I've ever seen, and I love it. Tell me all about it, please. What is in this box?
So this is part of our Star Wars Jumbo line, where we have taken figures from the vintage line, blown them up into 12 inches, and traditionally they come, on a card like you got them when you were a kid, but not everything came on a card. So we thought this would be a really fun exclusive where we would do the Dianoga Trash Monster that came with the 1978 Death Star Space Station playset. And as you'll recall, it came with a bunch of foam trash. So our packaging guy made this killer box, which we really love, of Han, Chewie, and Leia just casually looking as Luke is devoured by a Dianoga.
Yeah, I love just the serene, placid looks on their faces in this. Just like, oh, is Luke getting eaten by that trash monster?
Yeah. But a lot of our collectors that collect this line have them all carded because they look awesome on the card. So we also, inside that box, you will find a carded version, but full of epic jumbo trash.
Lots
Space
of foam
trash.
You threw a ton of chopped up foam into a blister pack.
The 3-color foam, just like you got in 1978. Because what's a Dianoga without his fake trash?
That's amazing. You have got to turn around and show the back of that card too, because that's hilarious.
All right, so these are, we've done over 50 characters in the line so far. So just like on the old vintage packaging, they had a great, cross-sell image. So these are the blown-up versions that we have released in the line so far.
That's amazing. So you decide you're going to do a Dianoga Trash Monster playset. How long does it take to blow up these designs, figure out the packaging, sculpt these things, start to finish when you're working on something like this?
So when we begin these projects, especially for the Kenner line, the Jumbos, we actually have to go find an original one that was made, from 1977 from the original line. And sometimes we have to destroy the figures and we digitally scan them. And then we 3D print them and we blow them up to jumbo size to make them. So that all takes about 9 months from start to finish.
Does it break your heart when you have to destroy those figures though?
Yes.
That's gotta be hard.
Every time we have to sacrifice one, my inner child sheds a little tear.
The ends justify the means, my friend.
It does.
You have to do what's right.
That's right.
It sounds very imperial of you.
For the greater good, to make these jumbos for the people, we have to sacrifice one of our own.
So what part, other than having to track down the originals here, is there anything about the creation of either of these pieces that was kind of strange or out of the ordinary? Any stories you want to tell us about them?
I think that just deciding on actually making the Dianoga as an exclusive, thinking, are people really going to buy this? And is that really what the Dianoga looks like?
I don't know. What do you guys think? Are you into this thing? Would you buy this thing? Feels like a good decision.
We think so.
So how many revisions does something like the Macquarie bus especially must go through a lot of reworks? How many times do you have to go through these before you get them just right?
Every single stage, we usually get some feedback. So we start off with a concept of a concept mini bust, and then we go to a digital sculpt stage, and so we'll get tweaks here to change the eye, the detail. And what's really interesting about these pieces is that we don't always have a full 360 design of it, so we have to do some interpreting on our own and taking what Ralph had originally done and applying it to our bust to make it happen.
Converting those 2D illustrations into something fully 3D and figuring out what those missing details are that you can't see, right? That's got to be interesting.
Yep.
But also, since we've been doing these for several years, when we started this line, we were able to actually go to Ralph and show him the designs, and he helped us QC some of the original ones, and we've also worked with his estate since he passed
that's
away.
amazing.
So yeah, it was really important to us to capture that as accurately as possible.
Yeah, and I think that really shows through with this. Guys, thank you so much for coming by.
Absolutely.
Gentle Giant, you guys. We have lots more from Celebration coming up in just a few minutes, right here on the Star Wars Show live stage, presented by Verizon. Thanks so much. I love it.
voice of Ahsoka Tano. Others may know her as the founder of her universe. I know her as a friend and quite possibly the biggest fan of ponies on the planet. Which I know may sound weird considering it's Star Wars Celebration, but trust me, it's a thing with her. Please welcome Ashley Eckstein back to our stage.
Thank you. Thank you, Andy. That was like the best intro ever.
Well, you had a pony-themed birthday party. Like, what?
I did. I had the best birthday party ever this year. I got to be at Lucasfilm in San Francisco on my birthday. We had an Ahsoka's Pony Farm cupcake party. You were there.
It was great. It was a
It
great
was
time.
incredible.
There were little horses to ride on.
Yes.
So, back on topic. Now that it's been revealed that you are, voicing Ahsoka again in Forces of Destiny. Yeah, right? So excited about that. I'm so excited to see some 2D animation. It's going to be so fun. How is that character different in this iteration than how she is in the Clone Wars or Rebels even?
Well, in this iteration, it's important to note that it is Clone Wars Ahsoka. So, Dave Filoni's promised we'll see Ahsoka in Rebels again, whether she's alive or not, question mark, exclamation point, what does that mean?
Right?
But, he's teased us and said we'll see her again, but this is actually Ahsoka in Clone Wars. So we'll see Clone Wars Ahsoka again.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually my favorite iteration of Ahsoka because I did it for so long. So I'm happy to go back to that place. She also gets to interact with Padme a lot, which I love.
That's cool, yeah.
Because, and Ahsoka and Padme, you could tell that they were close in the Clone Wars. You could tell that they had a friendship, but we didn't really explore, how they developed that friendship a lot. So some of what I've already done is with Ahsoka and Padme, so I'm really excited for the fans to see that.
That is exciting. It's always cool to see the girls getting together,
Yes.
So when we last saw Ahsoka at the end of season 2 of Rebels, her fate was left hanging, and Dave's been messing with us again, like he does with his question mark exclamation point shirt. What do you think of that? And next time he's gonna have to come out with like an interrobang on it. Like, that's the.
Well, so here's the frustrating part. I actually didn't, get to see the panel. So I had something else, a conflict at the same time. All of a sudden, my Twitter is like blowing up with this photo of Dave's shirt. I had no warning, so I did not know that was happening. And of course, then I wanted answers.
Right, because in true Dave fashion, he has not given you a definitive answer.
He keeps us in the dark like crazy. So don't think that like I'm super in the know, you guys, because I usually find out on a need to know basis.
Yeah.
So I see him this morning, and I'm like, hey Dave, your shirt, like how'd you pull that off? Were you hiding behind the couch? What were you doing? And he was like, what do you mean? He goes, that's a figment of your imagination. So he's not even telling me what his shirt meant.
Oh man, he loves messing with you. It's so funny.
And of course, I fall for it every time. I'm the most gullible person ever.
So you've been doing celebrations for a while now. You've got your own corner of the official store going with her universe. It's amazing. You've become such a huge part of this event. What's your favorite part of coming to Celebration?
Oh my goodness. Well, it's definitely the fans.
Right?
Hands down.
They have been keeping us going all week. It's amazing.
Yeah, no, so I've gotten to know everyone. It's been almost 10 years now.
Yeah.
So 10 years getting to know everyone. I've literally watched kids grow up. And so
And you've hired one of them.
I have. I've hired my first fangirl, Savannah, who you'll see in a minute. Yes! And I've known her since she was 14. So that's my favorite part. And, I got to make my schedule this time, and I jam-packed it with as much fan stuff as I could. So my favorite thing this celebration is I've teamed up with Force for Change and UNICEF.
Right.
And
we did that workout. My thighs are still sore. Thanks for that.
You're welcome. But I've been going every day to the Force for Change booth and working out with the kids.
Getting in your kick fistos.
Getting in my kick fistos and my Jawa jumps. There you go. Never thought I'd do that. But the kids love it.
Yeah.
And, we're getting active and saving lives. And, that's what this is about, right? With families and kids and just using Star Wars for good and being a force for change. So I've had a blast.
Good. I'm so glad you're involved with that because it is a lot of fun. I know the kids love you. So you've got this whole little corner of the Celebration store going on all for yourself. I was over there. It's really cool.
Thank
what
you.
new lines of clothes are you bringing to us in 2017? And for the 40th anniversary? Like a beautiful
Yes,
jacket.
yes. So I've actually invited several of my friends here to model some of the designs because we released a new collection just in time for celebration, including the jacket you're
I love
wearing.
This jacket. This is the sickest jacket.
Thank you. John Boyega, I guess, saw it on the floor, and he's asking how he can get one.
And he has incredible jacket taste.
The fact that, yes, he does. So the fact that, like, my jacket passed his, like, jacket test is incredible.
Well done. Well done. Well, let's see what you brought to show us.
Yeah, so first out we have Stacy. So Stacy, come on out. Round of applause for Stacy, everyone. So Stacy is actually modeling our 40th anniversary bomber jacket.
It is so
So
cool.
it has the special Lucasfilm 40 logo on the front. And then look at the inside lining.
The 3PO wire lining really makes it.
Okay, yeah. So the back embroidery, the inside lining. Oh, there you see it. So it's definitely sold out right now, but it's going to be online. So
be
very
available on
soon on Her
heruniverse.com.
Universe. Everything you see will be available on heruniverse.com. And stop by the store. We have 30% off coupons if you want to get it. Next we have Savannah. Savannah, a new member of our Her Universe team.
And one of the biggest fangirls I have ever met.
Yeah, she's wearing our new Star Wars ship's dress.
That's
and we're
so
really
cute.
inspired by Rey's cold shoulder. So we had to give the cold shoulder to this dress. Very on trend, very Star Wars.
Now, are those schematics or is it just prints of the ship?
They are the ships as constellations in space.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so they're
That's even
actually
better.
like constellations. They're stars. It's yeah, we're calling it our Star Wars space ship dress.
Oh.
Very original,
Yeah.
right?
Clever.
So next we have Glory, and Glory is wearing our Rebel romper.
That is so fun.
We love rompers.
Yeah.
Rompers are always trending.
They're not always easy to wear, but they're fun and they're cute.
And doesn't Glory look amazing in this romper? And it has pockets. Pockets, people. Pockets make everything better. And it's perfect for summer.
That's great. I love that.
There's
print.
X-Wings, R2, Rebel helmets in there. It's got everything hidden
That's
and a
great.
cute floral pattern. Thank you, Glory.
Thank you.
Next we have Caitlin, and Caitlin is modeling our brand new Rey dress, which has pockets. Now this was designed by Kelly Sircone. She actually won the Her Universe fashion show at Star Wars Celebration.
Cool.
And Kelly actually designed this Rey dress, which is inspired by her costume, but obviously an everyday item. And that's kind of like what we love to specialize in. It's everyday cosplay.
Yeah,
I'm wearing the matching Rey cardigan designed by Leetal Platt, who won our fashion show.
I have that cardigan. I love it.
It's so comfy, but it looks like you're wearing a Rey costume, but you're
So
not.
The belt comes off. It's completely
The belt comes off, so I have it wrapped around the cardigan, and you can just make it your own. Do
That's
the
great.
hairstyle, do like half the hairstyle. Caitlin, you look gorgeous.
You look
Round of applause for
wonderful.
Caitlin, everyone.
Anytime I can get a dress with pockets.
Anytime.
Anytime.
Anytime. Next, we have Charlotte.
Now, so cool.
Charlotte is modeling our new Hera t-shirt. Now, everyone's been asking for a
Is
Hera
it-
t-shirt.
Okay, but when I first saw this, I was like, all right, is it Hero or is it Hera?
So that's exactly what I wanted you to say, because it's both. Hera is a hero, but it's also Hera.
So good.
Amy Beth Christensen, who actually works on Star Wars Rebels, she actually designed that Hera, like the Hera letter for us. And then Vanessa Marshall, if you turn around, Charlotte, she picked that quote. So that quote is, if all you do is fight for your own life, then your life is worth nothing. And that's Vanessa Marshall's favorite Hera quote. So we had to have a combination of ABC and Vanessa Marshall, designed by strong, powerful Star Wars women.
That's awesome.
Thank you so much, Charlotte.
That's a great shirt.
And finally, we have Mary. Round of applause for Mary. Mary is in our new Darth Vader cardigan.
Yep, gonna need that one.
Show us the back, Mary, because it's very subtle. There's Darth Vader's helmet embroidered on the back, and then part of his costume down the front. And then she's also wearing the new Dave Filoni designed Ahsoka and Vader t-shirt, which is unisex. It's our first t-shirt for guys.
That's great.
So guys can wear that shirt too. And this entire line will be available in plus sizes on our website. So
That's awesome.
So definitely check it out. Mary looks gorgeous. It's
Yeah,
the perfect
that's
kind
great.
of Darth Vader subtle outfit.
I'm a big fan of wearing black, so I'm gonna need that cardigan. Thank you so much for joining us, Ashley. Everything
Thank
looks
you.
amazing, and I just what you're doing for fangirls in our community is just awesome, and it's so great to see us finally getting some really cool, cute Star Wars clothes just for us.
Thank you so much, Andy.
Stick around, guys. There's more Star Wars Show Live presented by Verizon in just a second.
For many years, something that's been really important to Star Wars is these characters that little kids can grow up and recognize a little bit of themselves.
So with Forces of Destiny, there was an opportunity to tell some additional stories around these terrific characters from throughout the franchise.
Forces of Destiny, they're these almost bite-sized, short, self-contained adventures that take place in different time periods. It's very much a real part of Star Wars.
Well, we were very fortunate to have Daisy reprising her role as Rey.
BB-8, this way!
Felicity Jones as Jyn Erso.
I suggest you pick on someone your own size.
We have Lupita back as Maz.
It's a nice night for telling stories.
This new series of shorts just opens up a whole new realm of possibilities.
Just a few moments ago, we had an amazing first look at Star Wars Battlefront 2. And now I'm very excited to talk to the dev team about everything we saw today. Please welcome Steve Blank from the creative team of Lucasfilm, Mark Thompson, and Bernd Diemer from EA. You guys, Battlefront 2 looks insane. You guys saw that trailer, yeah? Oh, we've got a lot to unpack, guys. We've got a lot to unpack. First of all, tell me about Iden.
So Iden is she's an elite Imperial Special Forces soldier. She is fully dedicated to the Empire. She believes in the cause. She's from a new planet we're developing with Lucasfilm called Vardos. It is a peaceful and prosperous Imperial world. And so with this character, we really take you inside the Empire and kind of let you understand what it's like to be a stormtrooper and to believe in the Empire.
So I love this because obviously after Battlefront, people were like, I love this. I would love to see a single player campaign. And when you guys were sitting down to design it, I want to know, what made you go Imperial? Because I appreciate this a lot. I appreciate this a lot.
I mean, it's a new perspective, and it's really something that Mark and his team at Motive came to us with and said, hey, we're interested in exploring that because it's not something we've really seen before, certainly seen a lot of, and certainly not done a whole game, certainly, from that perspective. So it opened up, even though we were exploring a time period or exploring events that we knew were situated in specific places on the timeline, or there were stories told about them, it opened up a whole nother way for us to go and appreciate those events and really look at it from a new perspective and see, well, when the Death Star 2 blows up, you know exactly what the Rebellion thinks and where their head is at, but how did the Empire take that? The remnants of the Empire, what does that really look like? And it gives you a great jumping off point and some really meaty story elements to explore.
And that was such a powerful moment in the trailer where we see the Death Star blowing up over Iden's shoulder, and she just looks up at it and it was just like, well, what have we been doing for the last few years? What happens now? It's such a wonderful thing to see, and I think it's something we saw in Rogue One a little bit. We saw the darker side of the Rebellion, and now it's kind of nice to see the heroes of the Empire, too. So when we're going through in this campaign, tell me a little bit about Vardos, tell me a little bit about some returning locations and some new locations we're going to see.
Well, like I said, we pick up right at the end of Return of the Jedi, and so obviously that involves being boots on the ground on Endor as the Death Star 2 explodes. But like Steve said, it's living it from that different perspective, a perspective that we haven't understood what it was like for those people in that moment. And then, Aiden's journey and the campaign really follows Aiden's story across 30 years in the galaxy, leading right up to the events of The Force Awakens and Starkiller Base. And I'm not going to go into too many details about where we go and what we do, of course.
But and specific to Vardos, right? This is a new planet that we've developed together, and we're really looking for a space.
How exciting is that? Not just
really
you know, every once in a while we talk to companies who come up, people like Fantasy Flight, which I did notice one of their ships in your trailer.
Good eye. Good eye.
But every once in a while, a company gets to design a ship or the look of a character that we already kind of knew about a little bit. You guys got to design an entire new Star Wars planet. How did that feel?
Well, it's pretty awesome. I'll be honest. No, it was. So what's really great about the story group is when you walk into the room with them and you have ideas about new content, they're super excited about it. And what they don't tell you is how long and difficult it's going to be to create that new content. So they're like, yeah, we want new planets. That's going to be about 9 months of back and forth to figure this thing out.
Yeah, but it gets it to a great place. That feels
because we're leaving
awesome.
You're fitting it. Hi. Because you're fitting it in. Isn't she adorable?
Completely.
Her blaster is like the size of her. I love it. So this is when you sit down to create a planet as opposed to a character. I understand the idea of giving a character a personality. How do you give a planet a personality? How do you decide where a planet fits in?
Well, so what really draws me to Star Wars as a fan is the incredible world building. Like as an IP, it's a masterclass in the exercise of building believable worlds. And so getting to add to that is an incredible opportunity, but it requires understanding its political systems and its geographic systems and how all of these different parts of the galaxy move and work together. And without story
I love your nod, Steve, just like every day.
Yeah.
I do this every day.
Yeah, no, and it's awesome. It's great.
I have to wait in there as well. It's not only the planets or the characters. Yeah. Like working with these guys is fantastic because everything is treated with the same care. Every blaster, every character, every ability that our heroes have, every ship, every teeny tiny little screw on a computer panel somewhere, we talk about it.
Yeah.
And we make sure that it's Star Wars and Battlefront.
Well, it must have been great for you guys, too, because after playing through the first Battlefront and seeing the loving care that you guys took with the details, I mean, Battlefront was obviously the greatest looking Star Wars game ever created. The attention to detail, the attention to these characters, these weapons, the armor. I mean, you guys clearly put as much love into it as they do.
I think what is so great about the first game especially is that it put me on Hoth. I was there.
Yes.
Yeah. No kidding. I was really there. And so when we started thinking about the second game, we thought, you know what? We proved our chops. We know how to recreate Star Wars moments. So how about we create new things now together with you?
Yeah, and huge props to their team, and also, you know, there's close collaboration, right? Like Byrne was saying, between our internal games production team, like between DICE, between Criterion, between Motive, we're all talking all of the time. And like you said, even on the panel, it's like there's a lot of conversations that just turn to geeking out, right? Over this little detail, or like spending a lot of time on something that feels like minutia, but you realize that sometimes it is in the minutia that really helps to that world building, right? To really feel like it is a part of it, like you understood what it came from,
Well, it's that
where it
texture
is.
and that attention to detail that makes something Star Wars. I want to talk about, this is the first HD game, the first game that we've seen in a long time that spans all 3 eras of Star Wars.
Indeed. Isn't that exciting?
That's when you were on the panel and you were like, look, when we say all 3 eras, we want you to be a trooper from all 3 eras, and that means 3 different kinds of trooper.
Yeah,
It's
we
amazing.
probably didn't think that through when we thought about it.
So, but if we're following the story of Aiden, obviously, but we're following 3 different eras. We've got all these different hero characters that you're bringing in. How are you juggling all of this in the campaign? Because we're not just playing as Aiden exclusively in the campaign, right?
No, so like I said, we follow Aiden's journey, right? This is really her story. She's the hero. She has a squad, so she's the commander of Inferno Squad. So, you know, like most Star Wars storytelling, it is an ensemble piece with one kind of standout leader. But then we do, just like you do in Battlefront multiplayer, you get the chance to put down the blaster of a trooper and, you know, pick up a saber and step into the shoes of a hero and storm onto the battlefront. And so we wanted to do the same thing with the campaign. So we have these chapters where you don't play as Aiden, you play as some of the iconic Star Wars heroes.
Sure. Just to get some more of that story from another perspective.
Yes,
Let's talk about these heroes. We saw some new heroes, and they look real good. They look real good. Who do we got? We've got Maul.
We do.
Oh.
Yes.
We've got who else? I saw Yoda.
Yes.
Give me more. Who else do we got?
Not.
Wow.
People are excited.
I'm sure you would like to say that you have no comment about anything that wasn't in the trailer specifically at this time.
Pretty much, yes. Took the
That's
words
correct.
right out of my mouth.
Yeah, but we
Or
did.
we can look at this man.
Yeah, but we did see my
you can look at me. I don't know what it'll do.
beautiful tortured boy, Kylo Ren at the end. My sweet boy.
Yeah, you saw him.
I saw
He's
him.
in there.
Oh, he looks good too.
Yeah, he does.
So
Good and evil.
yeah,
Yes.
I loved it. And it's so we're bringing in new heroes. We're bringing in new modes. Are we talking about modes yet?
We bring in a lot of things. I think in every aspect, this game has more weapons, more modes, more heroes, more characters, more everything. It's certainly the biggest game that I personally have ever worked on in my entire career. It's huge. It's enormous. And we wanted to make sure that, especially for this year, 40th anniversary, what better time to have, for the first time, a game that spans across all these 3 exciting eras. Am I right?
That's wonderful. That's wonderful to be able to go through all of it. All of it.
Yes.
From the prequels all the way through.
Yeah, because for me personally, my first touch point with this amazing universe was the original trilogy.
Sure.
But for so many people out there, the prequel movies, they were the first time they experienced the Star Wars magic. So
whose first Star Wars movie was a prequel? Let me hear from you. Woo! Woo! Yeah. Yeah. It's
Exciting.
cool. Yeah, and it's cool to be able to give those people the Star Wars that they first knew and first loved. That's got to be amazing.
Yes.
So, new modes, new everything. You guys were great about releasing content continuously after release with the first one. We obviously have The Last Jedi coming out. I don't know if you heard, but you're releasing pretty close to The Last Jedi.
Yeah, we do.
Did you guys know that when you started?
How did that happen?
Last Jedi.
I'll look it up.
Look it up. Yeah, you're gonna love it.
look that
There
up.
was a trailer. You're gonna love it. Are we going to see some Last Jedi content?
We're gonna see some content. We're gonna see Kylo. We're gonna see Rey.
Okay.
We're gonna see some spaceships, some fantastic ones.
Okay.
And that's all I can say, unless.
That's all for right now.
That's all for. And Steve's just like glaring at me.
Yeah, he
He's
does
like, I
really
know where
know
you
it.
sit in the office.
He does
Totally
this
fine.
thing, when I start talking, he starts kind of leaning over.
Sure.
In a way, to hover over me.
Familiar. I'm familiar with it. I'm
Okay.
familiar with it.
Okay.
So guys, this is coming November 17th, yes?
That's right.
That's correct.
November 17th. And
Yes.
I'm sure we'll hear more from you in the coming weeks. EA Play is coming up.
Oh yeah,
correct.
we got big plans for EA Play.
Excellent. I'm
Yes.
looking forward to hearing more from you guys. Thank you so much for coming by.
Thank you.
Remember, we have
Thank you.
tons more coming up today from our stage here at Celebration Orlando in just a few minutes. The Star Wars Show Live, presented by Horizon, continues in a moment. Dude, I gotta go by the store and get that one. I haven't had a chance yet. It's a good one. It's good. Thanks, Anthony. Yeah, of course. Thank you.
It's Max again at Star Wars Celebration. I can't get enough here on the floor, and I'm here down here at Rogue Squadron with Obi-Shawn Crosby, who's going to tell us a little bit more about what we've got going here at Rogue Squadron. Sean, what's going on here?
Well, Rogue Squadron is the premier Star Wars tribute card group. We've been around since 1999, and this is like our 5th celebration. So we've been doing it since Celebration 3 in Indianapolis. And all of these guys who have Star Wars tribute cars have brought them from all around the country to converge here in Orlando and show off all of their cool skills and their creativity so that other fans can get a feel for what it's like to have a Star Wars vehicle as part of their daily life.
That's incredible. And we've seen so much cosplay here, but this is the Cars play, right?
Yeah, Cars play.
Okay, cool. Well, let's take a look at some of these vehicles. What do we have? Just point one out, and we'll follow along.
Right over here, we have the TK 4x4. TK 4x4 is designed to look just like a Stormtrooper. The side bumpers are the belt. They've got the various chin markings for the helmet on the front, including the frown on the front of it, and around the back even, if you follow the bumper around, you can see they've got the Stormtrooper canister and the back markings on the tailgate. And the owner of this car just absolutely loves Stormtroopers and created a vehicle version of it, even by smoking out the taillights and making it their own personal Stormtrooper car.
Wow, that's like they would make the 501st Legion proud, I think, with that car.
Totally have, and I think they're a member. They've got the sticker on the back to prove it. And you know, what's better than to roll up at a charity event with Stormtroopers than your own Stormtrooper ride? We are meeting guys with an incredible ability to do not just tribute cars like we usually have here for Rogue Squadron. This is a real honest-to-goodness moving speeder bike that they've made. It's functional, it's fast, and it's wicked loud. You want to fire it up?
Yeah. Let's get it fired up. Hi, I'm Max. What's your name?
Josh Nelson.
Hey, Josh.
How you doing?
Good, good. So, show me what inspired you to build these things.
Well, I'm a member of a group of guys. We just have always loved Star Wars. Just kind of said, why hasn't anyone done this yet so far? Yeah. And then just took it upon ourselves to just make it happen. So we 100% custom design work. The fabrication, paint, everything through and through, and instead of just leaving it on a stand, we said, well, let's make it drive. So custom motorcycle system underneath, electric power plant, and essentially that's what you get.
So you hit the road on this speeder bike, I should say.
Yeah, there's a YouTube video out there of me humming down the road. I think we maybe got up to like 45. There's a couple other videos out there, you know, assembly, halfway built, that kind of thing.
Can you go ahead and make it hum for us? Can you show it how this thing works? Okay, we're about to see how this motorcycle becomes a speeder bike. So let's watch a little bit of a demo here. Oh, I love that sound, just starting up. It's absolutely incredible. Every piece of this thing is coming to life. From the front to the back, you've got the lasers on it. He's literally pulling forward and back on this thing right now. Fully functioning speeder bike. That is passion. What a great idea. I would love to see one of these flying down the highway right next to me. That would blow my mind. Incredible. That is incredible. Thank you for showing that to us. That is awesome. We're going to move on to some other vehicles now. Thank you so much. That is exciting. I might steal that. I might. All right, a few more vehicles to look at here. I'm excited about this one on the far side. Almost looks like a hearse.
It's a 1967 Bel Air wagon. This is Sharon's. It looks like she's lurking over here. We collaborated on this design where I did the initial sketches from California. Sharon is a local here, and she worked with her wrap guy to make this all work out. And we'll have Sharon tell you all about it herself.
Sharon, do you want to talk a little bit about this vehicle that you have here for the Star Wars show?
Absolutely.
Okay, tell me what your inspiration was. Tell me what you're going for with this.
Well, I've known Shawn Crosby more than 20 years.
Obi-Shawn.
Obi-Shawn.
My bad. And I've been a little reluctant to commit to such a heavy-duty car modification. And I came across this great 67 Chevy wagon last year, and I wanted to make a bigger commitment. And the Millennium Falcon is my favorite ship. Chewie is my favorite co-pilot, and so Sean was kind enough to make up a rough draft, and I got the best wrap people in the business, in my area of course, and one of the best designers on board, and it was a collaboration of awesomeness that came out to be this. It is a matte laminated wrap, UV inhibiting inks, because I'm here in Orlando. The sun is going to beat the crap out of this car.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Have you ever had a Chewie Wookiee sitting in the passenger seat as you're driving this vehicle?
Not yet, but we do have one coming.
Okay, that's in the works. So I am very excited. Next celebration, maybe.
Absolutely. We're
Okay.
getting ready for California.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you so much. We're gonna go, we'll get to see the inside of one of these Road Squadron vehicles. So come with me, follow me as we enter. Hello there. We're gonna pop into this vehicle right now. Do you wanna join us? No? Okay. A mini Han Solo there, ready to join us. So let's see if we can pop into this vehicle right now. And this thing's fully functioning. Oh, this is nice. I'm gonna close the door. Oh, this feels amazing. You're talking about flying any kind of vehicle. This is Obi-Wan's basically paradise ship.
It's his sort of Edo 1 starfighter, and the whole thing is designed the inside to entertain me. Because if I don't do anything in the inside, it's just driving a regular car. The outside entertains everyone else. This entertains me. So the steering wheel's been cut so that it's got more of a flight yoke feel. I have a fighter plane altimeter in the corner, as well as a gyroscope behind the shifter. The shifter is now an actual joystick, which is fun. You can push down on that and pull it back. And that's the whole joystick. Even the parking brake has a lightsaber handle feel to it, which is really fun.
Oh, can I pull that? Can I pull that?
Yeah, go for it.
Oh my gosh, this is awesome. You can just pull the parking brake like pulling a lightsaber.
And so lots of extra switches, lots of extra lights. And the thing that's really fun, I don't always dress in costume, but I do always drive this car. Yeah. So if I'm going to the market or doing something like this is how I get there. And I meet all of the Star Wars fans. They all come out of the woodwork and explain to me their experiences with Star Wars, where it first impacted their life, how it's still impacting their life. And if I drove a Toyota Corolla, nothing against Corolla owners, they wouldn't have reason to talk to me. But because I have a Z-Wing Star Wars car fighter, they come out and are excited to see me, and they all have tales about how important Star Wars was to them, and they're all excited that I can show my fandom so publicly and not be afraid to hide it and just go, yeah, Star Wars is awesome. And that's the best part of owning this car. I meet hundreds of thousands of people a year I would have no reason to talk to, and we all become instant friends because we have Star Wars in common. And this whole vehicle process that's been going on, this is my second vehicle, it's been going on since 1999, and I can't ever imagine not owning another Star Wars car.
That's incredible, Sean. So here we are with Road Squadron, and they're using their art, they're using Star Wars to build community, and that's what's so special about being here in this space right now. I mean, in addition to driving a spaceship every day, but it's great to meet all these people who are such close friends and to see how they took the art that is Star Wars, made it into their own art, and live in it every day, live Star Wars every single day. Thank you so much, Obi-Sean. It's been great to have you, great to experience these vehicles with you.
My pleasure, and may the Force be with you.
May the Force be with us all.
If you've been watching Star Wars Celebration, if you've been watching the Star Wars show live all weekend, you have noticed some very, very unsavory characters walking around. Just scum walking around.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a great way to introduce your guest.
But I'll tell you what, but it's not you, Tom.
Oh,
Tom
all right.
Spina
Hi,
and his
how are
team
ya?
designed all of the scum that's walking around
Not all of
here.
them. Yeah, we've got a few of our aliens this time. Not quite as many as last celebration where we filled a whole cantina, but we brought some of the good ones. This is one of my favorite sculptures too. A guy named Mike Thomas did this. This is Snaggletooth. Oh, you look stylish, Snaggletooth. And hidden under there is no one because he's really Snaggletooth.
Because he's really Snaggletooth.
And thank you, Crocker, as well. You're looking good.
This stuff is so amazing. We love having you at Celebration.
It's
with
always
us.
so fun.
You do such an amazing job.
Thank you. Thank you.
And you've been doing some other stuff at Celebration too. You had a panel with Pablo, right?
We did, yes. So obviously you don't get to be this accurate with your Cantina aliens without obsessing over a scene. And for me, that was ever since I was a kid. I saw that scene and thought like, oh my God, somebody made all that cool stuff.
Yeah.
I want to make stuff like that. And so I started learning how to do that. But I realized many years ago, Pablo and I crossed paths on the internet. And we were both looking in the background of the scene at, not the guy in the foreground, not Walrus Man. Who's the guy 3 seats behind Walrus Man, and what's he doing there? And we figured out all this cool stuff, and we shared it at the panel. And we even got to name 2 of the characters in the scene. It had never been named before.
Whoa, we got 2 new names?
And they were named after people in the audience. And to find out what those names were, go to Pablo Hidalgo's Twitter account, because they're complicated and I can't remember them.
That's amazing. But in addition to working on these costumes and props, you've got something new going on. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I sure do. It's on my shirt, if you guys can see.
Clever branding, Tom Spina.
I showed you. Yeah, so for years we had done all this different stuff at Tom Spina Designs, where we're restoring original props for places like the Lucasfilm Archives and studios and museums, and also building cool stuff. And every once in a while we would do a Star Wars furniture piece because we're geeks and we love it.
Yeah.
And those pieces always caught fire. We made the Han Solo and Carbonite desk about a decade ago for a rock star to auction off for charity. And he got a lot of money for it, and we got millions of people to come to our little site at the time. So it's not just us that likes this stuff. So what we've done is started Regal Robot, which is a new company that's going to be making licensed, official, authentic, cool Star Wars home decor and furniture.
Wow.
And
wow.
Thank you. How many people out here saw the Dewback sofa when they were walking around?
Yes.
There you go. So that was us. We're the type of people who are sitting in a meeting and go like, shouldn't we make a dewback into a sofa?
Shouldn't we?
And shouldn't we?
Why haven't we?
Thank you. Didn't we? Why didn't we already? Let's get on that.
If not us, who?
No one, I say. Only Regal Robot.
So what pieces are you going to be launching with?
So we've started with, we've got a really cool thing we call the collector case storage table. It looks like when I was a kid, 4 years old, Star Wars comes out, and you got the little vinyl case that holds your action figures. Well, it's like that, but with steel hairpin legs, and the lid has the artwork. We found it in the Lucasfilm Image Archives. And when you open the lid, it might have a gray grid that happens to fit 12-inch Star Wars figures, or if you put them in there, or like 40 grand worth of Legos.
Oh my goodness, that's amazing.
It's pretty cool.
I am always looking for a wonderful and unique way to store all of my figures, all of my collectibles, in a way that doesn't take up like tons and tons of space.
And still looks like kind of just a sleek, streamlined, cool coffee table in the process. And I've also lost my voice over
We
the
all
weekend.
have.
So
keep going, Tom Spina. Keep going.
I'm pushing through it. We've got the Millennium Falcon flying through the asteroid field as a coffee table. It's we've lost him.
I'm just gonna get out my wallet, Tom.
Just give me the whole thing.
How much?
Just give me the whole thing. So, and what we did there is we've developed a new model of the Falcon, a little over 20 inches long, hand painted on every piece, made in the USA, fiberglass asteroids, and it's got a glass top, and it's a moment out of the film. I look at it, and every time I see it, I can hear the asteroid chase music, like da 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 da. Sing along, da da da. Da, 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 da. They're good. They're better than me.
They're so good. So when are we going to be able to get our hands on this stuff?
Well, this stuff is all available for pre-order on regalrobot.com right now, or you can stop by our booth and take a look at it. There's also a Han Solo and Carbonite desk. We have a coffee table version of that, and we have some really cool wall art that the Mandos bought out almost immediately at the show. We have some little mini skull sculptures that are the Mandalorian crest, the Mandalorian skull, as a real skull. And then we have a 17.5-inch version that hangs on a wall. And if you go to the booth before the end of the show, we've got a special right now on the mini skull because we sold out. We're going to give people a little bit of money off, but we'll ship you a skull when we get back to New York and we can make them.
That's so awesome. Tom, thank you so much for coming by and
Absolutely.
showing that stuff off. I am so excited to see more of it. Thank you, guys. Thank you to your team for coming every year and helping us out at Celebration.
happy to do it.
We've got much more coming, so stay right here. Our next guest is not only one of the sweetest people involved with Star Wars because it's part of his last name, but is a pillar of the fan and collecting community without whom Star Wars would never be the same. Please welcome the always lovable and world's biggest Star Wars collector, Steve Sansweet.
Thank you. Thank you.
So good to have you
It's
back.
great to be here.
We are 2 movies into this new generation of Star Wars. We've got more on the way. We've got TV. We've got so much happening.
Right.
How hard is it for you to keep up as a collector now?
Oh, not hard at all. I'm broke. I mean, that's the easiest thing. It really is difficult. I mean, you have to really pick and choose. For the first time, we've established a focus collection. We fell in love with BB-8.
Yes.
So for the first time, we have one whole area. It's just one character. And who knows what's going to happen with episodes 8 and 9. We may, change our minds and find something else.
And when you say focus collection, you're talking about Rancho Obi-Wan.
Rancho Obi-Wan, which houses the Guinness World Record certified largest Star Wars collection in the world.
That's very impressive, sir.
Four-
Most impressive.
400,000 items and growing. So anybody wants to come and help us inventory the collection. We pay nothing, but we give out lots of little Debbie sweet treats.
Okay.
Keep you on a sugar high.
Okay. That seems borderline
Fair.
illegal, Steve. But that's fine.
No, it's past borderline. Past borderline.
But it's got to be wonderful. I mean, obviously 400,000 pieces is a lot to keep up with, a lot to catalog, a lot to organize.
Right.
But what an amazing collection to organize and catalog. You must just enjoy it every day.
It really is great fun. And when we were setting up for Celebration, and we decided we wanted to make it a little more specific than usual, than just a whole bunch of items just in general. And so we came up with a couple of ideas. One was to celebrate the life of Carrie Fisher. Yes. One was Kenny Baker. The anniversaries from the 1st through the 30th have all been major events taking place in the Star Wars galaxy. And the ultimate fantasy kid's bedroom in 1979. If you were a 12-year-old in 1979, this would have been your fantasy bedroom. More than 200 items from 11 countries.
Tell me more about this. What is in this fantasy bedroom?
Well,
that normally means something different.
Well, actually, we start with a Farrah Fawcett poster on the wall.
Nope.
Well, the Farrah Fawcett poster was the best-selling poster of its time, more than 1 million posters. And then Star Wars came out, and the Hildebrand version of the Star Wars one-sheet surpassed that, became the best-selling poster in history. So that's why we have that on top of the Farrah Fawcett poster.
Gotcha. So what else is in this dream bedroom?
Well, there's everything. We've got a bunk bed covered with Star Wars sheets and pillowcases and big pillows. We have a window frame, and so we have Star Wars gold drapes on them, also from the time.
Everything your parents said no to.
That's right. Pajamas and towels and washcloths and toys and puzzle kits and just everything.
So amazing. Now, you are a Star Wars brand ambassador.
I have been for many years.
For many years. What does that mean? Tell me a little bit about this.
Well, Rancho Obi-Wan has a lot to do with it. I've been collecting for 40 years, and so we get a lot of people coming through from major retailers and licensees. There's really no place else in the world where you can see what 40 years of Star Wars merchandise looks like and get ideas, well, maybe we should redo this, or do you think collectors would be interested in this if we did another version of it? So it's sort of a living historical museum.
If you're telling me that if my collection of Star Wars memorabilia gets big enough, I then get to make decisions and help make decisions and help influence decisions.
Okay, influence. You're closer with the influence. I certainly don't make the decisions.
Yeah.
But there have been times over the past 20 years where licensing has asked me my opinion on things. They usually don't listen.
That's so cool. Nobody calls me to get my opinion on Star Wars figures.
Well,
that's awesome.
Beyond figures, the high-end things, the collectible lines, what do I think works? What do collectors really want? And then they do what they want. So,
that's amazing.
But it's fun. It's
that is
great
amazing.
Fun.
So, as somebody who has developed this keen eye over 40 years, is there anything on the floor this weekend where you're like, oh, a savvy collector will grab this, or I know that I have to have this for my personal collection?
Yeah, I keep going to one booth in particular and saying, you really want to give me one of these. It's the Nissan booth.
Sure.
I really like the Rogue One car.
They're so cool.
They're just beautiful.
They're so cool. Sure. You just move up. You move up from figures to Ralph McQuarrie art books to just Star Wars cars. Why stop? Why stop?
And of course, you go over to Road Squadron and see all the wonderful cars that the fans have tricked out.
This BB-8 Volkswagen.
Oh, I loved it.
It's unbelievable. Have you guys seen the BB-8 Volkswagen?
Really cool.
Unbelievable.
Really cool. So there's so much stuff. I mean, what I really love is when we first started Celebration back in 1999, and this, of course, is the 12th Star Wars Celebration.
Yeah.
But when we first started, there were a couple of fans who brought some little badges and things like that to give to other fans. And now it's almost every fan who's here has brought their own swag.
Yeah.
So in addition to all of the old items that are for sale and all of the wonderful new items are for sale, you have to start collecting all the swag.
Yeah, they're just these amazing community items, badges, trading cards, all of this
Patches,
stuff.
patch puzzles.
Yeah.
It's great stuff.
It's so wonderful. It's such, I mean, I know we say this every year at Celebration when we talk to each other, but isn't it just the best time to be a Star Wars fan right now?
It is. I mean, I think we're in the golden age of Star Wars fandom. We have 3 generations of Star Wars fans. There are multiple entry points into Star Wars fandom, whether you're a fan of the original trilogy, whether you grew up with the prequels, whether you were introduced to Star Wars by the Clone Wars or Rebels. There's so many ways of getting into Star Wars and getting influenced by Star Wars.
Absolutely. Steve, thank you so much for coming by and talking to me
pleasure.
about Star Wars fandom.
Always
good to see you, man.
Take care, man.
Thank you so much. We have lots more coming up live here from our stage at Star Wars Celebration Orlando, only on the Star Wars Show Live, presented by Verizon.
I cannot believe we're finally here, but like all good things, Star Wars Celebration must finally come to an end. Womp, womp.
Womp, womp. But not without one last big hurrah. The Star Wars Celebration closing ceremony starts right now.
He was an amazing co-host to me in our cosplay competition. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for 2017, up on your feet for your host, Mr. Warwick Davis!
How's it going? Hi. Hello. I'm right here. How's it going? Go down here, say hello, hello. No hands. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello. Fantastic. You turn. We're going back. How's it going? How are you? All right, you've had one already. Here we go. How's it going? Good to see you. Wow, so many hands. There we go. How's it going over here? Making my way around here. Good to see you. Thank you very much. Excuse me. Whoa. That's it. Excellent. Here we go. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. There we go. I have arrived. Thank you very much indeed, everyone. Oh. Thank you. Hello. How are you? I see someone got here before me. How's it going, everyone? Oh. Thank you very much. So good to see you all here for this final closing show of Celebration. Can you believe we're at the end of 4 days of Star Wars heaven? I know. Already, but there's so many great memories that I've got, and I'm going to talk about some of those later on in the show. But I gather you've had an amazing time, haven't you? Yeah? And I can officially tell you that this has been the biggest celebration ever. How about that? And that is thanks to all of you good people for making the effort and coming out here and supporting this event and being here. Because without you, I'll be standing here talking to no one. So thank you so much for coming to Celebration. It's been fabulous. Sorry? Thank you very much. Thank you. It's very nice of you. That's very nice of you. I do like this. I didn't realize that he was sat here like this. Fabulous. Yes, yes, indeed. Lovely. Lovely. Yeah, it does bring back many memories, absolutely, of being inside that furry outfit. Yes, indeed. And not being able to see. That was the main problem. But there we go. I'm going to pop myself here on the desk. I'm going to present this show in a very casual manner, similar to those early morning newsreaders. You know, when they sit on the desk? Okay. So as well as this stage here, the Celebration stage, there are several other stages here at Celebration. I'm sure many of you have watched the panels on those stages as well, and they've all been fantastic. And what I want to do now is check in with those other stages and hear their highlights from Celebration. So first of all, we're going to go over to Andy and Anthony on the StarWars.com stage.
Hi, Warwick. Thank you, Warwick. Oh, I love
Thank you, Warwick. Oh my gosh.
He's been working so hard all weekend.
He really has.
But we've had all the fun.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had such an amazing time. I just got to know, BB-8, what was your favorite part of Celebration this year?
Oh, he said coming by our stage because we're cool.
Yeah. He said he likes us best. That's just the way it is.
It's canon.
But we had such an amazing time. I mean, just from day one, moment one, George Lucas and Harrison Ford came out here to talk to the fans.
I know, and you won't stop talking about it. You're so excited.
Why wouldn't I be? It was amazing.
No, it's incredible. It's so cute. You're such a dork. I mean, we've had so many cool people come by here. We've had, exhibitors and authors, and John Boyega came by and shot the T-shirt cannon, and we've got BB-8.
So many people shot the
Felicity
T-shirt cannon.
and Forrest came by too.
Felicity and Forrest came by. We had Hayden Christensen come by.
Oh my God.
How amazing was that?
We had a giant lightsaber.
Yes, we certainly did have a giant lightsaber. We had Mark Hamill shooting the T-shirt cannon.
How could we forget?
My goodness. What an amazing, amazing time.
But the best thing for us here is that we got to do it all with you guys, with the fans. And
absolutely.
We could not. Yeah, I mean, seriously, you guys give us life. We could not have done this without our hype man, our warm-up man, Cam. Where is he?
Cam, are you out there, buddy?
I'm out here, you guys. I'm out here. This Star Wars celebration would have been nothing without the amazing Star Wars family that we have had out here on stage with us and in the audience. You guys have been so great. Have you had a great time? You had a great time? It's been awesome. We've had people from all over the country, all over the world. I got my buddy Rafael here from Chile representing here. My girlfriend Teresa over here from Nottingham in England. It's just a worldwide affair, and it really just goes to show how much Star Wars has touched each and every one of us. And to be a warm-up guy and to be welcomed in my first Star Wars celebration, you guys have made this absolutely fantastic. So thank you so much on behalf of all the warm-ups here at Star Wars Celebration 2017. It's been great. And I know you guys have loved getting the pins, right? You've been loving getting, oh yeah. Absolutely great. But you know what really stands out here at our Star Wars show live stage has been, of course, our t-shirt blaster. You guys have loved that, right? Oh yeah. So let's take it back up to Andy and Anthony. Let's get that t-shirt blaster going on. How's that sound?
The t-shirt cannon has been such an important part of Star Wars Celebration. We have brought on a special guest to help us make the cannon canon.
Pablo, can you confirm that this cannon is canon?
What I am holding is a Marathon Munitions SWS 1013 projectile launcher.
He said it and made it real, and that's how it works.
And so,
DICE, EA, I want to see this in Battlefront.
okay, and to make it official, Pablo, please perform your duties.
Pablo Hidalgo firing the 1013.
Oh, and it's a beauty. That's a beautiful shot. All right, we have a few more we're going to do right now. Go for another one, Pablo.
Whoa!
All right, I want to do it. Of course. Thank you, sir. You are a gentleman and a scholar.
We're going to keep firing this gun because it is an amazing time. So you guys check out what's going on over on the Galaxy stage.
Isn't that good? It feels so good.
Galaxy stage, what's going on? Galaxy stage! Star Wars. Wow.
I think they like Star Wars.
Star Wars Celebration 2017 in Orlando, the Galaxy stage. What an incredible time we've had here. Amy Ratcliffe, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. I've been living at the behind the scenes stage, so it's fun to take a walk and explore. We've been celebrating there. You've been celebrating here.
That's right. Well, no, and you were here as well. How many of you were at the Heroines panel?
Yes. Oh, thank you so much. That was
With Daisy Ridley,
right. No
Tia
big deal.
Sircar,
Yeah,
Ashley.
Epstein, Dave Filoni. That
Dave
was a
Filoni.
great time. I didn't give him an action figure at that panel, and I'm never going to live it down.
Well, tell us what else happened on the behind the scenes stage.
You know, on the behind the scenes stage, I escaped to go shopping, so I'm going to put.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is that a Ponda Baba?
Oh yeah, it's an oven mitt.
Sorry, I've always wanted to do this.
Yes,
No
yes.
blasters! No blasters!
Oh, sad.
Hey, Dave, you collect severed Star Wars limbs, don't you? Is this you?
Here you go. Thank
All right,
you for
thanks,
your
buddy.
collection.
Appreciate it. No, but sorry, behind the scenes.
Behind the scenes stage. Had to get that out of the way. Oh, wow. We had an amazing array of people stop by. Just this morning, we did a screening of the ESPN lightsaber. It was the evolution of the lightsaber duel. And Ray Park, right? It's awesome. And Ray Park stopped by to surprise the crowd. And it was just incredibly, he came up from the back, he hid, he had borrowed somebody's lightsaber, of course. And the noise in that room was deafening.
Darth Maul isn't popular or anything, right?
No.
I mean, every time Ray Park picks up a lightsaber, everyone just stops.
As they should. What else did we? We had Lego Star Wars: The Freemaker Adventures come by. They showed us the first episode of season 2.
The entire episode?
The entire episode. We had
How many of you Lego Star Wars Freemaker Adventure fans out there?
Woo!
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, give it up for those guys. Up for Emmys this year.
4, I think,
Yeah.
at least. Emmy nominated. It's awesome. How about you? What's been going on over in the Galaxy stage?
Boy, Galaxy stage. I mean, Star Wars Celebration. I mean, Star Wars has literally been living here and alive in Orlando for the past 4 days. And the Galaxy stage was a huge part of that. I've been so honored to be a part of this. Starting on, this was Warwick's brilliant hosting job, but he was lucky enough to do the 40th anniversary of Star Wars right here where we're standing.
This is where it happens.
Where you're sitting today. How many of you saw the 40th anniversary?
Yeah. How many of you are still feeling emotional about seeing that?
So emotional. We now live in a world where John Williams has played Princess Leia's theme, the Imperial March, and the main title with a
In
full
front of us.
orchestra at Star Wars Celebration.
Bananas! It was incredible.
Harrison Ford was here.
Where? Okay, where? I'm going
He
to stand.
was here somewhere.
Okay, I feel good about
He
this
was
spot
here
now.
somewhere. It was incredible. It was incredible. And how about, what else did we have?
Star Wars Rebels. Yes. Yes, Rebels fans.
Season 4, the entire cast, very emotional panel. We even got to see the first episode.
I know, we had so many sneak peeks at this celebration.
Yeah, and of course that incredible trailer, Star Wars Battlefront 2.
Woo! Which now apparently the T-shirt canon is going to be part of.
Yeah, that was an incredible panel. All the people from EA working on Star Wars were represented up here. All the studios working on Battlefront 2. The single-player campaign looks amazing. More multiplayer. And of course, we had the Imagineers here with Anthony Daniels at Disney Parks.
Oh yeah, did some of you come to that panel? Yeah, here's some cheers.
Oh my goodness! It was just amazing as a Star Wars fan and as a Disney theme parks fan. I can't wait till 2019 for that.
It cannot get here fast enough.
No, Star Wars Celebration just means so much to so many people. I know it means a lot to you. We're up here as hosts. Our job is to share that enthusiasm, that excitement. It's not hard to get excited about this stuff.
No, I think we both like Star Wars just at least like a little.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And this was this your first
It
in
was.
2010? When
Celebration 5 was my first time going to Celebration in Orlando. And I didn't know many people in the Star Wars fandom back then, so I made friends. I've made friends at Celebration since. So in a lot of ways, this is really meaningful for me to come back and connect with so much of my Star Wars family.
As a host of the behind-the-scenes stage, no less. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been pretty amazing. I've definitely gotten emotional more times this weekend than I can remember.
I did too, and I, for me, Star Wars has meant so much for me my entire life, just like it has for you. It's been a real honor to be up here with you, Amy, and of course with all of you. You too, Dave. You too, Amanda. It's been really fun. We've had such a great time.
Yes.
Just to get personal for a second, I met my wife at Star Wars Celebration here in Orlando in 2010.
Oh yeah, it's amazing.
Down at the bottom of the escalator as you're going down to the 3rd floor for the first time. It was totally unexpected, but I get emotional here for so many reasons because, like you, Star Wars is about my friends and my family and personal experiences and sharing it together, and that's what Star Wars Celebration really is all about. It's about us being together just like this.
Connecting over what we love, absolutely. That's sweet. I like that you remember the exact spot.
I do. Oh, yeah. We had to take a picture. Yeah, with our son. Yeah, it was really incredible. And of course, now that with the Star Wars live stream, people around the world tuning in, we're so glad that everyone can experience all of this.
Yes, and it's even nice for us as hosts because we're so busy doing cool things on our stage that I go to the stream afterwards to kind of make a checklist about what I need to catch up on. So you get to extend Celebration past the actual weekend, which is awesome.
Well, you brought up a good point because now there's so much to see in one weekend. You can't possibly see it all. It's just there's so much great stuff happening all at once. And now all next week I'm just going to have the live stream on YouTube on my TV just so I can catch up myself because there's just so much great stuff to see. It's a great time to be a Star Wars fan.
It couldn't be a better time. I think you would all agree, yes?
Right?
Yes.
Right?
That's amazing. Yeah, over the weekend, we couldn't do what we do. None of this celebration could happen without the amazing crew and staff that put it together. And I would personally like to give a huge shout out to the behind-the-scenes stage crew and the tech crew. They have kept people moving. It's been amazing. So please give them a round of applause.
Yeah. And here at the Galaxy stage, it's been an honor and a privilege to be your host, as I said, but really, none of this could happen without all of the incredible hard work of everyone that you see helping out, from the Elite Squad helping get us all in, to everyone behind the stage, to the back of the house, to the interpreters, cameras, crew. Everyone does so much work. Everyone at Reed, everyone at Lucasfilm, they care so much about fans. We're all fans ourselves. So we're going to do something. Two things. One, if you see someone who is crew on your way out, please give them a big thank you in person. Say thank you so much.
Yes, this could not happen without them. You got to be ready for this. This is going to be an assignment. I know you're going to kill it. Ready?
Yeah. But two, we want to say thank you right now. So we're all going to say thank you, Celebration crew, on the count of 3. You ready?
Ready? Got it?
1, 2, 3.
Thank you, Celebration crew. That's awesome. Oh, yeah. I want to share an exciting panel we had yesterday. We had Tom Spina and Pablo Hidalgo come by to talk about this at the Cantina. They go behind the scenes at the Cantina. And I love that panel. It's something they do often at Celebration. Have any of you been to that panel? Yes? Yes. It's amazing because they keep finding new information as they dig up old photos and old notes. So they always have something new to present, and it's always something like this time. There's a crocodile head in the Cantina bar, like on the wall. Has anybody else noticed that? Yeah, see, exactly. So that's the kind of stuff we learned in that panel, and I was constantly just like, wow.
That's what Blu-rays are for. Now you can go and freeze frame and
pause.
obsess over
Yes.
every little detail like we do. Now, we have so many great memories, but I know you all do too. In fact, Amanda, you're out there, right? There you are.
Hi,
you have
Dave.
some
Yes,
Star Wars
I do.
memories to share?
I do. First of all, I'd like to compliment you on your jean jacket choices.
You got the memo.
Denim Day.
I did. This is jean jacket. The closing celebration official attire is going to be a jean jacket. So thank you. Very nice. I mean, amazing. Amazing work to all of us. But I am standing here with a huge fan. This is Rob, who came from all the way across the country. He came from Portland, Oregon, to be here at the celebration. And Rob, what was your favorite memory from right here at the Galaxy stage?
So many huge memories. But for me, the dream that I could have hoped to see actually play out would be to see George Lucas live, to be able to be in the same room as him, the person who's been so inspirational to me and pretty much everyone here at this whole convention, and why we love Star Wars the way we do. It is Lucas, and he did show up just like we hoped he would, first thing, and just absolutely blew us away. It's very emotional. It was huge.
For sure. Yeah, the George, yeah! Did anyone else, I mean, I will say I was backstage when they made the announcement, and I swear the curtains moved with how loud the noise was when just the name George Lucas came out. So just a really great moment. So I know it was a total surprise. You just came here, gambled, and you feel like it was worth it?
Oh, without question. It was a lifelong dream to be able to do. So I'm very thankful and glad that it happened while we got to attend. Myself and my girlfriend got to attend from Portland. So amazing. So absolutely amazing.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Rob. That is fantastic. Really appreciate that. It has been an incredible celebration, one that I know so many of us will never forget. And I know I have so many memories. I've made so many new friends. Thank you all so much. But my partner in crime over here was my good pal, DJ Aussie Dave, who I know has got to have a memory. What do you got for us, Dave?
Well, first of all, I'd like to state that I didn't get the memo about jean jacket.
Dude.
I'm actually sporting the DJ Elliott look today. Excellent, moving on. There's been so much happen here. How do you pick something? I mean, everybody comes here with their own expectations of what they're hoping is going to happen, but I think one of the biggest things is that Star Wars Celebration delivers. And it delivered this year. It delivered with an amazing look at The Last Jedi. That is definitely a highlight for me.
Wait.
Oh.
I thought you were The Last Jedi, Dave.
I would like to put these rumors to rest right now.
Wait.
I am not the Last Jedi.
Because it's plural or no?
Who knows?
Does anybody
I don't know. We'd have to all
German
go back and
translation
obsess
says yes.
over that trailer, and watch it frame by frame for any clues about names or hints.
Yeah.
Of course, we don't always have it on a big screen like
Exactly.
this.
I don't have a big screen to watch it again.
No.
I've got one now though.
Should we think we should?
Oh, please, can we?
Would you like to see in the room where it happened?
Yes.
Star Wars: The Last Jedi. Let's take a look at that trailer one more time.
Woo!
Just breathe. Now, reach out. What do you see?
Light. Darkness. A balance.
It's so much bigger. I only know one truth. It's time for the Jedi to end.
Yeah. Us too.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
I think it's pretty exciting.
That's
I'm a little,
pretty good.
I'm slightly excited. Yeah.
The Last Jedi, come on!
Woo!
Well, we've had a great time here on the Galaxy stage and behind the scenes stage. Let's go back to Warwick Davis on the Celebration stage. Warwick, what's going on over there?
We're back. We're back. Yeah. So. Thank you. So we heard from the Galaxy stage, StarWars.com stage. We heard about all the fun they've had throughout this weekend. And I just want to take a few minutes to talk to you about the kind of fun I've had here on this stage and also on the Galaxy stage for the 40th anniversary show. I mean, for me, that has got to be one of the most incredible experiences of my career. Being able to sit on stage there and introduce George Lucas and chat to George, which I haven't interviewed him before. And it was wonderful actually to be able to personally thank George for all of the opportunities he's given me throughout my career. And then also to reunite the cast from across all of the films as we did, including the one and only Harrison Ford there. And when I said Harrison's name, the reaction was like nothing I've ever heard before because nobody expected it. You know, it was already a wonderful assembly of Star Wars icons, and then we added Harrison to the mix, and it was terrific. And experiencing everybody chatting backstage after that, having photographs and things, and the chemistry and rapport between everyone was very apparent, even though many of us hadn't seen each other for a number of years. And yeah, so that's got to be right up there with my celebration highlights. But also, I've got to remember the fun I had right here on this stage. Some great guests. I mean, for those of you who were in here, yeah, it was a joy. We had the one, and thank goodness the only, Anthony Daniels here. Several times actually across the event, but I always enjoy sharing the stage with Anthony. I've done it several times in London in the past, and it was fabulous to have Anthony here with me, sharing his stories and also recreating that wonderful piece of Star Wars merchandise, the tape dispenser. Anthony did that live right here on my desk, and it's certainly a sight to behold. So yeah, make sure, if nothing else, that's what the live stream is useful for, to check back and look at that moment. We also had the wonderful Mr. Ian McDiarmid on the stage here, sharing stories and being deliciously evil as only Ian can be. Billy D. Williams was out here, had a lovely conversation with Billy. That was terrific as well. We had the cosplay competition. Again, I'm always so in awe of the people that enter that competition, because the number of hours and the work that's involved in what they do, and also their imagination, because they're not only recreating costumes that we know and love from the films, but sometimes they're coming up with their own interpretation, their own versions of these costumes. And so yeah, hats off to those guys who entered that. And you're all winners, in my opinion. On this stage last night, I was involved in Carl Newman's Smuggler's Revenge radio drama, which was excellent fun. I didn't know I was going to be involved, actually, to the last minute, but I also played a part in that, along with my, now, I can say this, my Rebels co-stars, which was fabulous. See, that was exciting that Dave Filoni announced that now I'm joining the cast in season 4, so that's all to come. Yeah. We mustn't forget that we just recently had Mark Hamill on the stage here. Yeah. What a fabulous showman and storyteller Mark is, although he was upstaged by a dog. So I don't know what that tells us about him. We also had Billy Lord and Mark Hamill's wonderfully moving tributes to Carrie Fisher. And it's been really lovely that we were able to take the opportunity during Celebration to remember Carrie in the ways that we have done. And also, I was able to remember Kenny Baker, the dear, dear Kenny Baker as well. Who, you know, he was a hero of mine growing up. I really did respect Kenny and what he did. And, you know, I'm sure, like all of you, you know, R2-D2 wouldn't have been R2-D2 without Kenny. There's so much of him in that character. John Williams, I mustn't forget John Williams, just to see him doing his thing. Fantastic. Hearing that music played live, I mean, it's incredible, the score anyway, but to hear it live is absolutely fantastic. And let me just share something with you. Just as and George and Kathy were kind of finishing their remarks about Carrie, I was backstage with Mark and with Harrison and the other members of the cast who were involved with that show. And we were sitting there watching a monitor and listening to what they were saying. And then John Williams started to play. And Harrison got up and he started to say his farewells, and Mark did as well. And I was like, where are they leaving? John Williams has just started. They weren't aware of this surprise that he was going to play. They didn't even think he was in the room. They thought we'd thrown to another place far, far away where John Williams was playing. And when someone told them, he's live here now? And there was this great excitement, and everyone was trying to catch a glimpse of actually where he was in that room. So, yeah, it was a fantastic, fantastic moment. Let me just think now. Oh, and also, I just wanted to reveal what I've got here. Earlier on in my droid show, I sent some members of the audience off to build their very own droid, because of course droid building is a huge amongst the Star Wars fandom community, isn't it? Any droid builders in the room? Yeah, hats off to you guys, you do a great job. Much better than this effort from our audience. Let me show you what the result was. Now, Have you ever seen anything quite like it? I mean, I'm gonna set out a challenge now. I challenge Lucasfilm to get this into a future Star Wars movie. Okay? I've laid down the challenge. Let's see if we can get it in there. Granted, I'll let you paint it up a bit and do a few things if you need to, but essentially it's got to consist of an extension cable and a microphone stand and that thing and saran wrap. Okay, you can put it in the background, but it's got to be there. Okay. So as well as my memories, you guys, I'm sure, have got loads of wonderful memories to share with us. And Mark, I believe, have you got somebody to share a memory with us now?
I do. I have Lynette over here. Now, hi, Lynette. How you doing?
I am fantastic. How are you doing?
I'm fantastic. Now, Lynette, this is your first Star Wars celebration, and tell us a little bit about that.
This is my first Star Wars celebration, but it was supposed to be my second Star Wars celebration. I had bought 4-day tickets for Anaheim, and the week of, I got diagnosed with cancer and wasn't able to come. So I am here, I'm in remission, but my favorite memory is that, thank you. So my favorite memory about this particular celebration is that I met a young lady who's one of the ReedPop employees, and I saw a scar that was very familiar to me. And she's actually going through the same thing that I was going through 2 years ago. We've exchanged information, and we're going to keep in touch when she's going through radiation, because I know exactly where she's at, and if I beat it, I know she can beat it too. And Star Wars is wonderful because it brings people together. So glad to be here.
Thank you very much, Lynette. There you have it. Now, here's the deal. I like the fact that you said Star Wars brings people together. So you guys watching at home, the StarWars.com stage, the Galaxy stage, the behind-the-scenes stage, and Celebration stage, on your feet, did you enjoy Star Wars Celebration 2017?
Yeah! Fantastic. I think it's safe to say they enjoyed themselves. Fantastic, good stuff. Well, throughout the weekend, there have been cameras everywhere capturing everything that's been going on, and we've got something fantastic to show you now. It's a celebration of the highlights of this wonderfully memorable celebration here in Orlando. Take a look.
The Force is what gives the Jedi his power. It's an energy field created by all living things.
I want to learn the ways of the Force and become a Jedi like my father.
Rey, may the Force be with you.
Force, a Jedi. It's all true.
Just breathe. Welcome to Star Wars Celebration in Orlando.
I'm so excited. It's going to be amazing.
I've been waiting for Celebration all year long. I'm just a ball of excited, nervous energy.
This year marks the 40th anniversary of Star Wars.
40 years.
The Force is strong in my family.
Please welcome George Lucas.
Does that always happen when you walk into a room?
Not like this. I'm always stunned at the passion that has lasted all these years.
We've got George Lucas here, C-3PO, Lando Calrissian, Chewbacca, and Luke Skywalker. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Harrison Ford. It doesn't get much more epic than this.
the greatest composer, conductor in the universe, John Williams.
My mom used to say she never knew where Princess Leia ended and Carrie Fisher began.
She was that character. Very strong, very smart, and very funny.
She will be remembered forever.
Welcome back to the Star Wars Show live from Star Wars Celebration Orlando.
It's great to be back and be a part of it again.
I wanted to come and see you face to face, and may the Force be with you.
Thank you so much for joining us for the Heroines of Star Wars.
Oh my God.
This is incredible.
You'll be united with your Battlefront 2 PS4 Pro.
Impossible.
Disney Parks and Star Wars. Does anything go better together?
There's like one huge event every day that just makes it amazing.
Please give a round of applause for our cast of Star Wars Rebels.
These guys have actually been cosplaying Rebels since before Rebels was on. So this is where I have to tell you, Season 4 is the final season of Star Wars Rebels.
May the Force be with you.
Star Wars Celebration is awesome, and I never want to go home.
Use the Force, come on.
Oh my God, going to the floor and buying stuff. Lots of stuff.
Star Wars got me through like the last 2 years of my life. Like it's such a huge part of who I am.
So pumped for it. Yeah. My first con ever, and I'm ready.
Your first one?
First con. Yeah.
What are you most excited for this Last Jedi panel?
I just want to see Rian Johnson in the flesh.
Hello! I want to come by and say hi to everybody. I will go through the entire line.
I'm crying thinking about how I'm going to see this trailer.
I was in line at 4 o'clock.
This is our second all-nighter.
We've been here for over 24 hours.
Reach out. What do you see?
We zoom out.
Well, it's good to be back, eh?
BB-8, ladies and gentlemen!
You are now a part of the Star Wars universe. Ryan, do you have anything for the fans?
Of course there's a trailer! What are you talking about? Of course!
It's time for the Jedi to end.
I can't believe what I just saw. It was the best thing ever.
I gotta go watch this trailer like 300 times and then watch it again another 300 times.
I can never get over the fans. They're more supportive than my actual family.
Because there's nobody like Star Wars fans in the world.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
My heart is pounding. Thank you so much.
We had the best time, so I'm very happy to be part of it.
John Williams.
That was
Total surprise. It was wonderful. I cried the whole time.
Oh, this is crazy. There's always a new adventure for us to go on.
It gets bigger and better every year.
All of you are part of the Lucasfilm family. You are the most important part.
When you see all these little kids and you see the look on their face, this is what I did it for.
Wow. Wow. Wasn't that wonderful? Yeah. So many great memories. Who spotted themselves in that film then? Did anyone see themselves? You did down here, yeah? I saw a good friend of mine called Nick Wicket. Yes, that really is his surname. He was in there cheering, and he actually, every time he sees me, he buys me another piece of Wicket memorabilia that I might not have. I wouldn't be surprised if this wasn't one of his as well, actually, so we'll wait and see. But let me just finish now by saying a few thank yous. I just want to say thank you to Lucasfilm, to Disney, of course, to Reed Pop, and especially Mary Franklin. Where's Mary? Mary is, and has been for many years, the mother of celebration. Mary Franklin, thank you, Mary. Thanks to everyone at the Orlando Convention Center. Thanks to my team here on the celebration stage. You know, without them, you know, I come out and get all the glory, but they're all working very hard. Many of them are here. They're up there running the show as well. We, of course, absolutely applaud them. Yeah. Thank you, team. They're hiding over there. The one and only Mr. Mark Daniels here, and DJ Elliott. Thank you, guys. You're terrific. Thank you to my family, my wife and kids, who have put up with me thinking about nothing but Star Wars for the past few months. It was the only thing I was thinking about to prepare for this, so thank you to them. Thank you. And finally, to you good people, the fans here in this room, the fans on the Galaxy stage, on the StarWars.com stage, all of you people watching at home via the live stream. This is all about you guys. You are the spirit of Star Wars. You're its beating heart. You're quite literally the Force. Thank you. And now, for one last time, let's go and check in on the other stages to say their farewells. Firstly, over to Amy and David on the Galaxy stage.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Woo!
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We love you, Star Wars Celebration. May the Force be with you. Thank you
Always.
again to
Thank
everyone.
you to everybody. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, come on.
I'm sorry, what was that? No, BB-8 wants to thank everybody who has come by the StarWars.com stage this week.
Yes,
Everybody
seriously.
who's watched the live stream from home.
Everybody here. I ran and put on my badge while we were at the main stage because to me this is a wearable scrapbook of all of the cool people I meet, all the new friends I make here. And the one autograph I got, I have to say this week, is from Paul, the guy who did all the artwork on the badges. So
it's absolutely
it's
amazing.
absolutely beautiful. Thank you, Paul.
Yeah.
But seriously, guys, I think we're excited the best. You know, the fans are the Force. The fans are what drive this. The fans are what has kept Star Wars going for 40 years, and we are the luckiest people in the world to get to stand up here and hang out.
We are so
with you guys.
honored to be able to bring this to you, and we hope that we've done you proud. You guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you for coming out again to Star Wars Celebration.
Couldn't do it without you.
We want to thank Verizon, our sponsor, for letting us bring Star Wars Celebration home to you guys.
That's awesome. Thank you, Verizon. But mostly, we want to thank the crew. The crew here is amazing.
This crew on the stage, man.
Seriously, we have the easy job. They have all been working so hard the whole time.
Look at all these people.
The StarWars.com team right there.
They put
our tech crew.
They put so much work in to make this happen for you guys.
The Belgian builders.
All the way from Belgium to build our set for us.
The German team that built the X-Wing. You guys, like, seriously, that's some insane talent that I can't even really comprehend.
And not just here on the floor, we've also got the crew out in the truck that's producing the video feed, bringing this to you guys worldwide.
Yeah. And Frank, our editor, who's been working long hours. And even
how you doing, Frank?
Aw.
Yeah.
Get back to work.
You had your moment on camera, Frank. Thank you to everyone who helped and watched. You are all wonderful.
Seriously, we love you. Thank you so much. And I hope this doesn't blow up in my hand. Oh, that's the coolest thing.
Oh!
Before we say goodbye to everyone at home, we want to say goodbye to Warwick one last time on the celebration stage.
Warwick!
Thank you. So with a tear in my eye, I'd like to say goodbye from myself and everyone here on the celebration stage. See you at the next celebration, wherever it may be. And remember, the Force will be with you always. Goodbye.